It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith,
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Nextstop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor, that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors.
Okay, boy, Julian, you're a bit early. Julian, you're a bit early. You should come online around 9:45 ish a.m. because we do have 2 webinars before yours, Julian. So anyway, you are welcome to stay if you want to, but just that there will be 2 webinars before yours. Okay, Julian. Okay.
Okay.
Good
Thank
morning,
you.
everyone. We will officially start in about 2 minutes. So thank you for joining us again. Today is the second day of our 11th National Virtual Career Expo. Thank you all. Yesterday, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Every one of you that stayed from the first webinar until the last one. It was a full capacity, and there were a lot. There's quite a bit of you also watching us on the on our YouTube channel. So really appreciate you guys are listening, and I hope your feedback. So make sure that you give us a little bit of a feedback after each webinar, because we want to make sure that we bring the most relevant information to you, so that you can make an informed decision in terms of what are some of the labor market information, and also what city or what province that you would like to settle in. So thank you all. Merci à tous. Bonjour, bon après-midi et bonsoir. Mon nom est Charles Kwan. J'ai le vice-président de la Global Outreach à G-TAC. Today, all our webinar will be English again, except for the one immediately after my presentation at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. It will be Opportunity Nouveau Brunswick, and it will be conducted entirely in French. And my colleague will be joining me soon, and they will host the webinar in French. Okay, there's a big lineup, so let's get going there. For those of you that's joining us for the first time, as I mentioned earlier, I am Shaw Kwan, and my colleague Caitlin Tesler, she will be joining us momentarily, and she's the Vice President of Business Development. So for those of you that's joining us for the first time, is G-TAC, which stands for Global Talent Alliance Canada. We're here to help. We're here to help all the newcomers or anyone that's planning or thinking about immigrating to Canada. Our job is to connect between job seeker and employer. So we help employer find the best talent, and we help the best talent find a good employer. So basically, we are the connector between you and employers from coast to coast. And in between is we also help you because a lot of you probably never had, I would say, not aware of the cultural workplace culture like in Canada and the communication. So we will help you with your resume, with your interview skills, with your online presence. Good morning, Caitlin. Thank you for joining me. And then job referrals as so that we do provide career counseling as well, and of course we provide upskill training. So I'll tell a little bit more about that in shortly. So we are the hosts of Canada's largest online job fair. This is our 11th time hosting this. The first time it started from November 21st, 2016. And where we had 304 participants. And then, as you can see, over the past 4, including today, this one, the 11th, we're over 10,000 job seekers that register for our event. We also work with over 400 employers across Canada from coast to coast, as well as with partnering with community partners, regional municipalities, and provinces all across Canada. Okay, so We also host a weekly live webinar next Thursday, April 14th. A big, I would say, a big employer in geoscience field will be presenting on Thursday, April the 14th at 11 a.m. because they're based in Vancouver. Okay, 11 a.m. Eastern time next Thursday, April the 14th. That will be our first weekly Meet the Employer webinar after this VCE 11. Okay, so please be sure to register. Again, it's all free to register. Doesn't matter where you are. So register as soon as possible because there's always limited number of seats available. So as mentioned earlier, all our webinar is always centric on employment, whether it's get your job readiness, a resume, interview skills, LinkedIn profile, give you the latest labor market information, as well as meeting with employers where you will learn very exclusive job postings during their presentation. It's kind of like a mini job fair. Okay, so if you do register and listen, then you're probably the first one to learn about some of the job that's available that's not yet published, as well as you can expand your network. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, today is the second day of our 11th National Virtual Career Expo. We will end at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so you still have lots of opportunity. You still have 11 more hours to go. So for those of you that want to talk to some employer, you didn't get a chance to talk to them, make sure you're trying to talk to them today so that you can try to learn more about these job opportunities and talk to the recruiters. Today is also the second day where we have our second day of live webinar. It's called Career Forum, where we're going to have another very, very impressive lineup of speakers that's going to be coming to you throughout the day. Now, in VCE 11, what to expect? Well, you will definitely know about some of the jobs that's available right now in Canada, what people are looking for. You will also learn about the labor market information, as well as you can get to network with employers or to different speakers, different presenters, so that you can, from different municipalities. For example, there were lots of presentations from various municipalities within New Brunswick. So get to know them, talk to them, connect with them on LinkedIn. There's some of them, they already put their, like Langley, they put their email there. So for you to get in, talk to them. So today is the second day of the webinar. We also have a very, very strong lineup of speakers. First one is going to be Opportunity in New Brunswick, or Opportunité New Brunswick, Nouveau New Brunswick. It will start at 9 a.m. sharp, so immediately following this presentation. And then we will have, and it's entirely in French. Okay, so this is designed for our French-speaking clients here. After that will be CDAP. CDAP stands for Canadian Digital Adoption Program. This is a new program the government of Canada launched. It's a $4 billion program. So you want to learn more about CDAP, please tune in at 10 a.m. And after that, if you're an accountant and you are looking to acquire a designation in CPA, CPA in Canada stands for Chartered Professional Accountant, whereas in the US it's called Certified Public Accountant. So there's a different meaning. CPA here in Canada, how to obtain your CPA designation here in Canada, what do you need to go through, what are the lengths. So CPA BC will be here to present about how to obtain a CPA designation here in Canada. After that, we will have a very, very known and reputable certified immigration consulting firm, Henry Global, will talk about anything and everything you need to know about how to obtain work permit, how to get visas to come to Canada, and later on, how to get your PR status, okay? And this is probably of very, very particular interest to those of you that's just thinking about coming to Canada, and also for some of the international students that's about to complete their education here in Canada. So this is quite important that we'll talk about some of the latest regulations and the kind of services they can provide. And then at 1 p.m., I'll be back here. Caitlin and I will be back here to talk about G-TAC. There's a slight change in the program because of the COVID-19. Our original speaker had a misfortune of being in isolation called the COVID-19. So G-TAC will be presenting about some of the jobs, hottest jobs right now on the market. And the most important part is all these jobs qualify for the GTS sponsorship program. So if you actually are qualified for these jobs, talk to us. We'll be happy to help you and connect with the employers. And if everything goes well, they will hire you, sponsor you to come to Canada. And then once you start coming to Canada, you can start working on your PR, okay? And when you do come to Canada, you can bring your entire family as well. So we have a lot of valuable information to share with you at 1 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon, okay? And then finally, there's two more, is the PASS. Anyone that's looking to become like a personal support worker, nursing, practitioner, nurse, registered nursing, all the nursing field, they will tell you, PASS will provide a lot of information about nursing. And then finally, our last webinar of the day or of the event, today event, is BCCA, is British Columbia Construction Association. They will talk about anything and everything that you need to know about the construction industry. What are some of the labor shortages? What areas are in dire need of people from overseas to come to Canada and work here? So by all means, please do not miss that opportunity with BCCA. So as you can see today, we also have a full lineup of webinar. Again, I can see right now it's packed, it's full, and then there's actually just quite a bit on our YouTube channel. So that's always a good sign. That's a great sign. So please do not leave Zoom, because if you leave, you cannot come back because we already have full capacity, okay? Okay, so here's some quick tips and reminder. I'm running out of time here. So here's some quick tips and reminders about for job seekers today. Is definitely when you go to our website, make sure you search for the job that's available. Click on the job button. You'll see all the jobs that's available, and then by which company is hiring. Do some quick search about the company. Go to their booth. Click about us and learn a little bit about the company. And then once you're familiar, and check the chat time. And then if the chat time is there, go to the chat box, chat room, and talk with the rep. Okay. Anytime you have any questions, you can always come to Global Talent Alliance Canada booth and ask anyone, myself or any one of our team, people on our team, to help you with any question that you may have. Like yesterday, we answered. I think yesterday we handled over 5,000 inquiries on our booth. So I suspect that we're gonna get that just as many today. So please do come to G-TAC booth if you have any questions, or you can go to the public chat room and then post. Okay, but it's always better to do a targeted approach. And then finally, when you do get into the chat box, I want to thank every one of you, because every one of you actually listened to me yesterday. So I've been watching. So a lot of people actually follow my instructions. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Please follow this instruction. What not to say, okay? I'm not telling you what to say. I'm telling you it is more important or what not to say. Number one, do not say, I need a job. Folks, this is a job fair. You go to employer's booth, obviously, because you're looking for a job. So there's no need to state the obvious. Don't tell people, my name is Rafi and I need a job. Okay? Do not say that. Do not say I need sponsorship, because the employer need to properly identify whether you are the right candidate before they can make a decision about whether they want to sponsor you. So the most important part is, do you fit the job, right? Do not ask the employer, what does your company do? I just mentioned earlier, it is your job responsibility. If you want to go to RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, you definitely want to check out their website, click on About Us, and learn more about Royal Bank of Canada before you go to their booth. I mentioned that again, the jobs are all listed. So if you're not sure, just go to, for example, if it's say MasterCard or Electronic Arts or IBM. If you're not sure about all the jobs that's available, go to their website, go to their career page and find the job that fits you. Okay? Do not ask the recruiter, what jobs do you have? For example, if someone is listening right now and I say to him, I say, hey, Rafi, what jobs do you have? How will you feel? First of all, you don't even know me and you don't even know what I do. So how do you even begin to answer this kind of question? So do not ask about that. Do not ask how much you pay, because let me tell you something. Canada is a very, very heavily regulated industry, country, especially when it comes to labor and workers' rights. So you're all protected. There are minimum wages. There are a lot of jobs that pay according to market rate. So if you can just do some Glassdoor search or Pay Scale Canada, then you can have an idea in terms of what each job pay based on the years of experience and your expertise. So do not ask the employer about how much do you pay. You know, you haven't even, they don't even know what you do, right? And I know many of you hold senior level position, whether if you're in Egypt, you're Algeria, you're in India, you're in Philippines, you're in Colombia, or Brazil, it doesn't matter, South Africa, you might have a senior level position, but you come to Canada, you're coming to a new country, you're coming to a new environment. So be open-minded. Don't tell people I only want senior level position, okay? And also when you do that, there's always a danger. It's like, okay, you kind of limit yourself to senior, as you know, it's like a pyramid. The higher you get up to, the less open positions there are, right? So if you're thinking about coming to Canada, trying to start with the bottom where you have a more opportunity, okay? But I'm not saying you have to start on the bottom, but what I'm saying is do not tell people that I only want senior level position. And then there's no need to reveal your age, your gender, your marital status, your date of birth. Absolutely not. So if you have it in your resume, take it out. In Canada, we believe in equal opportunity, okay? And then don't tell people I'm good at everything. And finally, I can learn quickly on a job, okay? If people's gonna hire you and pay you $150,000, they don't expect you to come to the company and spend the next 6 months taking some online courses, okay? No, you wouldn't do that if you're an employer. So if you would not do it, why would you expect the employer here to do it, right? So if you have any questions, please visit G-TAC's booth and we'll be happy to chat with you and give you a little bit more quick reminder in online. As well as 1 p.m. today, G-TAC will do a presentation about some of the hottest jobs on the market right now. And they are ready for GTS, so the employers are ready for sponsorship. We represent quite a number of employers, so we have lots of opportunities, and all these jobs are not published. So only people on this platform right now can see some of the jobs that we are helping our employers sourcing. Finally, thank you all. if you have any other questions, by all means, to send it to info@g-tac.ca, info@g-tac.ca. We also come to G-TAC's booth, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the upskill trainings that we have. Okay, so by all means, there are so many accounting class. There are various other training, cybersecurity, business analysis. So all these are great, very, very relevant to your needs. Okay, and all these courses are taught online. And right now, most of the students right now, they're students from all over the world, including Canada and around the world that's taking these courses. So I am going to stop sharing my screen there, and I'm going to welcome my colleague, Caitlin, and our also a colleague, Noha Usman. Thank you, Noha. Thank you. Caitlin, you want to do a little introduction to our audience here?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin. This is our second day of webinars, and we had such a fantastic day yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to today as well. We're really grateful for everyone who sticks around and really, asks important questions and listens to the presenters and makes it really worth all of our time for putting these days together. So I wish you the best of luck at the job fair, and I hope that you talk to some recruiters, but also I want to thank you as well for being here. My name is Caitlin Tessler. You guys can feel free to connect with me online. I'm the VP of Business Development, and I love connecting with people from all over the world, so pleasure. And we will be introducing our presenter probably in about 5 minutes for our first presentation. It's going to be a French language presentation. I know that a lot of people have been looking for that. There's a lot of French questions that come through the chats, even during English presentations. And I think we'll just run a few promotional videos before the presentation starts so that everyone who wants to be here can be here at 9. And then we'll introduce our speaker, and we will get started with the day.
Okay, so before we start the video, Noha, are you there? Now, you obviously can introduce yourself in French because our next webinar will be entirely in French. So Noha, and also to our Arabic speaking friends, you can speak do a little in Arabic. Sorry, Caitlin, you want to add something?
I was just going to say, yeah, we could do that. I'll introduce you again at 9. We could do it now too, though. It's no big deal.
Yeah, sure. Noha, go ahead. Give us a little greeting in Arabic and in French.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde, sabah al-khair. Je m'appelle Noha, moi je suis ici pour aider G-TAC dans leur 11e Expo nationale virtuelle des carrières. Alors, je serai ici avec vous durant la présentation de Venez, Vivre à Nouveau Brunswick, New Brunswick, et poser les questions. Nous sommes ici tous pour vous aider dans votre carrière, cheminement. Je suis une immigrante de l'Égypte qui est venue il y a 9 ans. Je travaille maintenant. Alors, la porte est ouverte ici au Canada pour tout le monde. Voilà. Et si vous avez des questions, nous sommes là pour vous répondre. Merci.
Okay. Shaw, I hope you have a great day. I'll see you back here at, I guess, 10 to 11.
Yeah, so I will leave you guys, and I'll see you at 10 to 11. Exactly. Yes, I'll see you a bit later. Okay then.
Okay.
Thank you, Noha. Merci, Noha. And merci à tous. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay. I'm not sure who's over at the G-TAC side, but if you want, we do have a few minutes to play some promotional videos. So I'll just turn my camera off and I'll let us play some.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Up Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor, that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ça va
Bonjour.
bien, Shaines?
Ça va et vous?
Oui. On vient d'introduire Noah.
OK.
OK, on commence?
On peut commencer. Alors, ce qu'on va faire avant qu'on commence avec la présentation, c'est que je vais vous introduire, je vais introduire le sujet et aussi je vais donner... alors, pendant la présentation, il va y avoir beaucoup de questions. Alors, ce que moi, je vais faire, c'est je vais regarder les questions, je vais filtrer et je vais prendre ceux qui sont à propos à votre présentation. Et après la présentation, je vais servir comme une modératrice ou modérateur, je ne suis pas certaine c'est quoi. Je pratique encore mon français. Et je vais demander les questions et vous allez répondre. Alors, durant la présentation, vous pouvez juste concentrer sur ça. Et c'est vraiment moi qui va vous aider. Okay?
Parfait.
Alors, je vais faire une présentation brève sur vos sujets. Un instant. On a encore 1 minute et demie. Je vais juste commencer, ça va aller. On va avoir beaucoup de temps pour les questions. Alors, bienvenue tout le monde. Noah et Shaines sont des agents du programme d'immigration pour la Nouveau-Brunswick. Elles sont expertes d'aider les nouveaux arrivants à en savoir plus sur la belle province du Nouveau-Brunswick et toutes les opportunités d'emploi qui s'y trouvent dedans. Aujourd'hui, elles partageraient sur la vie au Nouveau-Brunswick, les secteurs clés, les voies d'immigration provinciales, les organisations d'aide aux immigrants. Noël et Chahines, merci beaucoup de nous joindre. La parole est à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Caitlin. Donc, voilà, donc je m'appelle Chahines et je suis agente d'immigration avec la province. Et donc, je vous remercie de faire partie de notre session aujourd'hui. Et puis, juste pour clarifier, donc ça va être une session de 50 minutes. Je vais commencer par fournir des informations, puis par la suite, on passera à peu près 10 minutes de questions et réponses. Donc, je vais commencer par jouer une vidéo juste pour vous donner un petit avant-goût. Okay. Et voilà, donc c'était juste une vidéo pour vous donner une idée sur notre belle province. Et je vais juste voir Oups. OK. Alors, donc ma présentation se déroulera comme suit. Je vais commencer par vous donner des informations générales sur la province, puis après, je vais vous donner les différentes voies qui vont peut-être vous permettre d'immigrer au Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis après, je vais passer aux critères et conditions d'admissibilité. Puis comme je l'ai dit, à la fin, on aura quelques minutes pour répondre à vos questions. Toujours la même question qui se pose, où se trouve le Nouveau-Brunswick? Donc, le Nouveau-Brunswick est une des provinces atlantiques. Donc, on se trouve à l'extrême est du Canada. Et puis, voilà, donc on n'est pas une grande province. Donc, on vient tout juste récemment d'atteindre le nombre de 800 000 habitants. et donc qui occupe donc 71 400 km² en termes de territoire. Donc, nos voisins sont le Québec, l'île du Prince-Édouard, la Nouvelle-Écosse et puis l'État américain du Maine. Probablement, certains d'entre vous le savent déjà. Donc, on est la seule province qui est officiellement bilingue. Et puis, comme je l'ai dit avant, donc, on n'est pas une grande province. On a plus un mélange de villes à taille moyenne puis des villes et des petites collectivités. On parle tout le temps de notre province qui est la seule officiellement bilingue au Canada. Mais quand on dit qu'on est officiellement bilingue, cela ne veut pas dire que tout le monde est bilingue chez nous. Non. Donc, on a beaucoup d'habitants qui sont francophones, beaucoup d'habitants qui sont anglophones, et beaucoup d'habitants qui sont bilingues. Mais on voit plus ça comme avantage parce que, premièrement, vous pouvez développer votre seconde langue. Deuxièmement, vos enfants auront la chance d'être bilingues, à savoir trilingues. Donc, quand je suis arrivée au Nouveau-Brunswick, je n'étais pas bilingue. Je le suis, grâce à la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Il y a des services d'établissement aux immigrants qui sont fournis gratuitement. Puis, entre les services qu'ils offrent, c'est des cours de langue gratuitement qui vous permettent effectivement d'avancer votre niveau, soit en anglais, soit en français. Et puis, l'autre avantage, c'est que même si vous dites, voilà, on est francophone ou bien on est anglophone, cela ne va pas dire que vous n'êtes pas servi. Vous pouvez absolument être servi dans la langue de votre choix. Vous pouvez absolument travailler en français ou en anglais. Bon, bien sûr, dépendamment de la région où vous êtes, il y a certaines régions et certains secteurs qui demandent que le candidat soit bilingue ou bien ait des connaissances minimales en deuxième langue. Le pourcentage de francophones dans la région est à peu près de 32%. Ils sont majoritairement situés dans le nord de la province et les anglophones, c'est à peu près 66%, beaucoup plus vers le centre et le sud de notre province. Qui dit Nouveau-Brunswick dit que la nature n'est jamais loin. Donc, si vous êtes des candidats ou des personnes qui aiment la nature, qui aiment tout ce qui est beauté naturelle, le Nouveau-Brunswick est votre destination de rêve. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, nos villes sont à taille moyenne, puis nos principaux centres urbains sont Saint-Jean, qui est considéré notre centre industriel, puis qui a le plus grand port du Canada Atlantique, par volume, là, on parle, OK? Puis, en ce qui concerne Moncton, c'est notre centre commercial, c'est la région la plus culturellement diversifiée de la province, puis il y a beaucoup, beaucoup de francophones dans la région de Moncton. Et puis, il y a Fredericton, qui est la capitale de notre province et qui est un carrefour d'entrepreneurs puis de secteurs, surtout de la technologie de l'information. Les villes à taille moyenne, je citerai Edmundston, Bathurst et Campbellton dans le nord de la province, Miramichi aussi dans le nord, mais un peu plus vers le centre, est-centre. C'est des villes moyennes, mais où il y a de la vie. Pour ce qui concerne Edmundston, Bathurst et Campbellton, c'est des régions francophones. Miramichi, c'est une région plus ou moins bilingue. Collectivités, nous citons à titre d'exemple Shediac, St. Andrews, Woodstock et Caraquet. Shediac et Caraquet, c'est des régions francophones. St. Andrews et Woodstock plus anglophones que francophones. Shediac, St. Andrews se trouve, puis Caraquet se trouve sur la côte est, donc c'est sur l'Atlantique. C'est pour ça que c'est des régions qui sont considérées régions très touristiques. Shediac, si vous le savez, donc elle est connue par la capitale mondiale du homard. St. Andrews, connu par les croisières d'observation de baleines, puis vous les voyez, les baleines. Comme moi, j'avais fait avec ma famille deux croisières d'observation de baleines à Saint-Andrews, 2 fois. Puis dans les 2 fois, on a vu des baleines, puis beaucoup de baleines. Donc, c'est vraiment des endroits où on apprécie personnellement quand on a des longues fins de semaine, où on voudrait aller quelque part, mais pas très loin. C'est là où on y va. Et là, c'est juste des exemples de petites collectivités. Puis je voulais garder cette dia juste pour vous donner une idée sur la splendeur de nos paysages. Puis là, je citerai comme Saint-Léonard, Kedgwick, puis Venez, qui sont considérés comme petites collectivités dynamiques dans notre province. La qualité de vie. Personnellement, je le dis et je le répète à chaque fois que je fasse une présentation. Donc, selon moi, le Nouveau-Brunswick offre une excellente qualité de vie. Puis je le dis encore, excellente. Et ça, c'est selon moi. Pourquoi? Parce que la province offre un mode de vie assez avantageux par rapport aux autres provinces. Et puis là, je dirais, c'est surtout parce qu'on peut avoir un équilibre en notre vie professionnelle puis notre vie personnelle. Ceci est dû à pas mal de facteurs, entre autres, c'est une petite province. Je n'arrête pas à le répéter. Donc, pour les gens qui veulent y aller à un endroit où c'est grand, où il y a beaucoup de monde, où il y a beaucoup de circulation, où on ne veut pas que la vie s'arrête pendant les 24 heures, je pense que vous devrez peut-être repenser à votre décision parce que ce n'est pas le cas pour notre petite belle province. Donc, c'est nos villes sont à taille moyenne. Vous allez arriver chez vous comme dans 5-10 minutes maximum. Généralement, nos journées de travail à temps plein, ça prend à peu près 35 à 40 heures par semaine. Personnellement, je fais 36 heures semaine. Je termine mon travail à 4h30, 5h moins quart, je suis à la maison. Donc, du coup, vous aurez assez de temps pour votre famille et vos amis. Et puis, on a l'espace. On a l'espace et on a tout ce qu'il faut pour profiter de ces moments, des activités et tout ça. On passe des journées pleines. Donc, nos journées sont quand même pleines, comme partout dans le Canada. Les journées sont pleines. Mais la différence, c'est que nos journées sont pleines avec de bonnes choses. On termine la journée de travail tout, puis on commence déjà à savourer les moments avec la famille puis les amis. C'est pas qu'on passe 1 heure, 1h30 dans la voiture en attendant que j'arrive chez moi à 6h30, 7h où je suis exténuée. Je n'ai plus le temps de faire quoi que ce soit. En plus, notre province est connue par son faible taux de criminalité. Pour ce qui concerne les prix des maisons, comme un peu partout dans le pays, les prix des maisons ont quand même augmenté par rapport à il y a 2 ans de ça avant la pandémie, mais ça reste quand même très, très bas par rapport au prix des maisons dans le Canada. Donc, si je compare les prix au Nouveau-Brunswick avec les prix moyens d'une maison au Canada, c'est à peu près le tiers. Puis, si je prends la section à droite de mon écran, là, comme Fredericton puis Saint-Jean, c'est à peu près le même prix. Puis, c'est ouvert, là, je ne vois pas le prix, mais je pense que c'est à peu près 270 000 $. Pour ce qui est de Moncton, c'est un peu plus cher, donc c'est aux environs de 320 000 $, mais ça reste quand même bas. Je compare au centre par rapport à Toronto, c'est 4 fois le prix. Ottawa, c'est le double à peu près. Et ces photos-là, c'est aussi juste pour vous donner une idée sur les prix. Ça varie. Ici, je vois que ça passe à peu près entre 200 000 puis 300 et quelques. Évidemment, ça dépend de la maison, si elle est nouvelle, elle est ancienne, comme l'âge de la maison, la région où se trouve la maison. C'est vrai que si la maison est dans une région rurale, le prix est beaucoup moins cher que dans une région urbaine. En ce qui concerne les soins de santé, donc la province du Nouveau-Brunswick offre une couverture médicale à tous les résidents permanents. Puis, ceci est à travers le programme d'assurance maladie. Puis, c'est un programme où c'est une couverture qui va couvrir tous les soins basiques, c'est-à-dire, par exemple, une consultation chez un médecin de famille ou, comme on le dit dans beaucoup d'autres pays, un généraliste. Ça peut être comme une consultation pour aller voir un spécialiste. Ça peut être, si jamais vous avez besoin de faire un bilan sanguin, vous avez besoin de faire une radio. Si jamais vous avez une hospitalisation, un accouchement, donc vraiment des soins basiques. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne les soins dentaires puis les soins de la vue, c'est différent. Donc, ce n'est pas couvert par la carte d'assurance maladie, mais ce qu'on fait chez nous, c'est qu'il y a ce qu'on appelle des avantages sociaux, c'est des avantages qui sont obtenus à travers votre employeur. Donc, l'employeur va participer au paiement d'une assurance privée. Sinon, pour le reste, je pense qu'il faudrait prendre une assurance privée si vous voulez couvrir les soins dentaires puis les soins de la vue. Et puis pour ce qui est du système d'éducation, donc l'éducation chez nous, entre la maternelle jusqu'en 12e année, c'est-à-dire entre l'âge de 5 ans jusqu'à l'âge de 18 ans, c'est gratuit. C'est disponible dans les deux langues, soit avec le district scolaire francophone, soit avec le district scolaire anglophone. Puis, c'est partout dans la région, c'est vraiment votre choix, puisque vous voulez. Et là, moi, en tant qu'ex-francophone, maintenant bilingue, j'ai choisi d'inscrire mes enfants avec le district scolaire francophone. Mais croyez-le ou pas, mes enfants comme leur anglais, ils n'ont jamais étudié en anglais, mais leur anglais est meilleur que le mien. Et ceci est dûment ou bien fortement dû au fait qu'on vit dans une communauté où tout le monde parle anglais fréquemment. Donc, qu'on le veuille ou pas, c'est comme un virus. L'anglais s'attrape. Donc, du coup, mes enfants sont trilingues, donc ils parlent les 3 langues. On essaie à la maison de parler chez nous en arabe parce que j'insiste que mes enfants ne perdent pas leur culture puis leur langue maternelle. À l'école, ils parlent français. Leur français excellent, leur anglais se pratique avec les enfants, les amis, à travers la communauté, les activités et tout ça. Pensez-y, c'est un avantage à ne pas rater. En ce qui concerne l'école ou les études postsecondaires, ce n'est pas gratuit, donc c'est payant. Et puis c'est disponible en français et en anglais. C'est votre choix. Puis on a également des écoles et des centres de formation professionnelle un peu partout au Canada. En ce qui concerne les universités anglophones, donc on en a 5. Il y a l'université University of New Brunswick, qui se trouve à Fredericton, puis à Saint-Jean. Donc, c'est 2 campus différents qui font partie de l'université. Il y a Mount Allison University, qui se trouve à Sackville, qui n'est pas très loin de Moncton. Et puis, St. Thomas University, qui se trouve à Fredericton. En ce qui concerne l'université francophone, donc il y a l'université de Moncton, qui a 3 campus, l'un à Moncton, l'autre à Edmundston. Et le 3e, c'est au Chipagan. Et puis, pour les centres professionnels, donc, on a les collèges communautaires francophones et anglophones qui offrent plus de 90 programmes, donc, dans 11 campus. Les industries principales dans notre région, donc, l'économie du Nouveau-Brunswick a toujours été basée sur ses ressources naturelles. Si on prend par exemple les forêts, donc la région où bien les forêts occupent à peu près 85% de la masse terrestre, du coup, donc le bois devient un élément très important dans notre économie. On a l'extraction minière, l'agriculture évidemment, la pêche, parce que je vous rappelle bien, donc on est sur l'océan Atlantique. La pêche est une industrie principale dans l'économie de notre province. Et puis, sur le long de la côte Est, on a beaucoup d'usines de transformation de poissons et puis d'élevage de saumon. Et évidemment, la fabrication, donc la fabrication dans le bois, puis les services d'aliments, par exemple. Pour les secteurs qui sont en demande, donc dans les dernières années, notre province a entrepris des efforts pour promouvoir une économie basée surtout et beaucoup plus sur la technologie de l'information et puis la communication. Donc, d'ailleurs, on a beaucoup de grandes compagnies qui ont installé leur bureau ou bien une partie de leurs quelques succursales dans notre région, ce qui a fait qu'on a beaucoup d'ouverture puis d'opportunités dans le secteur de la technologie de l'information. Le secteur des transports, c'est un secteur en demande. D'ailleurs, on fait souvent des missions de recrutement pour recruter des chauffeurs de poids lourds. Et je n'ai jamais vu un camionneur dans la province au chômage. Les services de santé aussi, donc c'est un secteur qui est en forte demande. D'ailleurs, on travaille en collaboration en ce moment avec le ministère de la Santé publique pour recruter ou bien pour amener des infirmiers et infirmières et puis les aider à obtenir leur certification pour pouvoir travailler en tant qu'infirmier et infirmière dans la santé, dans notre région. On avait récemment invité beaucoup de candidats, récemment, quand je dis récemment, c'est-à-dire l'année passée, puis on est dans le processus d'inviter encore beaucoup plus d'infirmiers et infirmières à travers le volet entrée express. Puis la majorité de ces candidats n'ont pas encore obtenu la résidence permanente, mais ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on les a connectés avec des employeurs dans la région, puis ils ont obtenu des offres d'emploi en tant que préposés soins ou bien d'être infirmiers en attendant de compléter le programme pour être certifié et travailler en tant qu'infirmier ou infirmière. Comme je l'ai déjà indiqué, donc le secteur de fabrication puis transformation des aliments. Si vous êtes sous le charme de notre belle province, nous avons plusieurs options pour vous. Pour pouvoir, je dirais, soumettre une demande de résidence permanente, puis pouvoir nous joindre. Donc, les volets qu'on a, on a deux c'est pas des options, mais deux différents grands programmes. On a le programme des candidats du Nouveau-Brunswick, puis on a le programme d'immigration au Canada Atlantique. Pour ce qui concerne le programme des candidats du Nouveau-Brunswick, on a le volet des travailleurs qualifiés. Il y a le volet de l'initiative stratégique. Je ne l'ai pas ici parce qu'on avait fait une présentation aux anglophones. Puis quand la présentation a été traduite, ils n'ont pas introduit le volet initiative stratégique. Mais il y a également le volet entrée express. Donc, le programme des candidats du Nouveau-Brunswick, 3 programmes, et le programme d'immigration au Canada Atlantique. Avant de se lancer dans son projet d'immigration, il y a des éléments à ne pas oublier puis à ne pas négliger. C'est vos documents. Donc, c'est vos documents qui vont vous aider à obtenir la décision positive de l'agent d'immigration. Donc, assurez-vous que tous vos documents d'identité sont traduits soit en français, soit en anglais. Il y a l'évaluation des diplômes d'études, puis votre test de langue. Ces 2 documents sont délivrés par des organismes qui ont été désignés par le gouvernement fédéral. Donc, assurez-vous que vos documents correspondent aux documents dont on a besoin. Donc, pour le DE, c'est ce qu'on accepte, c'est le WES. Il y a le ICAS IQAS, puis il y a le ICAS ICAS, puis il y a un 4e que j'ai oublié. Et puis, pour le test de langue, il y a le TEF, il y a le TCF pour le français, puis il y a le IELTS et le CELPEP pour l'anglais. Pour le TCF et TEF, assurez-vous que ce soit le test pour le Canada. C'est malheureux, j'ai vu des dossiers qui ont malheureusement été refusés juste parce qu'ils ont pris le test général. Donc, ce n'est pas parce qu'un TEF qu'on va l'accepter, il faut que ce soit le TEF pour le Canada, pas le TEF général, pas le TEF pour le Québec. Et puis, le dernier document qui est, je dirais, très, très important parce qu'il a un grand poids dans la décision de votre dossier d'immigration. Donc, votre document qui prouve votre expérience professionnelle. Vous avez besoin d'une lettre de recommandation de votre employeur qui est en fonction d'un format spécifique qui a été déterminé par la province avec le gouvernement fédéral. Donc, votre document doit être émis par votre employeur. Le document doit indiquer la date d'entrée en fonction, puis la date où vous avez quitté si vous n'occupez plus le même poste. Et puis, ce qui est plus important encore, c'est vos fonctions principales, parce que c'est ce qui vous aide à déterminer si votre expérience professionnelle est équivalente à votre ou correspondante à votre offre d'emploi. Donc, vous allez voir un peu plus tard. Pour tous les programmes, vous avez besoin d'un minimum d'une année d'expérience qui est reliée ou qui est en rapport avec l'offre d'emploi. Du coup, nous, on passe beaucoup de temps à évaluer cette expérience professionnelle. Puis honnêtement, je vous conseille fortement de soumettre tous les documents en support avec cette expérience professionnelle. Donc, si vous avez un document gouvernemental qui prouve que voilà, c'est l'expérience de travail que j'ai, ou bien d'autres documents comme contrat de travail, fiche de paye, ça ne dérange pas de les soumettre. Donc, ça aide l'agent d'immigration à déterminer qu'effectivement, vous avez l'expérience nécessaire pour occuper le poste dont vous voulez ou bien à travers lequel, la CMP à travers laquelle vous voulez appliquer. Puis nous, quand on traite ou bien quand on évalue l'expérience professionnelle, on se base surtout sur la classification nationale des professions. Pour les programmes des candidats du Nouveau-Brunswick, on a, comme je l'ai dit avant, donc le volet travailleurs qualifiés, entrée express puis initiative stratégique. Pour, je pense que je fais encore. Pour le programme des travailleurs qualifiés, quand est-ce qu'on peut dire « oui, je peux peut-être appliquer pour le programme travailleurs qualifiés seulement si j'ai une offre d'emploi ». Donc, sans offre d'emploi, les candidats ne peuvent pas passer par le programme des travailleurs qualifiés. Donc, il faut que ce soit une offre d'emploi pour un poste permanent à temps plein dans une CMP de niveau 0 à B, C et certains types du niveau D. Vous avez besoin d'un niveau de compétence en français et en anglais 4. Vous avez besoin d'un minimum d'une année d'expérience se rattachant à votre offre d'emploi. Et puis, évidemment, vous avez besoin d'une DE qui prouve que vous avez l'équivalent d'un diplôme d'études secondaires. Avoir l'intention de vivre et travailler au Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis c'est un programme qui est basé sur un système de points, donc vous devez avoir au moins 60 points sur 100. Comment ça fonctionne pour le programme des travailleurs qualifiés? Donc, si vous savez déjà, vous avez votre offre d'emploi d'un employeur éligible, vous avez votre expérience professionnelle qui vous permet d'appliquer pour cet emploi ou bien d'occuper cet emploi. La prochaine étape, c'est la création de votre déclaration d'intérêt sur notre système IMB. Donc, une fois que vous créez votre déclaration d'intérêt ou votre profil, ce qui se passe, c'est que cette DI, elle n'est pas évaluée par un agent d'immigration. Donc, c'est le système. Le système est fait de telle sorte que pour le programme des travailleurs qualifiés, vous allez recevoir directement l'invitation. Si vous recevez une invitation, donc vous aurez 45 jours à soumettre une demande complète. Puis après, nous, à notre niveau, donc après l'évaluation de votre demande, si la demande rencontre les critères du programme, c'est qu'on va délivrer donc ça va être une décision positive, puis ce qui se passe avec ça, on va émettre 2 documents. Donc, ça va être le certificat de désignation qui va vous permettre à soumettre une demande de résidence permanente. Et en parallèle, on va émettre une lettre de soutien pour le permis de travail qui va vous permettre d'appliquer à un permis de travail. Généralement, la demande de permis de travail prend à peu près 3 à 4 mois. Ça peut être plus, dépendamment de la région où vous êtes. Et donc, le permis de travail vous permettra de venir plus tôt commencer à travailler. En attendant, votre demande de résidence permanente sera traitée au niveau fédéral. Quand vous soumettez votre demande de résidence permanente, donc le fédéral va faire les vérifications médicales, criminelles, puis ils vont vérifier la sécurité. Et puis après, donc, s'ils vont approuver votre demande, vous allez automatiquement recevoir la résidence permanente. Le programme Entrée Express. Tout le monde aime le programme Entrée Express. Donc, programme Entrée Express, c'est un programme qui est aussi basé sur un système de points. Donc, vous avez besoin de 67 points pour être approuvé. Mais la première condition pour le programme Entrée Express, c'est que vous devez avoir un profil fédéral. Donc, nous, à notre niveau, quand on reçoit une demande, si le candidat n'a pas de profil Entrée Express, on ne va pas évaluer le dossier. Si le candidat n'est pas en mesure de créer un profil Entrée Express, cela veut dire que son dossier ne rencontre pas les critères. Et voilà. Donc, pour l'âge, c'est pour les candidats qui ont entre 22 ans et 55 ans. Vous avez besoin d'un test de langue de niveau 7 dans toutes les compétences, pas comme notre programme. Vous avez besoin d'une année d'expérience professionnelle de CMP 0A ou B acquise dans les 10 dernières années. Très, très important, expérience professionnelle, lettre de recommandation avec toutes les informations nécessaires qui vont permettre à l'agent d'approuver votre dossier. L'épreuve de fonds, donc vous avez besoin de l'argent dans votre compte qui va vous aider à subvenir à vos besoins une fois que vous arrivez au Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, pour l'épreuve de fonds, il faut que ce soit de l'argent accessible immédiatement. Si je reçois malheureusement une lettre explicative de la part d'un candidat qui me dit « j'ai une voiture ou une maison que je compte vendre quand j'obtiens la résidence permanente ou bien quand j'obtiens le visa pour venir prendre la résidence permanente. » Malheureusement, ça ne peut pas accepter. Ça ne peut pas être accepté. Puis, ce n'est pas des critères qui ont été décidés par la province, c'est vraiment le fédéral qui veut que votre argent soit disponible immédiatement. Pour le programme Entrée Express, pour ceux qui le savent ou bien pour ceux qui ne le savent pas encore, c'est un programme qui a 2 étapes. Donc, la première étape, c'est une étape provinciale, puis l'autre étape, c'est une étape fédérale. Ça, si vous passez à travers une des provinces. Donc, eux, comment ça se passe au niveau fédéral? C'est qu'ils vont sélectionner les candidats qui ont le score le plus élevé. Généralement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de candidats qui vont être invités directement. Donc, ce qui se passe, ces candidats-là vont soumettre une demande au programme des candidats du Nouveau-Brunswick à travers le volet Entrée Express. Puis nous, on va évaluer le dossier. Puis si le dossier rencontre les critères, ce qu'on fait, quand on émet notre certificat de nomination, le candidat recevra 600 points supplémentaires. Qu'est-ce qui se passe dans ce cas-là? Donc, ces 600 points vont permettre à ce candidat d'être invité par le fédéral. Donc, du coup, nous, quand on émet un certificat de nomination, on veut s'assurer que le candidat qui a obtenu les points a l'intention de venir vivre et travailler au Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, lors du traitement et de l'évaluation de la demande, si il s'avère que le candidat n'a pas l'intention de venir au Nouveau-Brunswick, son dossier est refusé automatiquement. Donc, notre programme est vraiment destiné pour les candidats qui ont l'intention de s'installer chez nous. Et en ce qui concerne les connexions pour la déclaration d'intérêt ou bien les liens avec la province. Malheureusement, pour le programme Entrée Express, ce n'est pas tout le monde qui peut soumettre une demande. Vous avez besoin d'une invitation. Comment se font les invitations? Donc, il y a 3 options. La première option, c'est l'offre d'emploi. Donc, si vous avez un emploi au Nouveau-Brunswick ou bien vous avez une offre d'emploi de code de CMP 0A ou B, ce que vous allez faire, vous allez créer votre déclaration d'intérêt, vous allez recevoir directement une invitation par le système. Donc, ce n'est pas les agents qui évaluent votre déclaration d'intérêt si vous avez une offre d'emploi. Pour les étudiants, donc pour les étudiants qui ont complété leur programme d'études dans les 6 derniers mois ou bien qui vont compléter leur programme d'études dans les 3 prochains mois, c'est la même chose, ils vont recevoir une invitation. Maintenant, la troisième option, ce qu'on appelle l'option des professions en demande, c'est des candidats qui vont être sélectionnés par les agents d'immigration parce qu'ils ont une profession en demande. Ceci dit, ce n'est pas tous les candidats qui ont une profession en demande qui vont recevoir une lettre d'intérêt. Donc, si vous êtes sélectionné parce que vous avez une profession en demande, vous allez recevoir une lettre d'intérêt provincial à partir de votre profil fédéral. Ce que vous allez faire, suite à cette lettre d'intérêt provincial, vous allez nous répondre, nous envoyer un message à la boîte entrée express et puis nous, on va vérifier, on va regarder votre déclaration d'intérêt, vérifier l'information. Puis si on juge que votre profil demeure intéressant, on va vous émettre dans ce cas-là une invitation à soumettre une demande. En ce qui concerne les sessions d'information, c'est une question qui revient à chaque fois. Puis je l'ai vu même ce matin sur l'écran, donc il y a des candidats qui l'ont posé. Est-ce que le fait d'assister à une session d'information est considéré comme un lien ou une connexion avec la province? Malheureusement, non. Assister à une session d'information n'est pas considéré comme lien ou une connexion avec la province. C'est comme son nom le dit. Une session d'information, c'est pour fournir l'information sur la province ou bien sur les programmes d'immigration. Mais ça ne permet pas d'obtenir une déclaration d'intérêt. On le dit et on le répète lors des sessions, mais malheureusement, on continue à avoir la même question, des courriels envoyés à la boîte entrée express nous disant, voilà, j'ai assisté à telle session d'information, mais je n'ai pas reçu d'invitation. Malheureusement, la session d'information n'est pas considérée comme connexion avec la province. Le processus ou la procédure pour le programme Entrée Express, donc si vous répondez aux critères de connexion, c'est-à-dire soit vous avez une offre d'emploi, soit que vous avez étudié au Nouveau-Brunswick, ou bien vous avez reçu une lettre d'intérêt provincial parce que vous avez une profession en demande, ce qui va se faire, c'est que vous allez devoir créer une déclaration d'intérêt et puis nous, on va évaluer votre déclaration d'intérêt. Donc, c'est vraiment les agents d'immigration. On a une équipe qui s'occupe de l'évaluation des déclarations d'intérêt. Puis, si eux, ils jugent que c'est un bon profil, dans ce cas-là, vous allez recevoir une invitation à soumettre une demande. Même chose, vous aurez 45 jours pour la soumission d'une demande complète. Quand on reçoit la demande, après l'évaluation du dossier, si c'est une approbation, vous allez recevoir un certificat de désignation qui va vous permettre d'obtenir plus de points pour être invité directement par le fédéral et bien pour la soumission de votre demande complète au fédéral. Pour les candidats qui reçoivent une offre d'emploi, ce qu'on va faire aussi, on pourrait émettre une lettre de soutien pour le permis de travail qui va vous permettre de venir plutôt commencer à travailler en attendant de recevoir la résidence permanente. Excusez-moi. Et le programme Initiative stratégique, c'est un programme qui est destiné seulement pour les francophones. C'est quoi les options de ce programme? Donc, les gens qui ont une offre d'emploi, même chose, ils peuvent soumettre une demande puis recevoir une invitation directement parce qu'ils ont une offre d'emploi. Ou bien les candidats qui veulent faire une visite exploratoire peuvent aussi soumettre une demande. La troisième option, c'est aussi l'invitation directe par la province. Puis comment se fait l'invitation directe? C'est aussi la même chose. Des fois, on pourrait faire des événements où on va inviter des candidats à atteindre l'événement, puis on va leur communiquer un lien pour qu'ils puissent remplir ou introduire toutes leurs informations. À partir de là, ce qui va se faire, c'est que ces profils-là vont être évalués à l'interne. Évaluation à l'interne, puis ceux qui ont été sélectionnés vont être également évalués par d'autres partenaires dans la communauté pour s'assurer que ces candidats vont pouvoir s'établir ou bien seront en mesure de s'intégrer et s'établir point de vue économique. Et voilà, donc ils vont recevoir une invitation directe. Pour ce qui est de l'âge, donc les candidats qui ont 19 ans et 55 ans peuvent soumettre une demande. On a besoin, ou bien vous avez besoin d'un niveau 5 dans toutes les compétences avec un test de français. J'avais dit auparavant que c'est un programme qui est disponible juste pour les francophones. C'est un programme qui est disponible pour toute personne qui a un test de langue française avec un niveau 5. C'est-à-dire, si vous êtes bilingue, mais en même temps, vous avez un test de langue de français qui est un niveau 5, vous pouvez soumettre une demande, pas nécessairement francophone seulement, mais les bilingues aussi ont droit à ce programme. Vous avez besoin d'une EDE avec un minimum d'un diplôme d'études secondaires ou bien un minimum d'une année d'expérience en rapport avec votre offre d'emploi. Et puis, évidemment, vous avez l'intention de vivre et travailler au Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est la même chose. C'est un programme qui est basé sur un système de points, 65 points pour être éligible à ce programme. Ce tableau est juste une petite comparaison, puis je vais aller rapidement parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps pour les questions. Donc, si je compare les trois programmes, pour le premier programme travailleur qualifié, vous avez absolument besoin d'une offre d'emploi. Entrée express, initiative stratégique, l'offre d'emploi est juste une option, donc ce n'est pas obligatoire. Vous avez besoin de l'expérience professionnelle pour tous les programmes, d'un minimum une année. Tous les programmes, vous avez absolument besoin, il faudrait absolument avoir l'intention de travailler puis vivre au Nouveau-Brunswick. Test de langue pour tous les programmes. La différence est en relation avec le niveau de test de langue. Donc, vous avez besoin d'un 4 pour le programme travailleur qualifié, 7 entrée express, puis 5 pour l'initiative stratégique. Le programme d'immigration au Canada Atlantique, c'est un programme qui est axé sur l'employeur. Donc, comment ça se passe? L'employeur soumet une déclaration d'intérêt à la province. S'il rencontre les critères, il va être désigné. À partir de là, c'est seulement les employeurs désignés qui peuvent appuyer les demandes des candidats. Donc, vous avez besoin d'une offre d'emploi d'un employeur désigné. Si votre demande rencontre les critères, vous allez recevoir un certificat d'approbation qui va vous permettre de soumettre une demande de résidence permanente à l'IRCC. L'admissibilité par rapport aux candidats du programme d'immigration au Canada Atlantique, c'est juste c'est pour les candidats qui ont 19 ans et plus. Vous avez besoin d'un test de langue, mais le niveau du test de langue dépend de votre offre d'emploi. Donc, ça peut être un niveau de compétence 5 ou 4. Et pour les études, ici aussi, c'est la même chose. Donc, vous avez besoin d'une EDE, mais dépendamment de votre niveau de compétence. Donc, si votre niveau de compétence ou bien le niveau de compétence de l'offre d'emploi est de 0 et A, dans ce cas-là, vous avez besoin d'un minimum, un certificat d'études postsecondaires d'une année. Si votre niveau de compétence est B ou C, niveau de compétence de l'offre d'emploi, encore une fois, donc dans ce cas-là, vous avez besoin d'un minimum de diplôme d'études secondaires. L'expérience professionnelle, il faudrait avoir un minimum une année d'expérience professionnelle dans relié à l'offre d'emploi. Maintenant, il y a quelque chose à clarifier. Vous pouvez monter ou pas descendre. Donc, si votre expérience professionnelle est de niveau A, vous ne pouvez pas appliquer pour un poste de niveau de compétence C. Maintenant, le contraire est possible. Donc, si vous avez de l'expérience de niveau de compétence B, puis vous voulez appliquer à un poste de niveau A, à condition que vous ayez des compétences transférables. Donc, si nous, à notre niveau, ou bien même au fédéral, les agents du fédéral, donc si on juge que, OK, votre expérience professionnelle est de niveau B, mais vos fonctions principales ont des compétences qui peuvent être utilisées dans un poste de niveau 0. Dans ce cas-là, on pourrait approuver la demande. Et les fonds d'établissement également sont requis pour le programme d'immigration au Canada Atlantique. Maintenant, vous avez été choisi par la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Vous avez été approuvé, vous avez reçu votre résidence permanente et vous êtes déjà ici. Je voulais juste rassurer tout le monde que, donc, il y a des organismes qu'on appelle les organismes d'établissement pour les immigrants ou les deux organismes d'aide à l'établissement. Ces organismes-là vont aider les nouveaux arrivants à commencer leur nouvelle vie dans notre province. Ce qui se passe, c'est que vous allez le contacter. Eux, du moment où ils savent que vous avez la résidence permanente. Donc, c'est un service qui est offert seulement pour les résidents permanents, puis c'est un service qui est gratuit pour les candidats. Ce qu'ils font beaucoup plus, c'est des sessions d'information puis de l'orientation. Ils vous aident à faire de la recherche d'emploi, je l'ai cité avant par rapport au cours de langue. Et puis, pour les activités sociales et familiales, donc ça aide énormément pour l'intégration. Et voilà, j'essaie de faire vite pour pouvoir répondre à quelques questions. Donc, si vous êtes à la recherche d'emploi au Nouveau-Brunswick, puis moi, je vous encourage fortement parce que c'est la meilleure option pour pouvoir soumettre une demande. Donc, si vous avez une offre d'emploi, personne ne va vous questionner. Donc, vous serez une priorité par rapport aux autres candidats qui n'ont pas d'offre d'emploi. Donc, je vous conseille fortement d'aller voir emploimb.ca. Donc, pour plus d'informations par rapport à nos programmes d'immigration, surtout si vous êtes invité avant la soumission d'une demande, allez sur notre site web bienvenue.mb.ca, téléversez le guide, lisez le guide en détail parce que la qualité de votre demande, elle a beaucoup d'influence sur la décision sur votre dossier. Si vous avez des questions, préoccupations, vous pouvez nous envoyer un courriel à immigration@jmb.ca. Et voilà, eh bien, merci beaucoup. Et je passe maintenant à toi, Caitlin, pour les questions.
Merci beaucoup, Shainez. Je voulais juste vous demander, est-ce que vous êtes disponible un peu après 10 heures? Parce qu'on a beaucoup de questions et j'aimerais avoir l'opportunité de répondre aussi.
On a combien de temps tout de suite? On a combien de temps tout de suite?
Tout de suite, je voulais dire, c'est 11 heures chez vous, hein? C'est presque...
Il est 11 heures moins quart chez moi.
OK, en fait, on a 45 minutes disponibles maintenant pour demander les questions.
Oui, mais moi j'avais prévu comme 10 à 15.
OK, alors vous n'êtes pas... OK, alors on va demander...
Oui, parce que pourquoi je pose la question? Parce que je pensais qu'il me restait juste 5 minutes. Là, 5 minutes,
oui,
je pourrais rajouter 10 minutes. Mais
on avait juste 5 minutes, mais l'autre présenteur est malade. Alors maintenant, on a encore du temps. Alors, si vous êtes disponible, on va continuer. Sinon...
Je pourrais faire 15 minutes.
OK, on va faire ça. On va faire
20 au grand maximum, mais pas plus parce que j'ai une réunion à 11h15 puis je devrais préparer ma documentation.
Okay. Alors, on va demander les questions jusqu'à ça. Alors, j'ai beaucoup de questions, mais la première question, je sais que vous avez déjà répondu et la question est très facile à répondre, mais on le voit vraiment souvent.
Oui.
Alors, la première question que je veux demander, c'est est-ce qu'on peut envoyer une déclaration d'intérêt au Nouveau-Brunswick après d'avoir assisté à ce webinaire?
OK. Pour répondre à cette question, donc, est-ce que vous voulez dire juste soumettre une déclaration d'intérêt ou bien recevoir l'invitation? Il y a deux choses.
Alors, je pense que ce que les personnes veulent savoir, c'est est-ce qu'ils peuvent utiliser ce webinaire
comme connexion?
Oui.
Ouais. Malheureusement, ce webinaire ne peut pas être utilisé comme connexion avec la province. Pour la soumission de déclaration d'intérêt, pour l'instant, le système accepte encore les déclarations d'intérêt si vous indiquez que vous avez reçu vous avez assisté à une session d'information. Bientôt, cette option ne sera plus disponible. C'est juste une affaire de mettre à jour le système. Pour Entrée Express en particulier, bientôt, vous ne serez plus en mesure de soumettre une déclaration d'intérêt à moins que vous ayez une connexion qui sont à savoir pour Entrée Express, l'offre d'emploi, les études ou bien la lettre d'intérêt provinciale.
Merci. Bonjour. Est-ce que je peux trouver un travail au Nouveau-Brunswick parlant seulement français ou est-ce que la maîtrise de l'anglais est obligatoire pour décrocher un poste?
OK. dépendamment de la région où vous êtes, donc on a des régions qui sont beaucoup plus francophones que d'autres, en particulier le nord de la province, où il y a beaucoup de gens qui travaillent uniquement en français. Il y a d'autres postes qui sont seulement francophones dans d'autres régions de la province. Mais non. Dans certaines régions, par exemple, je parle de Fredericton, vous avez plus d'options ou bien plus de chances d'obtenir un emploi si vous connaissez un peu l'anglais, beaucoup plus de chances si vous connaissez un peu plus l'anglais, dépendamment des régions. Mais même à Fredericton, et si vous êtes francophone seulement, il y a une probabilité que vous pouvez avoir un poste parce qu'il y a dans certains secteurs, on a besoin de francophones seulement. En particulier, par exemple, dans le secteur de l'éducation, soit les enseignants, soit le personnel, soit donc avec le district scolaire francophone. Il y a aussi des établissements d'aide aux immigrants. Il y a des organismes économiques également, donc qui aident les immigrants à s'intégrer économiquement et qui fonctionnent seulement en français. Donc, la réponse, en gros, est oui. Même si vous êtes francophone seulement, vous pouvez décrocher un emploi.
Merci. En fait, la prochaine question, c'est lié avec celui-là parce que quelqu'un a demandé quelles sont les villes très majoritairement francophones.
Le nord de la province, c'est-à-dire Edmundston, Bathurst, Campbellton, puis tout au long de la côte en s'approchant vers le centre. Moncton est une ville bilingue, mais il y a beaucoup de francophones. Mais si on recherche vraiment des régions francophones à 100%, c'est le nord de la province.
Parfait. Celui-là, c'est une longue question, mais je pense que c'est utile. Alors, il a dit, bonjour, j'ai un profil entrée express et nous souhaiterions nous installer, mon mari et moi, au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je suis un docteur en électronique et je suis enseignante au secondaire. Mon mari est un magistère en électrotechnique. Nous souhaiterions savoir quels sont les organismes qu'on doit contacter pour que nous puissions travailler avec nos diplômes tels de l'ordre des ingénieurs.
En ce qui concerne l'Ordre des ingénieurs, sur le site du Nouveau-Brunswick, il y a l'information complète reliée aux professions réglementées. Parce que si je comprends bien, donc le poste de votre conjoint, ça c'est une profession réglementée, ce n'est pas évident de trouver une offre d'emploi sans faire la certification. En ce qui concerne l'enseignement au secondaire, il faudrait contacter les districts scolaires parce que je sais, en particulier vous êtes francophone, je sais qu'ils ont un grand besoin pour les enseignants francophones, soit au primaire, soit au secondaire. Et voilà, je sais qu'on parle de certification puis d'équivalence de diplôme pour les enseignants, mais par moment, quand ils ont de grands besoins, je pense qu'ils peuvent prendre des enseignants qui n'ont pas l'équivalence pour commencer avec les suppléances. C'est sûr, vous n'allez pas obtenir le poste permanent, mais au moins pour commencer avec les suppléances. Et puis, meilleur endroit pour aller, pour trouver ou décrocher un emploi, c'est vraiment emploi.mb.ca.
OK, parfait. J'ai eu cette question plusieurs fois, mais c'est la visite d'exploration est-elle virtuelle?
Non. La visite exploratoire de l'initiative stratégique qui est considérée comme lien ou connexion avec la province n'est pas virtuelle. Souvent, les candidats vont être confus entre les sessions virtuelles puis la visite exploratoire en personne. Les sessions virtuelles sont obligatoires parce que ça fait partie du plan d'établissement. Donc, même si vous avez été invité directement, vous avez une offre d'emploi ou bien vous avez été invité directement sans la visite exploratoire, vous avez tout de même besoin d'assister à ces sessions d'information fournies par ces organismes d'établissement aux immigrants. Maintenant, la visite exploratoire, c'est différent. Pour que ce soit considéré comme lien avec la province, il faut que ce soit une visite en personne.
Merci. S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'il y a les employeurs qui recrutent à l'international? Parce que la plupart des sites de recrutement insistent sur le fait d'avoir l'autorisation de travailler au Canada.
Oui, les employeurs recrutent fréquemment de l'international. Je me suis présentée comme agent d'immigration, donc je passe au moins 1 heure ou 2 heures par jour à évaluer des dossiers. 90% de ces dossiers sont des dossiers avec une offre d'emploi d'un employeur du Nouveau-Brunswick, puis le candidat est à l'étranger. Donc, effectivement, les employeurs recrutent à l'international.
Merci. J'ai une question ici. Je suis infirmière à l'étranger et j'ai déjà ma test de langue et mon évaluation de diplôme en cours. Est-ce que je peux postuler pour des postes et passer des entrevues en attendant mon évaluation de diplôme?
Vous pouvez passer une entrevue avec l'employeur en attendant votre évaluation de diplôme d'études ou bien la certification, je ne suis pas claire. Donc, si on parle de
la certification, mais
oui, vous pouvez postuler pour un emploi en attendant votre certification, sauf que vous ne pouvez pas exercer en tant qu'infirmière certifiée. Vous pouvez exercer en tant qu'aide-soignante, aide-infirmière, en attendant d'avoir la certification.
J'ai une question ici qui a été écrite en anglais, mais je vais la traduire parce que je pense que c'est utile. Il y a une personne ici qui veut savoir si elle devrait appliquer pour immigration premièrement ou travail avant d'appliquer pour le travail. Alors, est-ce qu'elle doit postuler pour un travail ou est-ce qu'elle attend pour l'immigration premièrement?
Moi, je dirais, on commence par appliquer pour l'emploi. Pourquoi? Parce que l'emploi nous facilite la soumission de nos dossiers d'immigration. Comme quand je suis passée à travers ma présentation, je l'ai bien expliqué que le meilleur moyen, plus rapide, plus efficace pour la soumission d'une demande d'immigration, c'est d'avoir une offre d'emploi. Honnêtement, je suis au bureau là, puis j'ai 2 dossiers. Un candidat qui n'a pas d'offre d'emploi, puis un candidat qui a une offre d'emploi, je sais que le candidat qui a une offre d'emploi a plus de chances pour s'intégrer dans la province que le candidat qui n'a pas d'offre d'emploi. Donc, l'offre d'emploi, c'est toujours mieux de postuler avec une offre d'emploi que d'appliquer directement à l'immigration.
Merci. J'ai une question ici par Amar qui demande, est-ce que l'industrie de pétrole est en demande au Nouveau-Brunswick?
L'industrie de pétrole. Je ne suis pas certaine. Je ne pense pas, mais je ne suis pas certaine. Là. Je n'ai pas vu des demandes dans ce secteur, puis je n'ai pas vu d'intérêt de la part d'employeurs pour ces postes dans ce secteur-là.
Ici, elle demande, quelle est la durée maximale du traitement des dossiers en ce qui concerne l'entrée express?
En ce qui concerne l'entrée express, ça dépend. Si on parle de la durée du traitement au niveau provincial ou au niveau fédéral ou la totalité. Si on parle de la totalité, c'est-à-dire du moment où on a soumis notre demande à la province jusqu'à l'obtention de la résidence permanente, ça prend aux environs de 12 mois. Maintenant, si on parle juste la province, ça ne prend pas beaucoup de temps. Donc, si on reçoit une demande, puis on n'a pas beaucoup de charges de travail, ça peut prendre entre quelques jours à quelques semaines, mais pas beaucoup.
J'ai une question ici. Quand est-ce qu'on peut avoir des sessions d'information organisées par Nouveau-Brunswick comme avant?
C'est-à-dire les sessions d'information en présentiel.
Oui, je pense
que
les personnes sont curieuses avec les demandes d'intérêt et les présentations que vous faisiez en passé qui comptaient pour les demandes d'intérêt. Alors, ils veulent savoir s'ils vont exister encore.
Je ne pense pas. On vire beaucoup plus vers connexion, sélection en fonction des professions en demande que sélection en fonction des sessions d'information. Donc, je pense qu'on a plus tendance à s'éloigner du processus de sélection des candidats parce qu'ils ont assisté à une session d'information.
On a aussi mis un questionnaire sur vos écrans. Vous pouvez les voir. Si vous pouvez prendre un peu de temps pour les remplir, ça nous aide beaucoup pour nos programmations et pour donner je m'excuse. J'ai une question ici que je pense que vous avez répondu les secteurs, mais quelqu'un a demandé quels sont les métiers spécifiques plus demandés au Nouveau-Brunswick.
C'est les secteurs puis les industries qui sont en demande, c'est-à-dire la technologie de l'information, les soins de santé, dans la fabrication puis transformation des aliments, puis les transports, les emplois dans l'administration, ressources humaines, les centres d'appel. Voilà, donc en gros, c'est les secteurs qui sont en demande. Les métiers aussi sont en demande. Les métiers aussi sont en demande.
J'ai une question ici, je juste rentre. Pour le système éducatif, qu'est-ce qu'il y en a pour les enfants moins de 5 ans, pour les garderies ou crèches, pour une famille où les deux parents travaillent? Merci.
C'est une bonne question, merci à vous. Donc, pour les parents qui travaillent, il y a des services de garde dans la province, un peu partout dans la région, puis qui offrent des services dans les 2 langues. C'est pas gratuit, donc c'est payant. C'est pas subventionné par la province. Mais il y a un programme qui a été lancé récemment par le fédéral, puis le Nouveau-Brunswick en fait partie, où on a réduit le coût de la garde d'enfants à des prix symboliques par journée. Mais oui, le service est disponible, puis généralement, ça va à partir de l'âge de 6 mois de l'enfant. Personnellement, mon fils a joint la garderie à l'âge de 12 mois.
J'ai une question ici de Yoko qui demande comment faire pour avoir une connexion au Nouveau-Brunswick.
Ben, si vous voulez avoir une connexion, la meilleure chose à faire, c'est d'essayer de trouver une offre d'emploi.
Oui. Et j'ai une autre question ici qui est utile pour les chercheurs d'emploi. Bonjour et merci pour la présentation. S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'il existe des ressources qui indiquent les employeurs qui recrutent à l'international?
Non, on n'a pas une liste d'employeurs qui recrutent à l'international, mais des fois, quand on fait des sessions d'information, puis quand les employeurs font partie de l'événement, on va avoir la liste de ces employeurs avec l'information. Par exemple, quand on fait Destination Canada, il y a des employeurs qui vont être sur place. Puis, généralement, les gens qui sont invités reçoivent l'information des employeurs qui font partie de l'événement. Avant, dans le projet pilote, on avait une liste d'employeurs désignés. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'un employeur est désigné, c'est-à-dire qu'il est à la recherche de candidats à l'international, mais ça veut dire que c'est des employeurs qui étaient en mesure d'appuyer une demande d'immigration à travers le projet pilote. Puis ce qui s'est passé, c'est que les candidats ont commencé à contacter ces employeurs sans arrêt. Puis il y a certains de ces employeurs qui nous ont contactés pour nous dire « Écoutez, là, mais j'aimerais bien retirer mon nom de cette liste parce que les courriels puis les demandes ne s'arrêtent pas. » Non, donc la meilleure option, c'est de faire une recherche en ligne, essayer de trouver sur emploimb.ca. Mais non, malheureusement, on n'a pas de liste d'employeurs qui sont à la recherche de candidats.
Okay. J'ai eu cette question 2 fois. Je pense que c'était peut-être la même personne. Mais est-ce qu'il est plus judicieux de scolariser les enfants dans une école francophone ou anglophone?
C'est une bonne question. Il faudrait que je sois prudente quand je réponds à cette question parce que je ne veux pas favoriser l'école francophone par rapport à l'école anglophone. Mais personnellement, je parlerai de ma propre expérience. Mes enfants, quand j'ai quitté l'Algérie il y a longtemps. Et puis donc, mes 2 enfants sont nés au Canada. Donc, ils ont appris à parler à la garderie francophone. OK? Donc, du coup, ces enfants ont été exposés à la langue arabe à la maison, puis la langue française à la garderie. Et puis après, la langue française à l'école. Mais quand je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, mes enfants sont complètement trilingues. Leur anglais est excellent. Donc, moi, personnellement, c'est un avis personnel, l'école francophone va vous permettre d'apprendre le français. Le français n'est pas facile. Le français est beaucoup plus compliqué que l'anglais. Moi, je connais les 3 langues. Là. Je vous dis que le français est plus compliqué. Donc, j'avais choisi d'enregistrer mes enfants à l'école francophone, puis je n'ai jamais regretté ça, parce que maintenant, mes enfants auront plus d'opportunités dans le futur en étant bilingues, francophones, parlent français puis anglais à la fois. À vous de décider, mais moi, personnellement, je n'ai pas regretté ma décision.
Merci.
Il me reste 1 minute. Okay?
Oui, je sais, j'allais dire ça. Alors, je sais que vous avez un autre rendez-vous.
J'ai une réunion qui commence plus tôt, mais je dois me préparer pour la réunion.
Oui, alors, si vous voulez donner comme une autre fois où les personnes peuvent vous parler ou s'ils ont des questions où ils doivent aller. Je sais que sur l'autre, il y avait un courriel et un site web pour les New Brunswick Jobs.
Oui, j'essaie d'avancer, mais je pense que je ne suis plus contrôle.
Okay. Alors, peut-être on peut le mettre dans le chat.
OK, voilà. Donc, si vous avez besoin de nous contacter, vous pouvez nous envoyer un courriel à immigration@gmb.ca. Et c'est quoi votre question?
Je pense que ça, c'est bon. Merci
pour le contact.
beaucoup
Okay.
de nous joindre ce matin. On apprécie beaucoup. Les réponses et les questions étaient fantastiques. Et on va vous voir à la prochaine fois.
Voilà, ben merci à vous, merci à l'audience, puis j'espère que vous allez réussir avec votre projet d'immigration, puis que je vous rencontre un de ces jours dans la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Merci.
Merci,
et
bye.
À la prochaine. Bye.
OK, thank you et merci tout le monde. Notre prochaine présentation va être en anglais. Our next presentation is going to be in English. But if you have French questions, si vous avez des questions en français, vous pouvez les écrire dans le chat. Je suis bilingue, je serai ici toute la journée. Alors, on peut vous aider. Again, thank you so much for being here. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. Our next presentation is going to be in about 15 minutes. So you guys can have a quick bathroom break. Si vous devez aller à la toilette, vous avez 15 minutes avant notre prochaine présentation. Et notre présentation va être de G-TAC. Alors, ça va être notre présentation propre. So the next presentation is going to be from us, from G-TAC. And we have a lot of useful information to share with you on the job fair. Alors, à bientôt. Thank you guys so much. And we'll be running some promotional videos for the next about 15 minutes. So I'm not sure who's over at the G-TAC office, but if you could just start running some promotions, we'll be running them likely until about 10:20. And Shaw will be moderating the next webinar, and he will be running it.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Nextstop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Okay. Hello again. Bonjour à tous. It's me again. There has been a bit of a urgent situation with our speaker that's originally scheduled for this hour. So we are gonna fill in, and we're gonna do some Q&A, because this is something that I know there's so many questions in your chat box and in the Q&A session, and because of what this continuous webinar, so we never get a chance to answer all these questions. So this is a great opportunity, folks. So over the next 30 minutes, please ask all your questions. And I have to say is my French is not as fluent as Caitlin or other guests. So please do if possible, trying to put your question in English. However, if you must put it in French, I'll try to do a quick rough translation, but it might not be the best. Okay, so and this is over the next 30 minutes. I'm gonna do let's just call it Ask an Expert session. Okay, and Caitlin is certainly someone that has been in this business for a while, and she certainly knows a lot about the do's and don'ts of engaging with an employer. So now, Caitlin, quickly, I just want you to get your thought on this, because this morning I actually put down a list of 10 what not to say to employers, correct? And one of the thing is, when you do interview with a potential candidate and they tell you, says, "Oh, I'm good at everything," what would be your first impression when people say that to you?
Well, it is, as a recruiter, definitely turns you off a little bit, because it shows a lack of humility. And it shows a lack of kind of awareness of, social, I would say social awareness, and a lack of soft skills. So, I would be turned off by that. And we all know no one is perfect at everything, except for you, Sean. But you would never say that in an interview, because it just comes across as an ego issue, that you might be someone who's hard to manage, someone who's hard to coach. So you always want to leave a bit of room for growth and improvement when you're talking to someone. Okay, then, because I see that even in the chat box, oh my God, there's so many people says, "Oh, my name is this, I have this years of experience and I'm good at everything." So, obviously that's not a good thing, but then what would you suggest though, if they want to get attention of the recruiter? Well, first of all, I would suggest to maybe first look at the jobs and do your research, because you have to come to them from an area of knowledge. So instead of saying, "This is my skills, this is what I'm good at," say, "Hey, I saw you had this job and it fits my profile." And then you might want to do it in a more private way as opposed to on a public forum. So I think the first thing there is, don't post your profile without any sort of background, because you need to be the one doing the work. The recruiters are not going to do the work. They're going to wait for you to do the work and show that you are actually interested in that company. Yeah. I just want to make an announcement yes, we had a French only session just now, and rest of it will be in English. Mm-hmm. So please excuse us. And of course, if you want more French session, let us know, so we can continue to organize more French sessions for all the French speaking viewers out there. And I know a lot of you, and I can see, Caitlin, you see the number hasn't changed. The number of we're still at full capacity, and the number on the YouTube channel is still very, very strong. So this is a good thing now. Yeah, maybe we should pull up the YouTube for questions too, not just the chat. Yes. Well, we can only do certain things. We can only do things here. Okay. It says right there. If I have, for example, if I'm someone says I'm a journeyman electrician with 2 years experience, and where would I start in terms of looking for work? Well, I would think definitely you want to start with the BCCA webinar, right? First of all, there's a few things that are missing from that statement. Is we don't know, do you have a permanent resident, or are you just looking to come to Canada, Or are you already in Canada and working in a different job that's not your field? So we need a bit more information before we suggest what you should be doing. That being said, if you do have a permanent residence, there are a lot of pre-arrival services for you before you get to Canada. BCCA is a great example. They're going to be on our webinar later this afternoon. I think they have the last webinar of the day at 3 p.m. Eastern time. If you do not yet have a permanent residence, then you're probably going to want to apply for a PR or express entry, and then also apply for jobs while you are in that pool. But really, we need a bit more information.
Yeah, thank you. And that actually, Caitlin, you brought up a very, very valid point right now, and I need to mention this, is when you do, and I want to seek your expert opinion, because a lot of people heard me already. I said this many, many times, is you have to be open and honest when you do your, what your resume is a reflection of you, right? I talk about your summary of your professional background. So it is very, very important that you be very upfront. Don't even like if the fact that if you see someone's resume and it's got full of question mark, that's not a good thing, right? From your point of view.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean on question marks, but I will kind of speak to that when people aren't honest. Because a lot of times I'll have people put on their resume that they are in Canada, or they'll put Canada, and then we'll get to the conversation and they'll say, oh, actually, I'm not yet in Canada. I'm overseas. I'm looking for sponsorship. So right away, I'm starting this conversation not trusting you, because even if the role is open to sponsorship, in order to, you put that you were in Canada because you thought it would get my attention, as opposed to being outside of Canada. So it kind of starts from a dishonest place, and it feels like, what else on this resume is not 100% accurate. So when Sean was saying be honest, it's like, if you are looking for a sponsorship, if you are looking to come to Canada, make sure you indicate that on your resume. Write it so that I don't feel like I'm being misled by you on our first impression.
Okay. Now, there's some people says, 2 days is not enough. There's so many jobs in our job fair. 2 days is not enough. What do I do after today? How can I apply for jobs after today?
Well, we have a mailing list, so make sure to register for our webinars and make sure to register for our services. So we'll continue to update you with jobs that way. Also, we have this fair twice a year. We bring new jobs every time. And then what you would normally do, look at the job portals, look on LinkedIn, the regular things that you would normally be doing between these job fairs is what I would suggest. But yeah, register for our webinars. We bring jobs at almost a weekly basis. We have new employers doing webinars. So be sure to check that out.
Yep. Oh, thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, you're right. Because next, as I mentioned earlier this morning, Cancel, who is already in the job fair right now, they will be presenting next Thursday. Okay, on Thursday every week we have a weekly webinar. So by all means, please register. And space are limited, so please by all means register and join these webinars so you can continue to see some of the jobs that's available. Now, why is it important to have a good LinkedIn online profile?
Oh, well, you know what? I would say 95% of people who are hiring use LinkedIn as their #1 resource. It's such a useful tool. It's a social profile specifically set for employers, and you want it to match with your resume, and you want it to have a little bit more details even. There's a lot of use on LinkedIn. So I would say just be consistent with your resume if you're doing a LinkedIn, but make sure your LinkedIn stands out. Put everything you need to put in there. It's almost like if I see a good resume or I will always go to LinkedIn. It's just such a useful tool. Recruiters use it. Aside from that, you just know that the recruiter is going to see it. So you want it to be good. That's pretty much the end of it. You just want it to be good because we will be looking at it.
Yeah. Now, I had mentioned earlier is you don't need to put your, especially on your resume, you don't need to put your photo, your marital status, your gender, your date of birth, etc. All these personal information. But then on LinkedIn, you do need to put a professional photos there. It's a bit different. But the thing is trying to put I mean, I don't know. Do you have any suggestions on the photos when they put a photo in their LinkedIn profile?
It really, at the end of the day, is how you choose to represent yourself. So, some people want the professional photo. Some people prefer to have a more candid photo. It really is a personal preference, but it gives a little insight on how you are and what your culture, you might be like as a culture when you join a company. It's not, it really, one picture to the other doesn't make much of a difference in my opinion. It's just how you want to represent yourself. So you have to be consistent with that.
Okay, there's many questions. Obviously, a lot of our viewers are actually outside of Canada right now, and they are saying, are there any special international website for job search for people outside of Canada?
Not specifically, but there are resources for people who are outside of Canada. So I would suggest going to the government website and seeing what specific jobs are in high demand and which companies are eligible to sponsor. There are criteria for companies to be able to sponsor. For instance, they have to be of a certain size, bring in a certain amount of revenue, fit into a few different categories. So you want to make sure that you're focusing your effort on those companies that are eligible, as opposed to just applying to all the jobs in Canada, because a lot of companies cannot sponsor. No, even if they wanted to, they would not be able to bring you over.
Okay, thank you. Well, this one is a bit of a tough question. I am a professional civil engineer working in my home country. Where is he from? He is I think he's somewhere from West Africa. Okay. And just want to know how to apply for jobs in Canada with the same position, same profession.
So engineer is a bit tricky because it is a regulated profession. So for engineer, there are definitely courses that you would need to take to make sure that your education matched up with the Canadian equivalent. So there are, I'm not sure exactly what the websites are. Again, you could probably get, like if you Google it, you'll find maybe international engineers courses that will help your, all of your skills transfer over to the Canadian one. But that would be the first step. And then of course you can use your skills, if you don't want to do that, you can use your skills in a similar industry, maybe like a construction type industry, which is why BCCA would be a great webinar to visit this afternoon. Because you might not work exactly as an engineer, but maybe as like a construction manager or something where your skills are relevant, but you're not exactly in your trade.
Okay, I got a similar question about mechanical engineer, which is more, I mean, these are regulated industries. So
yeah, if it's regulated, you need to have your licensing in Canada, and it might even be specific to the province. So you might, I would wait until you've chosen a place to settle before you go through that process, because if you're looking to settle in Quebec and that's something you decide Toronto is a better place for you, all the courses you had done to get regulated in Quebec might not even be recognized in Ontario. So it's really something you have to do your research in before coming here.
Okay, here this is a tricky one, Kaylin. As I mentioned earlier today, is before you go to a booth, you should find out about what this company do.
Oh yeah.
Right? You should know more about the company. So, and that's so people says, can you be more specific, like in terms of what exactly should I know about the company before because
I think the best thing to know is what jobs they have, first of all, because we see all the time on these fairs, people going to a booth saying I'm going to use the mechanical engineer for a company that works in software. At that point, it's just a waste of time because there's not going to have a job for you. So the first thing you want to know is, do they have jobs that are relevant for your skills? And then once you see that they do, you probably want to look at the industry they're in and see if it makes sense with your background. So you kind of want to learn, and then, you could go further. You can learn about company culture. You can learn about their values, maybe what they've been doing, their growth strategy. You can learn that. But I think the most important thing is, are they looking for people with your skills? Number one. Number two, what industry are they in? And number three, then you can there's background on that afterwards. But, don't just go on one page and post your, I'm a this looking for this. They're not going to reach out to you. So do a bit more research. So that was
yeah. Thank you. And obviously, if you always look at the company's, mission statement or vision statement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It says right here, how do I find hidden jobs in Canada?
Hidden jobs. A lot of people don't even know what hidden jobs are. Hidden jobs are jobs that are not advertised. And it's estimated that up to 75% of jobs are not posted before they are filled. So hidden jobs, what you would want to do is have a strong network, I would say. Build relationships, build connections with people, and then ask them and open a discussion about where they think they're going to be going, what jobs they think might become available, and just get recommendations based on that. I would say the best place to find hidden jobs is.
Yeah. What about if I come to Canada to study first? Like, for example, maybe I should come to Canada and then enroll in some community college program, get a one-year diploma. Would that help with my job search?
It would. Absolutely. Training is always great. We do a lot of trainings at G-TAC, which are really useful, we find. But it depends what situation you're in, because if you're a permanent resident, then you could come here, get a job on a student visa, which could kind of help you transition your career into Canada. Although it's not the most direct way, because you do end up having to go through schooling and you have to kind of, start a new education process. But trading is always good. And it's not only good for just getting the skills, but it's also good for making networks. If you're taking, we have an introduction to accounting course for people who are outside of Canada, and it teaches them the Canadian accounting skills. So they can transfer that and get a job in accounting. But what it's really, really powerful for is making those connections in the industry of people that will be working in your field. So if one of them gets a job, then they can work as a referral for you to get a job at the same company with your set of skills. So tradings are always great, and you're picking up new skills and you're making new connections. So I'm always a huge fan of tradings.
Yep. Well said. This is definitely, we certainly know a few cases, successful cases of people like what you just follow your guidelines. So here's a question. In the self-introduction, when we do self-introduction, what are some of the major things that we should include in our self-introduction? This is a tough one, eh?
It is a tough one, because basically your self-introduction should include your basic work skills, kind of your direction and what your objective is, and why that's a realistic objective for you. You also want to make sure that you're giving your introduction to the right person, so that it's not falling on deaf ears. But I would say a bit of a summary about you, a bit of a work history, and then you really want to kind of go with what your direction is and what your goal is. So you have to get that across very quickly and clearly. It's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah. There's no one size fits all, right? So you just have to be, definitely you should know the company, that you're applying to. So
exactly.
right?
Why? And when you're saying your goal, make it specific to that company is one thing. Don't just say, I want to get a job as a full stack software developer. Say, I want to get a job as a full stack software developer at your company because I agree with your mission and I agree with your goals and I see you, I see me growing in your company. So make it specific.
Okay. Now there's a question. This one I'm going to answer is: are there any companies in the BC11 that will offer chances for people outside of Canada? And yes, there are a few, but for sure, definitely Electronic Arts. They are looking for senior gaming developer, and they're willing to sponsor people. So please go visit Electronic Arts booth and talk to their rep. Okay. Here's a question you probably heard it many times, Caitlin. I have sent hundreds of resumes, applied to hundreds of jobs, and I have not received any response. Is it because I applied from outside of Canada?
It could be, but it's not necessarily that. I mean, one thing you have to ask yourself is, why am I not getting a call back? Am I applying for jobs that are not necessarily suited? Do you fit 50% of the job description? Do you fit 100% of the job description? Is your resume being custom made for each job that you're applying for, or are you sending out a generic resume? Have you ever modified your resume and seen if it changed the impact? You know, so one thing that my old colleague used to always say is he always used to talk about the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a new result from doing the same thing over and over again. So maybe it's time to reevaluate what you're doing. Maybe it's time to talk to an expert and maybe talk to someone like Shaw, who is a career consultant, who does look at people's resumes, who looks at where they're best suited and can give them a bit of advice. Because if it's not working and you're still doing it, there's something off, is what I would suggest.
Yeah. Well, there definitely there's a smarter way to do it, that where you can craft your resume in a way that you'll get a higher response rate, right? Yeah. But there's also a certain question. The second question is, once you get a response and a response,
how do you do that?
And then they ask you for interview. Now that's another challenge. Now, how do you handle the interview, right? Yeah. So getting an opportunity is one thing. Capturing that opportunity is another story. So this is something that it's certainly something that the people at G-TAC here this is exactly what we do here. We're here to help you, not just get your resumes in, but also get the interviews and then prepare you for the interviews to pass the interview and then get the job offer. So this is definitely something that we can help at G-TAC here. Here's a question. I'm not sure. Just again, a lot of you ask these broad questions, so I'm not sure if this is trying to be more specific with your question, especially with employment related. Okay, but this question is which I'm not even sure what that means. It says how to check the boots. BOOTS. Please, what is the link?
How to get to the boots. I mean, if you want, I could share my screen. We had a lot of people who seem to have difficulty accessing the main hall.
Okay.
I don't know.
The booths.
I think they use booths, yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll share this quickly if you guys are okay with that.
Well, they need to register, right?
Yeah, if you haven't registered, that's step one.
Yeah.
Do people on the chat, are they having, if you guys could just give me, are you having difficulty accessing the booths? Please let me know. And if you are having difficulty accessing the booths, I could show you how to do that now. If you want.
Yeah.
I see one yes. Please help.
Please help. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll do this quickly.
Why don't you do a quick demo?
I will, yeah. Let's do that now. So can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. Also, for all the job seekers, this is our website. Feel free to visit it. You can see our webinars over here. And this will take you to a list of our upcoming webinars where you can register. And you're probably going to want to focus mostly on the job seeker section, because we do actually post jobs here. So if you want to see some jobs that we have available, you can use our website. Okay. But if you
speaking of those jobs, we're going to talk more in depth about it at 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, that's great. So if you haven't registered for the Virtual Career Expo, you're going to want to register here. It's very simple. But if you have already registered, you're going to want to log in. Okay. So it's going to log in and take you to this main screen. And this is just the opening. So we have two halls. You can access the main hall over here. Here. You can access the main hall here, or the New Brunswick hall on this side over here. Okay. You could also, if you go up, you can also access them up here for the main hall, or here for the destination New Brunswick. If you are having difficulty, you need to have a resume ready. Okay, is that clear for everyone? Are we good on this? Can I stop the share?
You can stop sharing, yes.
Great, I hope that was helpful.
Anybody can register. You don't have to be express entry. Anybody can register, okay? It's open, but there will be a category what status you are right now. So you just press the other, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, anybody can register. So by all means do so. Now, registering for this booth, the platform, you can go in there, but you don't really need to get out of the Zoom. Or if you want to get out of Zoom, you can still watch us on YouTube channel if you want. But the thing is, right now it's at full capacity. So if you leave, the person that's on the waiting list will take your place immediately. The minute you press leave, somebody will take over. So then you cannot come back. So just keep that in mind, okay?
You can also always watch on YouTube though, because we are live streaming.
Yes. What is the step to submitting the CV? Yes, just follow the process. There will be part of where it says uploading your CV. Now we prefer two format, PDF or MS Words. Okay, just keep that in mind. Caitlin, can you explain that in French?
What part did you want me to explain in French?
About the registration part, I guess.
Okay. Alors, vous avez vu quand j'ai partagé mon écran où accéder les kiosques pour les employeurs, vous avez besoin de préparer un résumé. Alors, le résumé peut seulement être accepté dans un format de Word ou de PDF. Okay. And I just we're getting a lot of questions here. Someone said, please, whenever I log in, wrong input and I'm registered already. In that case, Bukol, you probably want to do a forgot password prompt, okay? And it should send you an email.
Yeah, exactly. When you put your email in, don't click next, click forgot password. And then the system will send you a link for you to recreate your password. Once you recreate your password, you can get in, okay? It's a very simple process. So language, obviously English.
English is the best.
Definitely English is the best. Yeah. And I see there's so many questions about New Brunswick. We actually have a hall called New Brunswick. So go to New Brunswick and talk to new people, all the reps there and also the employers there. And that's the best place for you to talk to, right? Talk to the employers directly. There was another question. There's so many. You guys. Oh, by the way, you guys are really good. I mean, we're getting so many questions there. There was another question that
person here is just asking in French for a link to the fair. So it's HTTPS. There you go.
Oh, here goes. Letter of recommendation or letter of reference. Is it important in Canada?
Letter of reference, I would say no, it's not. It's not at all. A lot of people actually use their LinkedIn profile to do that. So, you know, on your LinkedIn profile, you could leave a referral for someone. That is a great use of a LinkedIn profile because then you don't have to send another document. Also, I just had someone ask a question here that I want to answer. They're asking how to contact us to have a CV review and private insights. So if you're looking for our career coaching, you're going to want to email info@g-tac.ca and put in the subject bar career coaching or resume coaching, okay? So just to make sure it's in the subject line, because we get a lot of emails. So it kind of helps us filter who to send them to. And it goes through faster. So you're going to want to do it at info@g-tac.ca.
I'm typing it, Kaylin.
Great. Also, I would highly suggest sticking around today on our webinars. At 1 p.m., we're going to be going over all of our training courses. We have a lot of really great training courses for people who are looking to transition their career from their country of origin into Canada. And I highly recommend you stick around, see if any of those are eligible for your career and your industry.
Okay, so that wraps up our session there. I really appreciate you guys sticking around with us, and thank you, Kaylin, for your expert advice. And anyone wants more information, by all means, just send it to info@g-tac.ca. We're now going to play some video, and then next up, the next webinar presenter will be CPA BC to talk about how to get a charter professional accountant designation here in Canada for newcomers. Okay, so stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Shaw. I'll see you later.
Okay, so we're gonna play the video.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in a couple minutes with a presentation by CPA BC. Stands for CPA in Canada, stands for Chartered Professional Accountants. Okay, as you know, in the US, they call it Certified Public Accountant. So it's a big difference. And obviously, if you have any questions about what's the difference between Canadian CPA and the US CPA or Australian CPA, our next presenter will be definitely the person that will answer anything and everything you want to know about CPA here in Canada. Please put your question in English if possible. If you have to put it in French, okay, but I will try to do some loose translation. I cannot promise that it will be best translation, but I'll do my best, okay? Bonjour à tous. S'il vous plaît, posez votre question en anglais, s'il vous plaît, parce que notre prochaine présentation, c'est en anglais seulement. Okay? Et maintenant, je pense juste, je vais commencer à 11 Eastern Daylight Time. Okay. Good. So I'm not wondering who. So I'm just wondering if our speaker. I know that our speaker is online, but I see her. Oh, okay. You see. It works, you know, it's like a magic. Abracadabra, boom, Sheila, where are you? And there she is, yeah. Hey, Sheila, good morning.
Morning, Sean, to the G-TAC team and to our audience.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. This is a very, very early morning. I understand you're based out of our West Coast there, our the how would I say it? The most expensive city in Canada, I would say.
It's a beautiful sunny day here in the most expensive place in Canada, but hopefully the salary that people earn reflect the average cost of living, we hope.
Yeah, my sister shared a picture of our backyard Saturday. It was full of cherry blossoms. Yeah, it's beautiful. Anyway, alors, je vais commencer maintenant. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for today's webinar on CPA presented by CPA BC. And our presenter is Sheila Chan. Sheila is the Student Recruitment Officer at the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. And she's played a key role in recruiting and advising workforce professionals, newcomers, international students on how to pursue the CPA program here in Canada. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic now to Sheila.
Thank you, Shaw, for that warm welcome. And thank you to G-TAC. And thank you to the audience members for logging into this webinar. Without further ado, I will get started. Now, my name is Sheila Chung. I am a student recruitment officer working at the CPA BC. Now, I understand many of you may be living or immigrating to different regions of Canada. The presentation content that I will be sharing with you is applicable for all regions in Canada, but because I work at CPA BC, I will also share some interesting resources specifically catered to British Columbia, but I have lots of resources to share applicable to all across Canada. Now, regardless of where you decide to live in Canada, which province, region, or territory, this is my email address. Feel free to reach out to me or connect with us at the CPA BC booth, and I can definitely help connect you to the appropriate persons at the CPA provincial office where you decide to live. Now, let's begin. So, a bit of a overview. So in our time together, we will be talking about CPA Canada and the CPA provincial offices. You may have noticed in your own information gathering process that there are so many different CPA websites, there's so many different CPA offices. Why is this? Next, we're going to take a look at what is Canada's job demand for accountants. Next, we're going to take a look at how do you become a CPA. So this is where I will talk about our CPA program admission requirements and what our CPA program actually looks like. And this is for people that want to become a designated CPA here in Canada. Close to the end, I will share some resources on how you can prepare from your home country now as you make that journey over to your chosen province, region, or territory in Canada. I will show you how to apply. As I mentioned, we have many different CPA provincial offices. We are CPA Canada, but where actually do you apply? And then I will share my contact information on the last slide as well. So about us, so every country around the world has their own professional accounting designation or designations. Now for Canada, our professional accounting designation is called Chartered Professional Accountant, CPA. Now, the country of Canada is very large. So this is why we have CPA provincial offices or CPA regional offices. And the responsibility of the CPA provincial and regional offices is to take care of those students who live in our province who are enrolled in the CPA program in our province. So this is a way for us to provide a high level of client care to those enrolled in the CPA program who live in our province. Now, what about for those designated CPA members, those who have the CPA designation already that live and work in our province? Same thing. It's the responsibility of the CPA provincial office to take care of those designated members. So this is a way for us to provide that high level of service and client care to those individuals who are either enrolled in the program, who live in our province, or to those individuals who are already designated CPAs who live and work in our province. An easy way to understand this relationship is that in Canada, it's all CPA. You can look at CPA Canada as the mothership, and all the CPA provincial offices and regional offices, we are the children reporting to the mothership, but we're all CPA in Canada. Now, I want to take a look at the demand growth and compensation in Canada for accountants. So the CPA designation is a prestigious and competent designation sought after by employers. What you will notice when you start making your job search and start applying for jobs, you'll notice that the higher level jobs, the more senior level accounting positions, under the job requirements, it will state need someone who has the CPA designation or someone who is actively enrolled in the CPA program. This speaks to the reflection of the competency, that the knowledge that the CPA program and being CPA designated gives the individual, that they can apply all this competency, the knowledge and skills within that employer to service the public. Now, jobs and also careers in the accounting profession offer a lot of employment domestically and abroad. So every company and organization has their own accounting and finance department or team. Now, if a company does not have their own accounting, finance department and team, they would hire a CPA to do their books, to do their accounting services. Jobs in accounting and finance and that career path does offer a lot of job security. Again, because many organizations and employers all have an accounting and finance department to help run the money and run the books. You can tailor a career to your interests. So yes, someone may be interested to be a CPA or work in the accounting career path, but I always say we are more than one thing. So you may have other interests. Maybe you're interested in cooking or health or real estate. You can apply to accounting positions in those employers, in the accounting and finance department, in those health organizations, in those food organizations, in those real estate organizations. So this is a way for us to connect the dots of who we are closer to our chosen career path. And I really encourage everyone to do so when they start their job search here. The CPA designation is globally recognized and respected. So the CPA designation is listed as an IFAC member. This is the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC. And the average compensation in all working sectors, age ranges, and regions in Canada for persons who are CPA designated floats around the $141,000 per year. So this will really help when you start doing your job search, when you start negotiating salary as well. Now, some specific stats I want to share in regards to British Columbia. Now in British Columbia, the need to fill accounting jobs is very lucrative for the job seeker. So for the next 10 years in British Columbia, we will need to fill 40,000 accounting jobs. Now, where did we get this information and stat? Well, CPA BC with Deloitte came together and we produced a labor market study titled Accounting for Change, Assessing the Impacts of Evolving Business Needs, Changing Demographics, and Emerging Technologies on BC's accounting sector. Now, this project was actually funded by the federal government, which is the Government of Canada, and also the provincial government, which is the Government of British Columbia. Now, of course, if you are deciding your immigration to a different province, region, or territory in Canada, I would encourage you to explore that CPA provincial website to check what is the regional outlook for that province. Now, another great resource, an external resource I like to refer to check Canada's economic outlook. The Conference Board of Canada is a really great website that will provide you detailed information on all areas, all regions in Canada based on your focus area of interest. So if you have a particular interest to learn a little bit more about inclusion, Indigenous and Northern communities, immigration, education and skills, and health for perhaps New Brunswick or Nova Scotia or Quebec, or Saskatchewan, so on and so forth. This is a really great resource that provides really helpful reports, surveys, and statistics. Now, all the information posted on the Conference Board of Canada website is available for free. I believe you do have to subscribe by signing up your email address to receive access to the more detailed reports. But again, this is a fantastic resource that you can use regardless of where you decide to move to in Canada. Now, let's take a closer look at, okay, how do we actually become a CPA? So what are the admission requirements? What do I need to show you to get that yes? Yes, we accept you into our CPA program. Let's take a closer look now. So the admission requirements to be accepted into our CPA program, we have two main components. One, We need to show CPA, I've already graduated with my degree. Now, specifically, the degree or degrees needs to be equivalent to 120 course credits. We accept and recognize Canadian degrees and international degrees. Now, if you have a master's degree, we need you to show us your undergraduate degree and your master degree together. Why? We need to see the total course credits in your degree or degrees. If you only show us proof of your master degree, that's typically equivalent to 60 course credits. This is why we need to see the undergraduate degree and your master's degree together. You always want to get the highest result in any of the assessments that you apply for. So please make sure that you do this. Now for the degree itself or degrees, it can be any major, any discipline. It can be an arts degree, yes. It can be a science degree, yes. It can be a BCom degree, yes, absolutely. The major or discipline or concentration of study does not matter to CPA. What matters to CPA is that you have a degree that is equivalent to at least 120 course credits. Now, for internationals, in order to show proof of this degree component, you will be required to get a West Canada degree report. Now, the purpose of the West Canada degree report is to show the institution what level of Canadian degree your international degree is equal to. It will also list how many total course credits are listed on your international degree. So that is something that you'll need to show to CPA to show us that you've satisfied this degree requirement, and we will do that assessment for you. Now, the second admission requirement is a little bit more specific. We need to show CPA that we've completed 14 specific prerequisite courses. Now, sometimes we call them preparatory courses, sometimes we call them prerequisite courses, but specifically, what are they? Simply said, they're just accounting and finance related courses. Now, good news for all of us, if we've completed any accounting or finance related courses from our previous education, so that means college, university, or higher, when we apply for an admissions assessment, which is called a CPA transcript assessment, our evaluators will check, one, do we accept and recognize your degree? How do we do that? You give us proof of your West Canada degree report. Second, we will look through all your official transcripts from college, university, and higher to see, okay, where has this person completed any accounting and finance related courses that are equivalent to our 14 prerequisite courses? And in the next slide, I'll show you exactly what are these 14 prerequisite courses. So essentially, yes, we are allowed to give a person course exemption for any of these 14 courses if we see that you have completed an equivalent course within a certain grade requirement and a time limit. You're allowed to give you that course exemption. And last but not least, we have to be a person of good character and reputation. Now, 99.9% of the persons who apply to the CPA program for this assessment is of good character and reputation. It is a declaration that you have to fill out for us. Now, let's take a closer look. What are these 14 prerequisite courses? So this is a listing of the 14 prerequisite courses. This is simply what CPA names the courses. Don't worry if your college or university or higher education has a different name for the course. This is just what CPA has to name them. Don't worry if your institution has a different grading system from what you see here. This is the grading system that CPA uses in order to see, yes, this person will be granted a course exemption if they have met at least 50% or 60% for the relevant courses and completed that course within a certain time limit ago, within a certain recency. So it's a recency requirement. Now, a special note to individuals who have international education, the business law course and the taxation course. These ones, people that have equivalent international courses do not receive course exemption because business law and taxation is different per country. So the business law course and the taxation course in specific must be a Canadian course. So those two courses, most certainly you will do in Canada. Now, where would you take your prerequisite courses? So when you apply for a CPA transcript assessment, what are you applying for? You're asking CPA, tell me, what is my starting point towards the CPA program? What am I missing? So when we apply for a CPA transcript assessment, we will tell you, 1, do we recognize your degree? Yes or no. 2, we're going to look through all your transcripts to see where can we give this person course exemption towards our 14 prerequisite courses here. Now, once you have the results of your transcript assessment, you have the information as to what is your starting point towards the CPA program? Are you missing any of the admission requirements? So for example, let's pretend I applied for the CPA transcript assessment and the results say, Sheila, congratulations, we recognize your degree. Of our 14 prerequisite courses, we are allowed to give you exemption for 10 out of the 14 courses. There are 4 specific courses you need to take. The results of my transcript assessment will tell me exactly which 4 courses I need to take. So then what do I do? If then at that point I decide, yes, CPA program is something that I want to pursue, I simply enroll in my missing prerequisite courses or preparatory courses, sometimes we call them. I can take them directly with CPA. How? We offer them as preparatory courses. So you can complete any of your missing courses directly with CPA. Once you've completed your missing courses, we update your file with us. And at that time, you get the yes. Yes, we accept you into our CPA professional education program. Now, let's take a closer look at that. The CPA professional education program we call PEP for short, PEP. When we are accepted into CPA PEP, our status with CPA, we call ourselves a candidate. I am a candidate enrolled in the CPA professional education program. Now, why do we want to use the status? So when we start applying for accounting jobs, accounting employment, you want to use that status on your resume and your cover letter. I'm a candidate enrolled in the CPA professional education program. Why? As you can see on this chart, the CPA PEP consists of education, exam, and work experience. Now, the work experience we're required to accumulate and get has to be directly accounting and finance related. We need to start gaining and accumulating grand total 30 months paid work experience in accounting and finance. So this is why you want to use that status candidate. You can only use that status once you're officially enrolled in the CPA professional education program. You have to be active candidate in the program. This will really help in your job search, in your interviewing process. It lets the employer know what are your intentions, what are your career goals. You might be a candidate in the program and you're working on the courses, but eventually when you graduate, you will become CPA designated. So that will definitely reflect in the career trajectory and the specific type of level of accounting work experience that you will be required to get when you're in the program. Now, let's take a look at the education and exam portion. This covers the academics. Now, academics, we have 6 modules listed under education and 1 common final exam. Now, the 6 modules and 1 common final exam, they're stretched out over 2 years part-time studies. Now, the academics on the top row, this is delivered part-time. The work experience on the bottom, we have to do full-time. So how do we do this? Think of this as train tracks. As a candidate, we are slowly completing a module 1 at a time. That's our part-time responsibility. Our full-time responsibility, we have to start applying for accounting jobs. We're going on interviews. We are eventually accepting the job offer that is suitable for us. And then we're going to our place of employment. We're earning full-time salary. So this is an earn while you learn program. Your full-time responsibility is to work in your chosen career path right away. While you're working full-time, Part-time, you're knocking off the academics on the top row. Now, academically, the 6 modules are delivered typically one at a time. Each module is 2 months long with a standard 3-week break in between. The module delivery is predominantly delivered online, but there is mandatory in-person components that you must attend at a CPA provincial center. What is the in-person component? Workshops, final module exam, as well as the common final exam. Now, of course, during COVID-19, the workshop component and the final module exam, we had to deliver online. The common final exam, however, even during COVID-19 in Canada, we were able to deliver the common final exam in person. We did it adhering to provincial and federal health regulations. We were able to provide this to our candidates in a safe manner, and they were still able to write it, which means they did not have to delay any of their examinations. Now, again, what you will want to do, if you know already which province you want to immigrate to in Canada, I would encourage you to look on that CPA provincial website and check out their website. They might have different graphics, but the program is similar. And that way you can connect with that CPA provincial body and the staff that work there, and they can help guide you step by step on how to apply for the transcript assessment, when to apply. And they also may be hosting some additional online events to help get you started from your home country. Now, a lot of individuals have questions about the work experience when you're in the CPA PEP. So this is something we call practical experience requirements. Now, again, when we're in the CPA professional education program, we have to work and start accumulating grand total 30 months paid work experience in accounting and finance. Now, some people ask, well, where can I find these accounting jobs? Really, anywhere your hands are touching accounting and finance work, and you're getting paid for that work, some of that work experience will count. Now, grand total, we need to show CPA. I've accumulated 30 months full-time paid work experience in accounting. There's some criteria that we need to show CPA within this 30 months. So what is that for it to count? So at a very minimum, this is what will count. 12 months can be entry-level duties in accounting and finance. So entry-level accounting jobs. Entry-level accounting jobs could include data entry, clerk positions, accounts payable, accounts receivable. Entry-level positions require a very high level of accuracy in data entry. Now, 18 months, 18 of the 30 months, we need to show CPA a higher level of growth and progression and competency. This is our knowledge in accounting and finance. So 18 months has to be more at the intermediate level duties and responsibilities that show that we're stretching, we're reaching to get to that senior level. So this is how we show CPA growth and progression. So how do we actually show CPA this proof that we're doing it? So each CPA provincial office has their own practical experience team that will assess your work experience and give you feedback along the way so that you know exactly, well, how much of the 30 months have I already completed that counts, but also what level am I, right? So every single accounting job that our students, that our candidates do is assessed by the CPA practical experience team. They categorize every single accounting job under one of two pathways. Either they classify it as pre-approved program route or experience verification route. Now, don't worry at this stage as to what's the difference between the two, but I can share with you as a candidate who's going through the program, if you're going through, let's say you've accepted a job, an accounting job that's been classified by the CPA body as PPR, pre-approved. What does that mean for you as a candidate? It means that the assessment points have already been structured for you by the employer. You as the candidate still have to let CPA know where are you within that scale of the structured assessment. So you have to let CPA know who is your employer, what is your job title, what are your duties and responsibilities, so on and so forth. Now, what about experience verification route? If you are a candidate and you are working an accounting job that the CPA body classifies as EVR, what that means is you need to let the practical experience team know anytime you get a job promotion, anytime you take on additional duties and responsibilities in accounting, perhaps you see a job opportunity with a different employer, you apply there, you get that job, your job's changed, maybe you've gone up a level. You have to data entry this in to the CPA professional body so that this work experience team can do the assessment, and they give you live feedback every step of the way. So regardless of which pathway your accounting job is classified, both pathways get a formal assessment from the CPA body to let you know where are you in the 30 months time, but also level. Now, please do look at the CPA provincial websites because there are career resources available to candidates who are enrolled in our CPA program in our province. So make sure to do that when you make your move over to Canada. Now, some additional resources I want to share with you that you can look into from your home country or after you land in Canada, or if you're here already. Let's take a closer look. So specifically for British Columbia, I'm going to share some of our resources. So in British Columbia, people that want to stay connected with CPA BC are encouraged to create a My CPA profile. This is essentially an online master control station for you as to how you will communicate and do everything with CPA BC. This is where you would apply for CPA transcript assessment. So when you log into your My CPA profile, you can create this profile for free. When you're in your My CPA profile, you will see a drop-down user menu of options you can choose to do. You can choose to apply for a CPA transcript assessment. You can read your results in your My CPA profile. Oh, this looks great. Okay, I'm ready to enroll in a prerequisite course because my results say I'm missing 4. You enroll in your courses in your My CPA profile. Where do you read your grades? In your My CPA profile. So everything is done in your My CPA profile, and this is done online. With CPA BC, we have an online e-newsletter called CPA Career Connect. So specifically for individuals, for guests who are making their move or living in British Columbia, if you have your phone, feel free to scan this QR code. This is only if you're moving to BC. This is a free online e-newsletter we email out to you once every 2 months. It gives you advance notifications to attend our online networking events, our career fairs, our panel events, and also our interviewing events. We also have some very helpful articles listed on our e-newsletter as well. You can unsubscribe at any time. Again, if you're planning your move to another beautiful province or territory or region in Canada, go to their website and check how you can stay connected with that CPA provincial office. Last but not least, for students who are enrolled in our CPA preparatory courses with CPA, for candidates who are accepted and are enrolled in our CPA professional education program in British Columbia with us, they are provided free and complete access to our CPA BC Careers website. This is how our CPA students and candidates apply for accounting-related jobs. Employers that are specifically seeking to hire a CPA student or a CPA candidate use this website. Now, of course, I always encourage people, use all the resources available to you. This is one really fantastic resource, but there's some other ones you can do. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is fantastic. LinkedIn is a great way for you to follow employers and find out what are they doing? How are they servicing the community? Are they interviewing? Do they have any virtual open houses? A lot of things are done in the online format. These employers are communicating with the public in this format as well. So always use LinkedIn, follow employers that way. When you attend, or if you decide to attend some of CPA BC's online events, we also have networking events where if you perhaps spoke with an employer or spoke with a CPA member, you can ask, oh, I really enjoyed our conversation. I learned a lot, ... Would you like to connect on LinkedIn? Is it okay if I send you an invitation? I'd really like to continue this conversation. This is how you're going to grow your network when you are in Canada to help connect you to those employers and to your chosen career path. So lots of things that you can do. Another great resource when you land in your province in Canada, you might want to try an employment agency. So an employment agency has working relationships with many different employers, basically to serve as their human resource department to fill job openings within their organizations. Now, how employment agencies work in Canada, if I'm a job seeker, let's pretend I live in Nova Scotia, okay? Now, if I'm looking for a job, I've moved to Nova Scotia, I don't really know any employers here. I've attended a few networking events, but my relationship isn't as strong. I'm not confident in that yet. Another resource I could reach out to is I could look at contacting employment agencies in Nova Scotia. You have an interview with them, you give them your resume, and you tell them, this is what I'm looking for right now for employment. This is what I have to offer. My long-term goal is to apply and enroll in the CPA program. I would like to become CPA designated, but right now, I'm looking for an accounting job to get me started. And then I'm going to do the CPA program and ladder it that way. Employment agencies, you as a job seeker, if you're looking for a job, you do not pay the employment agency to get you a job. The employer pays the employment agency to find a suitable candidate to fill that position within their place of employment. So employment agencies are another great resource to use when you are new to maybe a city, a province, or a country in Canada. Now, some other resources you will want to tap into is each province in Canada has their own provincial settlement agency office to help with settlement. So these are provincial settlement agencies that are funded by the government of Canada. The resources are available to newcomers for free. What are these resources? They also have case managers that help you with laddering back into your chosen employment in your new country in Canada. They help with advice on housing, social insurance, care card, English language services. If you are immigrating or living here with children, how do I get my children set up in school, for example? So Government of Canada has a lot of these resources available. Specifically for newcomers, what you will do is, if you know which province that you will move to or live in, make sure to do a Google search and just check which are the settlement agencies in the province that I decide. And using all these resources together will just really solidify your experience and help you get your chosen job in the province where you live. Now, we have recorded many of our CPA BC events in the online format. So it doesn't matter if you're going to live in BC or not, but I encourage you, if you want to, you can watch some of our events. They are play on demand, and you can play it and view in the comfort of your own home. Financial aid. So how can I get some money to help me do the CPA program? So as mentioned, employers that hire CPA students and CPA candidates will often pay to put you through the CPA program. So how much is the CPA program? Grand total, it's $12,000 all in, $12,000 to $13,000 Canadian all in. Now, depending on the employer's capacity, they could pay maybe 50% or 25% or 75% or 100%. So how do you know how much money, or even if this employer offers this financial assistance, you find this out in your job interview. Now, with CPA BC, we have an education foundation where we offer scholarships and bursaries to people enrolled in our program, in our courses with us. Now, again, check on your CPA provincial website for another province to check what are their scholarships and bursaries that they offer to their students, to their candidates in their province. Now, the last two is Foreign Credential Recognition Loan Program available to newcomers, and also Windmill Microlending. Both of these organizations, these are programs that offer newcomers low interest loans. If you need a bulk of money to start, just to get your footing, to get you started back into additional education towards getting to your chosen career path when you land in Canada, these are two great resources available to you. Now, the FCR loan program, how do you get access to this? You would have to contact your BC settlement agency. Again, there are many other low interest loan programs available to newcomers. You can just do a simple Google search and check what is the settlement agency for the province I decide to immigrate to. Now, CPA Canada has a really great resource. It's called Guide to Accounting Business Culture, Adapting to the Canadian Accounting Workplace. Now, I actually have this link. If you go to our CPA BC website, this is listed in our CPA BC booth under Documents, and you can click this link, save it on your browser. What is this? This is a free online course, quizzes with videos that will show us what is Canadian accounting work culture. Every country has different customs and etiquette. What is Canada's? This is a really good way for us to see visually, because there's videos, what do you mean by Canadian work culture, as well as when you start applying for accounting jobs or working in a place of employment in Canada. This will show you what are the customs when it comes to me being an employee in a Canadian accounting workplace. A really great resource here. Shaw, just wondering, how are we doing for time?
Oh, we're doing fine. We got about 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Well, we have some questions, so that's okay.
I will move it along. Another great resource through the CPA Canada website. You can access free study materials for the CPA courses, the modules in the professional education program. There's a free self-assessment tool. If you have accounting work experience and you're curious, well, how will CPA assess my work experience? My work experience is from overseas. You know, what level am I? You know, what do you consider to be my level? All of this is found under a section titled Certification Resource Center. So why do we offer these resources? We hope to play a really small part in helping individuals reach their goals and conferring the CPA designation here in Canada. Now, earlier in my presentation, I did mention that for the accounting profession, for CPAs, there are job opportunities domestically and globally. I also talked about CPA designation, CPA Canada designation, is listed on the IFAC website, International Federation of Accountants. So this is where I want to show you the CPA Canada designation has what we call reciprocity agreements with many other international professional accounting designations around the world. What that means is if you are a professional designated accountant in your home country, you might qualify to apply for assessment with CPA under what we call advanced standing. It's a higher level assessment. What does that mean? We're allowed to give you more exemptions. It's a quicker pathway for you to get the CPA designation here in Canada. I will have more information to share on this for anyone who is a professionally designated accountant. Perhaps connect with me at the CPA BC booth because I'll probably have some additional questions for you as well. Now, how to apply? So depending on which region in Canada you are deciding to immigrate to, these are your websites for you to apply. For people that are planning their immigration to Western Canada, Yukon, Northwest Territories, none of it. British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, you go to the CPA WSB website to apply. For Ontario and Quebec, for these individuals, you go directly to their website, CPA Ontario or CPA Quebec website. For the Eastern provinces, or we call Maritime provinces, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, go to the CPA Atlantic website. And this is exactly where you will apply for that CPA transcript assessment to show you what is my starting point. While you're making your journey here in Canada, stay connected. The Government of Canada website has resources to show you all across Canada. Where do I find a settlement agency? How do I look for a job? What about healthcare? How do I also settle my family in my new home of Canada? So my name is Sheila Chung, Student Recruitment Officer at CPA BC. This is my email address. Myself and my colleague will be at the CPA BC booth, so feel free to connect with us one-on-one in that format as well. But right now, I think we'll enter into some Q&A led by Shaw. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. Wow, this is a very, very informative session, and then there's certainly a lot of questions, but we're not going to get to all the questions, and unfortunately, we only have a couple of minutes. So I would encourage every one of you is if you want to talk to Sheila or her colleague Jean, please go to CPA BC booth in the main hall, and they will be there until what time today? Until 8 p.m. today, right? Eastern time. Yeah, they will be there until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So they will be there for another 8 hours. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a long day for you, Sheila. So yes, by all means, please get in touch with her. Go to the booth. So this is a quick question: is there age limit?
Is there an age limit? There is no age limit.
Okay.
So there is no age limit if the CPA program is something that you want to do for yourself, for your career goals. We don't cap the age at all.
Okay, that's good. There's another one, another lady says that I do have my CPA in my country, and she identified the country is Kenya, but she haven't practiced as an accountant for 10 years. Can she still transition to a CPA designation here in Canada?
So there's two ways. So if you have not practiced in 10 years, so specifically what we're looking for, CPA Kenya designation, are you an active member in good standing? So this means you are paying your annual membership dues, your professional development courses are up to date. You haven't quit your designation, for example. If that is you, please connect with me at the CPA BC booth, because I actually want to check if your professional designation, your body, is listed under IFAC. That means you would be eligible to apply for CPA assessment under advanced standing. That's option one. Option two, let's say, oh no, like I've quit. I'm not an active member in good standing. I let it expire. I'm not paying anything. What do I do? You would apply as a regular applicant, international degree. We still assess the academics that you completed under your professional program, CPA Kenya, but there's no advanced exemptions we're allowed to give you because you're not an active member in good standing.
Good. And ladies and gentlemen, now we just released the poll. Please complete the poll and let us know, because Sheila will be doing other presentations through G-TAC's platform in the future. So please put anything and everything that you want to hear that she didn't talk about today, put it in in this poll and let us know, and we'll share that with Sheila. So next time when she presents, she will cover those materials that you're looking for. I'm going to do one more question before we sign off because we're really pressed for time here. It says, je suis comptable de formation et j'aimerais étudier comptable au Canada. Okay, so I am an accountant by training with no designation. and I would like to continue my studies in accounting in Canada. What should I do? Well, obviously, this person is asking the question in French. So my first question is, can people pursue their CPA designation in French?
They can, I believe, at CPA Quebec. Yes. So for people whose first language, dominant language is French, we recommend CPA Quebec. Quebec is very strongly incorporate French language. In the province of Quebec, unfortunately across Canada, you will hear pockets of French, but the dominant language when people are working and studying is English.
Yeah. Thank you. And I just want to answer another question. I want to answer or add my own answer is to Grace's question is, yeah, you know what? I have known someone who has a CPA all her professional for 32 years now, 32 years now. And she's only practiced accountant in an accounting firm for 2 years, and then rest of it is in other job. But she kept her CPA designation. So you don't really have to be. So long as once you get your CPA designation, you don't really have to practice in the accounting field. I don't know. Does that make sense?
That's true. For example, so for British Columbia, so every province in Canada has their own makeup of their economy. So BC largely has small to medium-sized businesses. If you think about it, what does that mean? There's a lot of entrepreneurs in British Columbia, a lot of people, starting up their own businesses. Who starts up their own businesses? A lot of CPAs. So a lot of people that have CPAs that have been working in accounting, whether, it's in just a regular company in their accounting finance department or in a public practice firm,
yes,
may decide, you know what, I have the knowledge, I can run a business. They will start their own business and they use the competency, knowledge, and the credibility of the CPA designation to do that, right? So just a friendly reminder for people that are CPA designated, you're regulated by the CPA provincial body. There's rules, ethics, and regulations that have to be upheld and met. This happens all across Canada. So that credibility is there, especially if you're servicing the public. This goes the same for dentists, doctors, and lawyers. They're regulated, So there's that protection for the public. If you're hiring a CPA, there's a level of competency that has to be met, and also a recency for, for doing my paperwork or covering my books.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Sheila, it's like these public health officer, right? They all have a designation and the doctor, but does that mean that they do clinical? No, probably not. They do mostly a lot of admin work, right? Public health is different than doing clinical work. Okay, Sheila, a pleasure as usual. On behalf of everyone on G-TAC, I really love your presentation, and thank you for joining us today. And go back to your booth. I'll come and say hi to you at your booth later, or go take a break, have some coffee, and we'll talk to you soon. And then, of course, by the way, for all the folks out there, there will be other CPA specific workshop that we will plan with Sheila, as well as Sheila has already confirmed for our 12th National Virtual Career Expo, which will take place on September 27th and 28th. And that's about 5 months from now. So is it 5 months from now? Yeah, 5 months from now. So Sheila will present there as well. So thank you all for joining us. And I see the number has stayed tremendously strong, Sheila. I don't know if you saw it. So if anything, it went up. So good for you. You're definitely very, very strong presentation. So thank you all. We're gonna play some video, and then next up will be Henry Global to talk about immigration. If you want to come to immigrate to Canada. So Sheila, I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Okay, so can we play some videos, please? Jim?
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi there. Hi.
How are you today?
Good. I'm not using any earphone or speaker. Can you hear me correctly? Like, okay?
It's very clear.
Okay.
I just wanted to, is it, you're going to be presenting today for
Yes,
sure, right? Is Joe
that's me,
joining
yes.
us?
Yes, this is my PowerPoint.
Okay, great, perfect. So you've been here before. You're a veteran here.
Yes.
I did want to let you know I will be managing the Q&A. So don't worry about the chat. It's going to pop up. There's going to be a lot of questions. But I'll take care of that, and I'll make a list of all the relevant questions that we can answer at the end of this presentation.
Sure.
So
I hope everything is in English, because my French really is not that good.
Don't worry. And if we will do it in English. If there are fresh questions in French that are relevant, I can translate them. So that's
thank you so much. You're a lifesaver.
No, don't worry. And I think generally most people who are watching have both languages if they speak French.
Okay.
So I'll do an introduction, and then I'll give you the floor.
Do I have the control of the PowerPoint? I just want to try it out.
You should. Is it yellow at the top of your screen?
Oh, yes, you can control the G-TAC. Yes, so I do.
Just to make sure it's good, and then we'll move on to the introduction.
Hey, how do I go about? Oh, there, it works.
Perfect. Okay.
How do I go back? Oops.
If you click the back arrow on your computer, it should work.
Where is the back arrow? I don't have any arrow in here.
Okay. If you does your mouse have?
Oh, yeah, it's just a little slow.
Yeah.
But it keeps going down. Okay.
Do you have a scroller on your?
I'll try. Let's see if page up and page down would work. I think it works. It's just a little slower.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay because it's on the other screen.
Okay.
So thank you for joining us. Thank you everyone who's viewing. We have a very exciting presentation coming up for you now from Henry Global. We are joined by Kathy Rue, who is an immigration consultant. She has 25 years of experience working in immigration consulting at Henry Global. Today, she will present on navigating the Canadian immigration system. All roads lead to Rome can be the very true reflection of Canada's immigration programs. Some programs are administered by federal, other by provincial governments. Some others are selected by skills and/or occupations. Some provide special pathways to foreign students. Others favor the transition from foreign temporary workers. There are special programs for entrepreneurs, self-employed, and employer sponsorships. So the question Kathy will answer is how to choose your way or the highway or in some other expressway to Canada. With over 25 years of experience as a certified immigration consultant, Kathy Rue will guide you navigating the Canadian immigration system, highlight some of the recent changes and trends and perspectives and insights behind the success in the selection process. Thank you again, Kathy, so much for being here. We really look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. It's so nice to be back here. I think I was here last year, so I need to update myself first. This is my 26 years being an immigration consultant. I'm really, really proud of being in this profession. I hope the page down is working, and this is me. I have been doing this since 1996, and I really love this profession. I'm a Chinese Canadian. I was born and grew up in China, but I'm a Canadian now. I think Canada, honestly, is the best country to live in the whole world, and I don't accept any challenges. I also think the Canadian immigration system is the best in the world. Because within our group, it's now called the Henry Group, we also cover the United States, Australia, some of the European countries, even some of the Caribbean countries, the passport programs. But with all the comparison, I honestly believe Canada's most advanced immigration policy is the best for people who really want to have a career and also care about their family and care about the overall quality of life. Canada is the best, and I also don't accept any challenges here. Canada is number one. So Our company covers, I just briefly introduced our company. We started in 1992. I started in 1996, so this is my 26th year in this industry. With all the great things I can say about the Canadian immigration system, there is one thing that is kind of like a little harder for person who first trying to research some immigration policy is the policy is a little complicated, but that's where I can help you, okay? I can make the complicated things easier for you to understand. So you don't have to get lost in this whole system. For today's purpose, I want to focus on what I think is most relevant for this group of people who come to Canada, want to look for a job, wants to establish themselves here. So I will talk about Canada, how Canada needs skilled workers, which means highly educated people who can come here and join the workforce right away. The language that we speak here in Canada is English and French. So by being ready to establish yourself in here, there are some criteria. I will help you navigate through this so you don't get lost. And I'll also give you some points on how to improve your scores. If you go through the selection and you find out, oh, I'm a little short of the selection grid, how do you improve your scores? And I'll also touch upon something called global talent stream, which is for those people who may not want to think about immigrate to Canada, but just want to come and find a job here and just need a work visa. I'll touch on that one. So this is what I want to cover in today's session. First of all, the message Canada is sending out to the whole world is Canada welcomes immigrant. We really, really do. Canada has an aging population. Even I am thinking about retirement. Within the next 10 years, I have to retire. Don't get fooled by my voice, but I'm actually probably older than you think. So with the low birth rate in Canada, so the only way and the most effective way for Canada to maintain its workforce is to welcome immigrants. And we have a very developed immigration policy, and the immigration department has an annual report that they report to the parliament every year and outlining how they have done last year and what their future plan is for the next 3 years. And even in each categories, how do they want to allocate the number of immigrants we want to welcome to Canada? For example, in the next 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024, about more than half of the total immigration numbers are going to what they call it, the economic class. What is economics class is economically, it means financially, these applicants, these immigrants will be able to establish themselves in Canada without outside help. In other words, these people are not government-sponsored refugees. These people are not privately sponsored family members. These people do not need anybody else's help. They can come to Canada and support themselves. These are called economic class. And the economic class consists of more than half of the whole immigration numbers. So this is the biggest class that Canada welcomes. We really need these people. Now, some of you might think, why Canada? Why don't go to United States? Why don't go to Northern European countries? As I said, Canada is best for family, and it's also good for young children, young people. Especially, we have the world's most advanced education system. We have some of the best universities in the whole world. When you put up 100 list of top 100 universities, you can see some of the Canadian universities here, like Toronto University, UBC, Waterloo. The whole world knows about University of Waterloo. The Silicon Valley companies come here every year and recruit our students before they even graduate. McGill and lots of these universities are world famous. And also, you're not just here for education, right? You're here for the overall. You want to see the whole package. In Canada, we have the most admired, by the whole world, most admired education system and healthcare. We have healthcare that covers all the costs you need, from seeing a doctor to getting an MRI to going to the hospital. And we also have childcare benefits. We have employment insurance to help those people who are in needs, who are vulnerable. And we have the best social system for the seniors. My parents are in their 80s. Not only they have their healthcare free, they also have their medicines covered by the healthcare. So that's something people will have a peace of mind thinking, okay, when I'm getting old, when I cannot work anymore, this country is the best place for me to live forever. So that's an overall package. But when you do come to look at, say, oh, I'm impressed, okay, I'm happy, I want to come to Canada. When you open up the immigration's website, when you look at all the programs that you could consider, you might get lost, okay? Even I get lost. I've been doing this for 26 years. Even I get lost. There's so many programs. I've only listed some of them I'm most familiar with, but this is probably only half of it. I purposely use different font and different size just to confuse you. Yes, because this is how you will feel when you go into the CSE website, excuse me, and you're going to say, what am I looking for? Yes, I will help you. You're not looking into all of these. I'll help you what you most likely will look at. So for today's purpose, I'll introduce what is Federal Skilled Workers Program and what is Canadian class. Actually, under the skilled workers, there's also a provincial nominee program, which I will talk about separately. Federal Skilled Workers Program is a federal program. It's most asked program. Before this session even started, I think there is someone who posted a question on there, asked me to check out his LinkedIn profile to see if he qualifies. He's 33 years old. Yes, I looked at your LinkedIn profile. You're a really good candidate. Your French language test is level 8. You should seriously consider Federal Skilled Worker Program. This is a program for people who do not have any Canadian work experience, people who are from another country, people who have not earned any Canadian experience. A similar program is the Canadian Experience Class. The name itself had given out the core of this program is, this is for people who have worked in Canada for at least 1 year. So for those of you who are here looking for a job, if you get a job, if you work in Canada for 1 year, you may qualify for this Canadian Experience Class. It's called CEC by short form. So these are the two most asked. About 80% of my calls end up in these two categories. There's also skilled trade and entrepreneur. I'll touch on, but I won't go into details. So for those who are considering immigrating to Canada, you first have to do a self-assessment. A self-assessment focus on these 6 factors. You just have to answer these questions. What is your age? The age is from 24 years old to 30 years old. You get the full points. But once you're over 30, your points started to decrease. At some point, you will earn 0 points for your age. You can tell right off the bat, Canada is looking for young people, right? So age, your level of education for that person who has master's degree, yes, you're a good candidate just right off the bat, based on your education, I know that. And your work experience, how many years have you worked in your industry? And whether you have a valid job offer or not. You don't have to have a job offer to qualify, but if you do have a valid job offer, it's endorsed by LIMIA and you can get some bonus points, either 50 points or 200 points. I'll give you an example later on. You will see how that changes your position in the selection grid. And of course, English or French language skill and your adaptability. If you have any relatives in here, if you have ever studied in Canada, if you have ever worked in Canada, all of these connections with Canada will give you some points that you can add on. So after the self-assessment, if you pass, the total is 100. If you pass 67, that means your self-assessment is successful. Then you can enter into something, we call it the pool, okay? It's a pool. You express your interest in coming to Canada, you list your factors, you list your criteria there, and then you wait to be invited. you wait to be invited. That's basically the process. Whether you are a federal skilled worker or your Canadian experience class, you enter the same pool. We call that pool Express Entry Pool. Short form is EE, Express Entry. So that's basically what you have to look at before you enter. Now, specifically for those people who have 1 year, minimum 1 year of work experience, the key here is the job experience has to be in Canada. I've been challenged many times, oh, I have 10 months, can I enter? No, wait until you have 12 months, okay? Of course, it counts actually by hours. On the CIC website, there are very specific ways to help you calculate. You may have worked for 1 year, but if your hours do not total to the hour, you still don't qualify. If you have the hours, but it's not 12 months, you need to go through that checklist to see if you can apply. And there's a minimum language ability that you have to qualify, okay? And this is some of the minimums. You can check on the CIC website to see, it guides you through every single step. So if you qualify for the language ability, you definitely can understand all those criteria on the CIC website. I'll briefly touch on the skilled trade because I really want to give you some examples on the skilled workers. The skilled trade in Canada, when we call the trade, we don't talk about international trade or the trade on stock market. That's not the way we talk about it. When we say skilled trade, we're talking about electricians, plumbers, people who work in laying the floors, hardwood floors, or butchers. These what we call it the trade. So they have separate groups, so you have to fit into one of the groups. And for the federal skilled trade program, you must have a job offer. That's one of the requirements. You must have a job offer. Entrepreneur, I won't talk today. Entrepreneur is a very, very complicated program. So if any of you say, I want to be an entrepreneur in Canada, I want to apply Ontario or Saskatchewan, I highly recommend you hire a professional. You don't have to hire me. You can hire a lawyer, you can hire other consultant. But entrepreneur program is very complicated. I have never seen anybody who can DIY a entrepreneur. DIY means do it yourself. I have never seen an applicant who can do a DIY on entrepreneur. It's so complicated. The last case I worked on, the additional document, the immigration officer asked for additional document. That letter alone is 21 pages. It's 21 pages. So you definitely need someone to help you if you an entrepreneur. And if you really are an entrepreneur, you know you can spend your time better elsewhere. You don't want to have this kind of headache. Okay, so entrepreneurs, don't try this. This is the page. If you care to use your phone to take a snapshot, you can. This is a comparison of the 3 programs: the Canadian experience class, the federal skilled workers, and the federal skilled trade. It lists the language skill that you have to have, the type of work experience you have to have. When we say 0, A and B, we're referring to a national occupation classification, or we call it the NOC. 0 A, B stands for the level. 0 is management level, A is professional level, like engineers. B is professional skill level, for example, technicians or technologists. You have to be at least in one of these levels. If you're in D, for example, labor, you're delivering pizza, that probably wouldn't qualify. So this is a summary kind of, and for those programs. Now, this is the interesting part. I know you guys are waiting for this. I'll give you some examples, and you can compare these examples with yourself and see if it can help you understand this better, okay? The first example I'm using, I'm going to call him John Doe. He's 24 years old, recently graduated from University of Waterloo. He has 1 year software engineer work experience in Toronto, and Toronto is in Canada. So right off the bat, you know, okay, 1 year job experience in Canada, this person probably qualifies for Canadian experience class, right? And he has no relative in Canada. He has taken his English language test, and his listening, speaking, writing, and reading are 8777. And so by using the CRS score, he estimated himself to be at 462 points. This is his score in the EE pool. We call it the pool, express entry pool. What does 462 points mean for John Doe? What does it mean? 462, does he have a chance or not? What does 462 points mean? Okay, this is the Canadian Experience class round of invitation in 2021. This may not make very much sense, but look at the next chart. My wonderful assistant helped me make this chart. In 2021, the blue line here you see are the scores. And where is John Doe? John Doe's line is the red line. 462, he qualifies, right? He qualifies. In all the rounds of the CEC invitations in 2021, starting at the year was 461. At the end of the year, the last time they had a draw was in September 2021. CEC has not had any draws since September 2021. A lot of people are complaining. If you go on the Twitter account under IRCC, every time IRCC posts anything, there's some people saying, what about the CEC draw? What about the relatives opening for 2022? Yes, a lot of people are waiting for the CEC to issue invitations again. They haven't done this since September. So we can only rely on last year's number. If John Doe really scored 462, yes, he definitely qualifies. Right? So that's my first example for young people. You can see right off the bat, yes, Canada welcomes young people. The second case, let's say Jane. Jane is 41 years old. She's married. Oh, by the way, there's a difference between married or not married because the scores online is different. She had a bachelor's degree from Singapore. She has 10 years experience as a program engineer. In the recent 5 years, she's also at a senior management level, but the whole job experience was in Singapore. She'd never been in Canada. She has no Canada connection. So with her qualification, what score can she get in the express entry? 271. 271. What does 271 means? Can she qualify for federal skilled workers? Can she qualify? And this is the chart I have prepared to show Jane if she can qualify. The thing about federal skilled workers is in the whole of 2021, there has not been any invitation issue. So the only thing I can rely on is the scores that was in 2020. Where can I find 271? Nowhere. Nowhere. In 2020, all the scores about 470. So Jane would not qualify at all. Jane would not qualify at all. She only scored 271. So there's no way she can qualify for this. So how do I improve her situation if she really wants to come to Canada? How can I improve? The first thing she can consider is something called LMIA. It's called Labor Market Impact Assessment. It's one of the Canadian government's agency that gives you an endorsement on your job offer. If you have a job offer, it's been endorsed by LMIA, then your job offer could be worth anywhere from 50 to, actually it's either 50 or 200. Well, Jane has been a senior manager. So she had worked as a vice president and her job offer is also in a management position. So her job offer would give her 200 bonus points. Would give her 200 bonus points. Remember, she was at 271 and now she is at 471. Her score is 471. So where can she find in 471? You can find her on the map now. Okay, the difference between the 200 point and 50 point is on the skill level. If she had no job experience in the management, in the senior management position, just as an engineer, she can only get 50 points. So this is what I mean by if she she has no vice president experience, if her offer, she maybe have worked for vice president, but her job offer here in Canada is only hiring her on her technical background, on her program engineer background, and without any management position. What if the job offer is only that? Well, then she can only get 50 points, as I explained in the previous slide. If she cannot get 471, what can she do? Sorry, the slide is behind me. It's a little slow, but anyway, if she only get 50 points, 271 plus 50, no, she wouldn't qualify, okay? I have some animations in here. It really slows down my slide, but I cannot press too fast, then I will lose my place. Yes, my math is right. 321, we couldn't find her on the map. Everything is above 470. So 321, she would not qualify. If she only get an offer for her software engineer position without any management duties, then she couldn't use the LIMIA as a way to improve her scores. But she can improve by something called PNP, Provincial Nominee Program. Canada's unique immigration policy is Canada federal government and the provincial government divided their duties. The province, Canada is so big, right? Canada has 13 provinces and territories. Each province and territories have something different that they need. So the province can have, the federal government give the provinces the right to choose what they call nominate the candidates that you want. So through the provincial nominee program, if you get approved by provincial nominee program, Jane can get a bonus point of 600. So a provincial nominee is worth 600 points. How was she before? 271, right? So 271, now she's at what, 871. And where would this score put her on the CRS score? Provincial nominee program round of invitation in 2021. Here's the chart, and it's all above 700, but hey, don't worry about it because Jane had scored where? 800, above 800, 821. So she's way out there. She's off the chart. She definitely gets selected. She definitely gets selected. So that's another way to improve your score by applying to the province first. As I said, provincial nominee program, there's lots of them. Some of the most sought after ones are Ontario nominee program. Saskatchewan has skilled workers nomination program. One of the sponsors here today is New Brunswick. New Brunswick has a very, very good nomination program. And it also, New Brunswick is also part of the Atlantic immigration program. So you can go through the Atlantic program as well. All the provinces, I've only listed a few, but I think only one out of the 13 does not have its own provincial nominee program. All the other 12 provinces and territories do. Okay, so if you already have a job offer, you know which province you're going to, research on that province's nomination program. It'll give you 600 points. It'll put you ahead of everybody else, and you definitely get selected. These are some of the examples I have listed here for Saskatchewan, for example. What do they need? New Brunswick's program is very similar to that LIMIA endorse. It's very similar. So it has a specific stream for skilled workers stream. So it's if you get a job offer to work in New Brunswick, definitely look this up. Definitely look this up. Okay, now that's a lot about immigration. What about those people who said, I only want to come here to work? I'm not thinking about immigration yet. I've come here to work. There's something called global talent stream. Honestly, most people who ask me about global talent stream are employers. Companies who are looking to hire talents, but they cannot find such person in Canada. and they can bring in global talent. They can bring in foreigners to fill the job positions. So there are more employers asking me about the global talent stream than there are candidates, they are employees. This is not an immigration program, it's a work visa program. The benefit of it, the most unique feature about it, it's fast, okay? It's very fast. The LIMIA approval, the regular program LIMIA approval take 8 weeks, 8 weeks. But this one, the Global Talent Stream, takes 10 days. There's not a lot of programs in Canada. The processing time is counted by days, but this one is. It's officially posted on the ESDC website. The LIMIA approval is 10 days. It's employer driven, which means the employer has to initiate the application, not the employee. The employer has to say, I need somebody to fill this position. I've tried my best to hire in Canada. I couldn't do that, but this job needs to be filled. I need to bring in some foreign talent. Then you can apply, the employer can apply. The benefit of it is predictable, it's very unique and very specialized. You know exactly who you're dealing with. You know exactly what talent you're bringing in. You're not casting a net, you have selected someone. So this is very specific. I'll give you some examples. They're mostly, most of the employers who approach this program are in the IT industry. Like I've listed the current, I just downloaded this from the website last Friday. Just look at the job titles: information system analyst, database analyst, data administrators, software engineers, computer network technicians, information testing technicians. It's mostly in IT. Even in the media, in some media, digital media designer is also one of the IT technical person. So it's these people, these occupations that would qualify for the Global Talent Stream. There are still some other qualifications. These jobs are mostly designed, this program is mostly designed for employers to improve, to innovate, to elevate, to improve their condition, not to maintain their average daily business, is to make the business higher and better and faster and all of that. So if you don't see any improvement with this job offer, you probably want to come to talk to me before you submit your application. But how does it benefit the employees? The employees say this benefits the employer, they can hire somebody, but how does it benefit me? First of all, it's fast. You go through the normal process, it takes months and then a few months to apply for your work visa. But if you go through the Global Talent Stream, it's super fast. It's super fast. The last time I had an employee applying for this, he was shocked by how fast it was. He said, I'm not even prepared yet. I thought it was going to take months. I said, I told you it count by days, right? It's really fast. And also, once you are here, you can start earning your Canadian experience. Like I said, you may qualify for federal skilled workers, but if you do have 1 year of work experience in Canada, you would also qualify for Canadian experience class. If you remember the chart I have presented earlier, the Canadian experience class typically have a lower benchmark, 462, remember, instead of 480 something, right? So if you have earned some Canadian experience, that's benefit for you. And also the LIMIA endorsement will give you bonus point, minimum 50 points of bonus point, right? So it'll improve your chance if you ever want to consider Canadian immigration application. It's definitely a benefit for you to have it. So most people ask me, how do I do it yourself? Well, I'm a consultant. I wish you would hire me, okay? But you don't have to. Honestly, if you qualify for the federal skilled workers, your English has to be so good or your French has to be so good, you definitely will understand the process. At least you understand. You may not have the experience as I do, but you should definitely understand the guide. You should definitely understand the check mark. You should definitely understand where to send your application, what to do and all that. So federal skilled workers and CSC is the case I see the most of do it yourself. I cannot guide you if you're doing yourself because I'm liable. So I don't want to guide you unless you retain me. But I do seminars periodically like this and give you some insight on how do you do this. We're on, the Chinese use WeChat. In English, we use LinkedIn, and we also have a website. So if you follow us, you may get to pick up some tips. And also, I know a lot of you join different groups on Facebook. We're not on Facebook, but I watch that a lot of the groups on the Facebook. There's some pretty good advice as well. So federal skilled workers and CEC, yes, you can do it yourself if you really want to, but do your homework, okay? Really understand what's been asked. And you cannot assume. If you're not sure, hire a consultant on hourly basis. And just to answer a specific question, you say, I have the whole package prepared, but I just don't know how to handle this specific question. I want to do it myself. I don't want to spend the money. That's totally fine. But can you please spend an hour, on this specific question and guide me how to do that? There's some consultants who like to do that. So if you want to do it yourself and still hire a professional, so you can do it that way. There's some lawyers who do that as well. But overall, it may not cost you much less because none of the professionals would like to give you an answer based on a question. We most likely would like to know all your background. So our answers would be professional, would be reasonable. Okay, you can't just say, is this English test score big enough, good enough for me? Well, on itself, it may be that you get 8777, it may be good, but I don't know your other qualifications. So I can only understand your language ability, but I don't know if this will qualify you for the program that you apply. So I cannot answer all of the questions. So if you are not sure on a lot of points, I suggest you hire a professional. You can reach us on WeChat, on LinkedIn, or on website. We're undergoing some migration of our website. So we actually have 2 websites now. So you will see pretty soon we'll be moving completely to our new website. And this is my phone number. I'm at this phone number, but I muted it, so I cannot answer your call as we are on here. But if you call me and leave a message, I'll be more than happy to reply you. Last time I did the seminar, within the next, I think 4 or 5 hours, I kept returning calls and emails. It's overwhelming. I really appreciate so many people are looking to immigrate to Canada, but it really takes time for me to answer you. So that's pretty much wraps up my presentation. I'm open for questions now.
Really helpful. And Kathy, we have some really good questions here right now.
Sure.
So let's get through those. Let me just make everything organized here. Okay. So the first question I have is, does having children increase or decrease my chances of selection?
Children do not get any scores, and it's not an increase or decrease. We love children. We love children, but they don't get bonus points.
This one I found really interesting and really specific. So some countries, embassies, or consulates have a backlog with work permits, some close to a year. Prospective employers, of course, can't wait for 52 weeks. This is a problem in Kenya. How can immigration consultants assist me with this program, with this problem?
Without commenting on specific case, I know there's some countries that really have a serious backlog. The IRCC website has recently changed their case processing. There is a place where you can check the case processing speed. It asks you to answer specifically which country you're applying from. So that is a good indicator. They have changed that to a new format. I haven't checked it out yet. I think it just came out 2 days ago. But you really cannot submit your application in a different jurisdiction unless you have a long-term work visa. For example, you're in Kenya. You cannot submit your application in Hong Kong unless you have a long-term work visa in Hong Kong. You say, I'm living in Hong Kong. I'm originally from Kenya, but I'm currently living in Hong Kong on a long-term work visa. So I want to apply in Hong Kong. Then you can do it. Otherwise, you can't. Of course, you can also try to see if you qualify for that global talent stream. If you do, that's a fast tracker.
Great, thank you, Kathy. And we're getting one question a lot. I think there's a little bit of confusion because we had, when we discussed New Brunswick in this presentation, and we have New Brunswick as a co-host. People are asking if this webinar can be used as a declaration of interest. I just want to let you know it cannot. In fact, no webinars at all can be used for a declaration of interest, okay? The New Brunswick stopped doing that a few years ago. I know it's a bit of a misconception, but I just wanted to clear the air. Okay, here's another question. Canadian job websites seem not to have separate sections for foreigners. The only way to understand if the employer accepts a job seeker from abroad is to send hundreds of CVs, hoping that there will be 1 out of 500 who is willing to deal with LMIA, WP, etc. burden. It is an exception. Am I right? Is it that complicated?
That's a very good question. I think G-TAC can probably answer that question better than I can. I get asked a lot of helping employees. Employees, when they get a job offer, they say, yes, the employer is willing to hire me, but they're not willing to go through the LEMIA process. Yes, it's a very big headache, especially the employers who have never dealt with ESDC before. It is a little hard for them to do that because it's completely not their professional. That's where I can help. So my advice is, if you, first of all, I'm sure some of the employers out there would list, you have to be able to legally work in Canada. You're either citizen or PR, you're open work permit. If they specifically said that, I would say they're less likely to help you. For those employers who had not specifically said yes or no, you have a chance. And also you can always have in your back pocket and say, hey, I have a consultant who's really willing to help me. If you want to hire me, I can hire Cassie to help me with the LEMIA application. Usually this should be the cost on the employer, but you can negotiate with your employer to include it in your compensation package or something.
Yeah, and on that note, really, we know what fields are in demand, and there are lists of companies that have used the Global Talent Stream in the past. You can find that on our government website. Also, not all companies are eligible for the Global Talent Stream. They have to make a certain amount of revenue. They have to be of a certain size. All those resources are available online. So maybe you won't have to send up 500 resumes if you do the research on what countries, what companies are eligible for that and what jobs are in demand. So that's just a bit of that feedback. That's a funny question. So Global Talent Stream is available for all nationalities, or is there some specific country employers can request when they apply for international candidates?
Good question. I don't think it's specific for any country or vice versa. I think this is employer driven. The employer says, I am IT industry. I'm in IT industry. I have some innovation project that I'm doing. I need to hire global talents. I cannot find any suitable candidates here in Canada. So they would apply to be qualified. There are two separate streams. One is they pre-qualify themselves. So once they get endorsed by the government assigned referral companies, they get endorsed, then they're on the fast track of getting approved. Alternatively, they can be in the category B, which means they have already identified a candidate they want to hire. Then they apply for the LEMIA, the under Global Talent Stream. Either way, like you said, the company has to have some pre-qualification they have to do, which industry they are, the revenue, the years of in business, why are they hiring, which position, which occupation, all of that. I think it's a conversation once you have pretty much have an offer in your pocket. It's not a conversation. You can do the research. I haven't seen any company when they're hiring say, oh, we have GTS available for you. I haven't seen any of those. No, it's really hard to do the research on that. Yeah. But you can do the research on Global Talent Stream and understand what it is. Then you can compare with the job duties out there and then research on the company and see if there is likely a match. If absolutely no, then you may not want to apply.
Yeah. This question was asked in French, but it's a really great question, so I'm going to translate it.
Okay.
This question is about proof of funds. So this job seeker would like to immigrate to Canada, but he's currently changing his country of residence because of a marriage. So let me just translate it first. And they are already in the express entry pool. He's wondering if he can keep his proof of funds in his current bank, or if he has to change it to a bank that's in his future country of residence.
Very good question. I have never seen such a request from immigration specify that which country your proof of funds has to come from. They only care about the funds are in your possession, which means the account has to be under your name. It has to meet their level. When you're a single person, don't quote me, check on the website. I think when you're a single person, I think the minimum you must have under your possession is roughly around 13,000 Canadian. But if you're married, that number could change. So they care about the number and they care about this fund is yours, it's under your name. But there's no requirement of which country is it from. For example, between Canada and US, we would accept your proof of fund if it's in a Canadian bank or in a US fund. I have never seen immigration officer asking it
really
has
good
to be.
Question.
Yeah, it's really challenging. I can research on that, and if you don't mind, get in touch with me. I can find out later. But I've never seen a case. I still have fresh memory because I just dealt with a proof of fund case last week. I was reading through the requirement. I don't recall the requirement is from a specific country. It's only about it's under your possession, it's genuine, it's real, really your money, and it meets the minimum amount.
Great.
I hope that helps.
I think that does help. Is it necessary to have IELTS to be sure to be extracted even if I have 506 points?
Say it again. The IELTS is what?
I believe it's the IELTS.
Yeah, it's a language test in English.
Do I need to have that even if I have 506 points?
How do you demonstrate? You have to have that. It's mandatory because you cannot say, oh, I estimated my English to be very good, so I give myself this mark. No, you have to have proof that you're really this good.
Do you expect new Ukraine refugee program to significantly influence processes and numbers for the rest of the immigration programs in 2022?
Excuse me. I think that's a question for Sean Fraser. I think that's a question for our minister. I hope not. There has been some delay when the refugee program for the Afghanistan people was opening up. The major slowdown was in answering the calls. I think the regular processing was still going on, but the communication was completely cut off. If I have to call the immigration, I have to get up early in the morning and dial exactly at 8 o'clock. Even if I tried at 8:05, I may not be able to get in. The rest of the day is not possible. Right now, it's the same case. I think the whole department is working on a normal pace. They have designated people to help with the Ukrainian situation. I don't think it has a significant impact, but the communication really is slowing down because they can only have certain people answering phone calls and answering your web forms. So it feels it has slowed down. It definitely have that feeling. But based on my caseload, I have seen them picking up the pace actually. They have all gone back to work at the first week of March. I have seen a lot of communication from them coming to me and say, hey, you got landing paper 2 years ago. Do you still want to come? Because of the pandemic, all the landing paper had expired. Do you want me to issue a new one? Some of the additional documents say, hey, do you still want to come? Give me that additional document I want. In the past month, I've seen the pace being picked up rather than getting slowed down.
Great, that's fantastic. I've seen this question pop up a few times. When do you expect FSW draws will return?
Good one. Are you asking about CEC or FSW? Well, they're both really tough. That's a question for our minister, Sean Fraser. I asked him the same thing on Twitter, but I guess he only tweets, he doesn't reply. We're all looking for that. With the border opening, I would say pretty fast, because the last 2 years, it was all because of the pandemic, right? Even if they did issue you, they process you, you can't come anyways. And they were trying to get everybody who's already in Canada all settled down, all become immigrants. So that was the priority. This priority has shifted. The minister had given several speeches earlier this year that he will reopen. Yes.
So we are coming close to the end of this presentation, but I had one question. I have time for one more question, I think. This viewer is thanking you for the information, and they're wondering, what is the duration between being selected from a province and the federal step?
Being selected. Okay, that's an interesting word. Being selected, if you mean nomination, because when you're selected by the province, they have a pool there too. You enter the pool, they select you. Then if you're talking about nomination, they give you a nomination certificate, say, we selected you, please come to us. Then you can submit your application. There are two ways you can do this. One, you can submit the immigration application and just wait. The other one is you can get a work visa right away and then come first. Actually, I think most of the program would support you to apply for a work permit. Some provinces even require you to do that within the next 3 months or 6 months. For example, in British Columbia, if you get nominated, you have a job offer, then you're supposed to come. Look at the nomination letter and the support letter. If it requires you to apply for a to apply for a work visa, you should do that within the time frame. Then you can come to Canada sooner. You don't have to wait for your landing paper. You can wait for that while in Canada. If it's not absolutely required, then it's up to you. You can come, they'll support you, or you don't. But also bear in mind, if you have a job offer, your employer needs you right away. So you're supposed to come.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It was a super informative presentation. We had some really good questions there. I want to give you an opportunity to let people know where they should connect with you next. And thank you again. It was really, really great.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Good luck, everyone.
Bye, Kathy.
Bye.
Okay. What a great presentation. Super helpful. I know a lot of people who are viewing are looking to immigrate to Canada, and that was a really, really thorough presentation. So yeah, I see everyone thanking in the chat right now. Let's run a few more promotional videos. We're going to be back here at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a presentation from Global Talent Alliance Canada with Shaw and with me. So we'll see you back in about 10 minutes, and we'll just run some promotional videos in the time being.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hello. Welcome back. So thank you everyone for joining us again, and we still have a completely full presentation room. So we're just really thrilled with your viewership today and with the participation and the great questions we've been getting. The next presentation is with Global Talent Alliance, which is mine and Shaw's organization. So I'll give a little bit of an introduction, and then I'll pop in and out throughout the presentation. Okay. So Shaw is the current VP of Global Outreach at Global Talent Alliance. He is skilled at strategic communication to ensure employer partners, community partners have a broad understanding of our services. He has 10+ years of professional career coaching experience and has helped countless job seekers transition their careers to Canada and/or land a job in their field. Some of his other specialties are domestic and global sales, key client retention, resume building, product marketing, business development, relationship management, Fortune 500 account specialist, and career consulting. G-TAC was founded to combine our experience and industry knowledge of the Canadian job market. Our team has the skill set and network to help you grow as a business or as an individual. Our job seeker services include skills training, employer connections, and career counseling. Go visit our booth for job opportunities in Ottawa. Thank you, Shaw. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. That was very, very nice of you. Let me see this. So is everybody seeing this? Caitlin, do you see the first slide? I don't know. Caitlin, can you see the first slide?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. And I want to thank for all of you that stay with us today. And I can see that it's still a very, 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 very capacity crowd. So without further ado, I'm just going to go dive right into it. Is to talk about the ICT sector here in Canada, and also how we built the global talent pipeline for Canadian employers. Okay, so this is for all of you that's listening right now, especially if you are in ICT sector. I want you to pay a special attention. Now, for those of you that attended the workshop before me, they talk about the GTS and they say that G-TAC is probably more qualified to answer those questions. And Kathy is right. And later on, towards the end of the presentation, Caitlin will talk a little bit about some of the jobs that's actually available, that's actually GPS qualified. So for those of you that's listening right now, and if you qualify for those jobs, Caitlin will talk a little bit more about the benefits and everything associated with those jobs. Okay, so G-TAC, we specialize in diversity staffing and recruiting, and we have years of experience working with global talent and Canadian employers from coast to coast to coast. We also provide upskill trainings, which I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and those trainings are not different than these colleges or universities. Our training is all based on practical and provide immediate needs. They are usually short trainings, 10 weeks most, and it will give you all the essential skills you need. Now, obviously, before you take this training, you need to have a strong foundation. For example, if you're taking our accounting training, you definitely should have some kind of accounting background or previous experience in the country of your origin. Okay. So we also provide help global talent with that needs sponsorship to come to work in Canada. And all this is going to be covered in the coming slides. So just bear with us. And of course, if you have any questions, by all means, please put it in the chat box or in the Q&A session. Okay. Et désolé, notre présentation aujourd'hui, c'est seulement en anglais. Okay, so please put your question in English if possible. You can put it in French, but we'll try to do a rough translation as we move forward. Okay, let's get going. So, as Kayla mentioned earlier, my name is Shaw Kwan, and I am the VP of Global Outreach. Now, one thing that Kayla mentioned very, very quickly was that I am also great at sales. So, but the thing is, you all of you out there, you have a talent, and those talent are sellable. Okay, so if it's packaged properly, anybody, any one of you listening right now are able to find jobs here in Canada if you package it properly, if you present it yourself properly. So this is all about presentation. So by the way, another way to keep abreast with the latest information from G-TAC, aside from our website, is definitely follow our social media. LinkedIn, under LinkedIn, type in Global Talent Alliance Canada, or in Meta, or formerly Facebook, you can type Global Talent Alliance Canada. Follow us on social media because you will get all the latest updates, latest information, upcoming events. So those are very, very useful tools. By all means, use it. Okay, that's why. And it's all obviously it's also mobile friendly. So if you download those apps, you can see this photo of us even on your mobile set. So, as mentioned earlier, we specialize in diversity staffing and recruiting, and we also provide upskills training. So where are we right now? Where are we? When I say we, I mean Canada. Where are we as a Canadians are in the ICT sector as compared to the world? Right now, as of today, Toronto, the city of Toronto or the greater Toronto area is the fourth largest ICT industry. They employ more people, fourth largest in terms of employment opportunities in North America. And this is quite a feat. This shows you how the talent has emerged here in Canada. We are definitely a solid, Canada is actually a solid hub for ICT professionals. Vancouver, Ottawa for R&D and telecom, chips, IC, telecommunications, Montreal. So all these are very, very, I would say, thriving sector right now. And just to give everybody a little bit of a background, and this is just even though it's not up to date, but at least you can see the growth from 2006 to 2016. Look at the region, Kitchener, Waterloo. Obviously, University of Waterloo is based there, where in the 10 years it has expanded by about, I would say, maybe close to 30%. Quebec, that's Quebec City, Edmonton, Ottawa, Gatineau, Calgary, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. As you can see, there's all about 20 to 30% of growth. And this is a figure in 2016. And I can guarantee you in 2022, as of 2021, at the end of 2021, you're going to see that number continue to jump, which that's why it made the Toronto the fourth largest ICT employment city in North America. Companies such as Twitter, Punch, Uber, Google, Microsoft. Microsoft is going to hire another 2,500 people, Microsoft Canada, HSBC Global Data and Innovation Labs, Pinterest, Netflix, Amazon. So all these companies are building Samsung. So all these companies are building their centers now in Canada because we have the talent. So basically, the old saying is money follows talent. When the talent pool is here, money will come. In Q2 2021, last year, there were 217 new deals for startups that has captured $4.1 billion in investment. This is quite a big jump for Canada, especially consider that our population is small, right? Relatively to, say, our neighbor. We are only about a 10% population of our southern neighbor, United States. So it's quite small, the population. But as you can see, the ICT sector is definitely thriving here in Canada. So where does Global Talent Alliance come in? This is where we've been serving this industry for over the past 10 years. And we're really, really passionate about it. We've built these talent pipelines to help Canadian employers expand and to help newcomers or talented ICT professionals that's either in Canada or planning to come to Canada, and help them connect with employers all across Canada. Okay, and obviously we also provide with their settlement needs as well. So when they do come, often they come with their family. So, you know, we also provide settlement advice on where to stay, anything and everything to do with, if you have children, you know, about the schools, everything you need to know about the settlement here in Canada. So basically, essentially, is we help business expand their talent pipeline so they can meet their talent needs, and we also help you, the international educated ICT professionals, coming to Canada and find work that's relevant to your field. Now, many of them, or many of you, are missing some of the, I would say, skills. And this is where we provide upskill trainings for you. And these skill trainings is usually only up to, it could be a week or 2 weeks or up to 10 weeks. And it's very, very relevant to what the Canadian employers need in today's work environment. And all the instructors are professionals in their field. I'm just going to talk a little bit more about that later. But that means that before I get to that one, I just want to share a slide earlier, which I shared this slide earlier today already, is welcome to our 11th National Virtual Career Expo. Over the past 10, we have made a significant stride in terms of establishing G-TAC as definitely Canada's largest talent pipeline builder. Okay, and we have such a source-rich database in our database, talent pool, that a lot of employers are actually tapping into our resources to try to fill their talent needs. Okay, we work with 400 employers, and I can tell you right now that 400 employers is actually a very, very conservative number. The actual number is probably higher. And we also provide the largest digital platform in Canada to help you learn more about the latest trend. What are some of the diversity, inclusions, policies? Meet with the employers every Thursday to meet the employers. We also talk about career coaching as well. We do provide for fee a one-on-one career coaching, so that to help our client significantly. Without our coaching, you can find a job, but it probably takes 6 months to 12 months, sometimes longer. But with this career coaching, we can dramatically shrink your search, possibly down to weeks. Okay, so this is why it's very, very important. Is the reason why we can do this is because we know what the employers are looking for. How do we know what the employers are looking for? Because they tell us. We talk to them on a daily basis. They tell us. So we have the latest information in terms of what are available. Again, we'll talk about some of the jobs that's in need right now, desperately in need right now, and those qualify for the GTS program, Global Talent Stream program. So upskill training. I'm just going to talk quickly a little. The one thing I have to be careful is I want to save some time for Q&A. Okay. So the accounting training, for those of you that already have some accounting background, I know that earlier in the CPABC webinar, a lot of you do have accounting background. And if you are looking to continue that program, your profession here in Canada, you have to learn about the Canadian accounting system. Okay, Canadian payroll system, Canadian accounts payable, receivable, the Canadian tax system. So this program is designed, it's been running for 11 years. 11 years. Graduates from this program are able to get jobs in this field within 6 months after they graduate. 75% of the graduates from this program are able to get a job in this field within 6 months after graduate. And this is a very, very, this might not sound impressive, but if you really actually think about it and you actually did some job application, whatnot, since that, you'll understand it's quite a remarkable stats that we have. It's only 10 weeks. So, and it's all 100% online. So we current cohort, there are students from outside of Canada that's taking this course right now. Now the time, it's not flexible because we're restricted by the qualified trainer. So you might need, if you're in other side of the world, you might need to do some adjustment in terms of your lifestyle for a short period of time to learn more about the upskill, the accounting training that you need to have in order to find work here in Canada. And just want to mention that these instructors are all qualified accounting professionals, including CPAs. Okay, and we also have a business analysis program as well. And this is relatively short training, only 8 hours. It breaks down into 4 2-hour sessions, so it will be done in 4 sessions, and it will be 2 sessions a week, so it will be in 2 weeks. And then the cybersecurity training as well. This is also a very, very short session, so it's 10 online sessions as well. So all of these are definitely will provide you with the necessary tool and bring you up-to-date, most up-to-date information in terms of what the employers are looking for. Okay. And if you have any questions, by all means, come to G-TAC booth, send an email to song, song.g.g@g-tac.ca. He is the training coordinator, or send it to our general email box in info@g-tac.ca. Okay, or connect with us on LinkedIn or Facebook.
Hi.
So,
okay.
Caitlin, I'm going to pass this to you now.
Yes, so this is my specialty. So here are some in-demand jobs that we have available right now. And now these are open for people outside of Canada. You have to have at least 5 years of experience with these specific jobs in order to be considered for a position in Canada. But these are the ones where there are LMIA. We do work with employer partners who are looking for people with these specific skills. So we're looking for principal and senior ASICs design engineers, as well as ASIC design verification engineers. We're looking for senior firmware engineers, senior software engineers, senior gaming engineers, and senior memory design engineers. Now, these roles are on our website. So if you want to learn more about them, specific about them, they are on our website. We do have other roles posted on our website as well and at our booth, but those are not open for people who are outside of Canada, but these ones are. So we thought we would share them with you, okay? If you have these qualifications, please reach out to us. This would be an easy path for you to get to Canada, okay? That being said, if you are a PR holder, we do have other jobs open. We work very closely with employers, and we get talent from outside of Canada, and we support people coming to Canada. So if you don't see a role here that fits your kind of work history, then feel free to reach out for us. You know, Shaw is a very, very skilled career counselor, and he can kind of help you, coach you on what would be the fastest way for you to get to Canada, okay? That's pretty much it on the in-demand jobs.
Well, Caitlin, I don't know if you want to share some, give our listener an idea in terms of what are the salary range, say, as a senior.
Well, when you are looking for a job in Canada and you're from outside of Canada, there are a few rules that the jobs have to have. So they have to be, all of these jobs must pay over $95,000 a year. Okay, and a lot of them pay a little bit more than that, but that is the minimum you'd be looking at for any of these positions here that are available. Let me just take a look. They are all GTS qualified, and all these companies are great potential to grow. So, we talk about stability when we're looking at jobs. These ones not only are stable, but they're highly competitive. So if you are lucky enough to get one of these jobs in Canada, you will likely not be stuck at that company. You could grow within that company because these are growing fields, but you would also have the option of getting employment at another company with the similar jobs in Canada. So it is a really great potential for growth, as well as, making that big career step to move to Canada.
Yep. Well said. Well said. So why don't we open up? Yes.
I see a lot of questions. We will be doing a question and answer period at the end of this presentation.
Okay.
We're not going to answer them throughout them. Just wanted to make sure.
Well, that will be I'm going to end the. Why don't we just do some questions, because I'm going to leave this slide on just in case you guys any one of you want to get in touch with us. info@g-tac.ca, or come to the booth, Global Talent Alliance Canada's booth. I will be there. A lot of my colleagues are there. We're there to help you answer questions. And also, I see that some of you are very, very active, actually are trying to request a connection on LinkedIn with me. So that's very, very smart. And there are a few that's even smarter. They even found my email. They even found my email and sent me email. So I am very, very impressed with the sharpness of our listener today. But all in all, it's a very, very competitive world, and it's very, very tough world. But the thing is, with proper coaching, with proper training, those are something that can easily overcome. And this is where G-TAC will come in, because of our years of experience and thousands of newcomers that we have helped to find jobs. Okay, so those are very, very relevant, just so everyone would know. Now, I don't know, Caitlin, are there any questions?
Yeah, there are a few questions, and I wanted to remark on something in French. Alors, il y a beaucoup de personnes qui veulent qu'on parle en français pour cette présentation. Et il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ont demandé des questions spécifiques aux formations que nous offrons, aux services que nous offrons. Ils veulent qu'on fasse ça en français. Mais malheureusement, nos services et nos formations sont tous en anglais. Alors, je ne pense pas que c'est une opportunité de parler en français, parce que toutes les formations et tous les services que nous offrons sont en anglais. Et aussi, beaucoup de places au Canada, si vous voulez venir ici, il faut parler en anglais. Le seul place que ce n'est pas nécessaire, c'est Québec et Nouveau-Brunswick. Alors, on va continuer cette présentation en anglais, juste pour toutes les personnes qui veulent prendre nos services et nos formations. Okay. So I was just explaining, there's been a lot of people who've been asking if we can speak French and if we can do this presentation in French and learn about our trainings in French. And I just wanted to make it very clear that our services and our trainings are in English. So it doesn't make much sense for us to run this presentation in French. We have spoken about doing French trainings, and we have spoken about, doing French services, but right now at this time, it's not something that we offer. So, maybe in our next fair, we'll be bringing up more French trainings, but right now they're all in English. So we're just continue this in English.
Yeah. Well, but not only that, let's be honest. I would say over 90% of the ICT jobs here in Canada, where the predominant work language is English. I'm saying 90%, but it's probably higher.
Yeah, even in French-speaking provinces, their business language is English for technical jobs.
Yes. That's yes, that is such an important fact there. So are there any questions you want to? I'm sharing this, so I cannot see the chat
Don't
box.
worry, I have been saving all the good questions. And I think one thing that we also need to get out of the way before we get to the rest of the questions, we're still getting a lot of questions if this session today is if they can use it as a declaration of interest. So no, you cannot. I know that comes up a lot. In fact, no webinars, none, whoever they're from, can be used for declarations of interest anymore. Okay.
But
okay,
the benefits from these webinars probably far exceeds those declaration of interest webinars.
I have some really interesting questions here. So let me bring this one. I'll ask this one to you, Shaw.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm certified journeyman electrician with 2 years of experience in commercial and residential buildings focused on quality, safety, and customer satisfaction. Ability and knowledgeable in all areas of the National Electrical Code and excel at analyzing and solving problems with various electrical control systems. Is there a contract for electricians in Canada? If yes, how can I contact them? Thank you.
Well, you could have contacted G-TAC because we were offering the electrician training for foreign trained electricians such as yourself. So if you take this training and then you also have to do a certain amount of hours of apprenticeship, and which we will organize. But this is only for people that's in Canada right now. So you need to come to Canada first. Okay, you can take those courses online at home in your home country now, but those hours that you need to have apprenticeship hours, it has to be performed here in Canada.
Yeah, it's important to note that electricians are trades, and the trades are regulated in Canada. So you can't just come from your country of origin with an electrician degree and transition into an electrician role in Canada. So you have to take some courses once you get.
And if you just wait another hour or so, when BCCA come online and in the presentation that starts at 3 p.m., by all means, this is definitely a good question for Linda as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a question for you, Shah, because you work in career coaching. What are the obstacles that immigrants face in Canada?
Well, man, oh boy, I can talk for 4 hours. I can lecture on this for 4 hours on this. Yeah. See, one thing that people think that to find a job for newcomers, they think that I have no network. I have no Canadian work experience. My education is not recognized here, or not widely recognized here, and I don't know where to go. So there's a lot of unknowns, and sometimes those unknowns for you, without talking to an expert, you think those are obstacles. But given our past experience, how we work with thousands of newcomers, is what we do is we look at it from the other way around. Is what if, assuming if you're a Java developer is a Java developer. Doesn't matter if you're in Nairobi. Doesn't matter if you're in Quito. It doesn't matter if you're in Dubai or Mumbai. It doesn't matter. A Java developer, sorry, it's allergy season. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know why all of a sudden my eyes gets itchy there. A Java developer is a Java developer. So what you need to present is your skills and how it fits the employer's needs. Employer, before they decide to hire you, they will base on 3 major criteria. Number 1, can you do the job? Number 2, will you be a good fit for the company? Right? Because you will join the team. Will the rest of the team tolerate working with you, or will you tolerate working with the rest of the team? And number 3, what other value-added talent that you can bring to this company? So all these are evaluated by the employer. They scrutinize every details to make sure that you fit these 3 criteria before you are offered the employment. So you need to work on those criteria. Don't worry about no networking, non-recognized education. Those are something that it can overcome easily, especially if you're not really going for regulated positions. Okay, such as if you engineer, you did study engineering, whereas a professional engineering institution, they probably will need to have a West certified educational background of the country that you study in. So all this to say is, you just need to concentrate on those three, meeting those three criteria that employers are looking for. Have a properly well-written resume that lets the reader understand that you qualify. Have a well-coached interview strategy, so you can properly communicate your skills to the interviewers, and then finally is understanding what the Canadian cultures are like, and that's it. It's actually quite simple. Actually, simpler than it's. Well, from my point of view, it's not as difficult as you think it might be.
Okay. Here's a question: are there any provinces who need French or English teachers? I could probably answer that.
Go ahead.
English teachers, not so much. English teachers aren't very hard to find, but French teachers, specifically in English-speaking provinces, when you go out west, they definitely need more French teachers. The thing is, teaching as well in Canada is regulated. So you would have to come and get some courses to make sure that your degree transfers over to Canada, but we are in need of French teachers, specifically out west.
Yeah. Okay, I just need to thank you, Caitlin, because obviously, because a member of my family is a teacher, and you definitely, and a few friend of mine's children are teacher. You definitely need to go through teaching college. Okay, those are more like a graduate program, 2 years teaching college program. It's very hard to get in, and then once you complete that, then you have to be in line. Like I can tell you right now, science, math, science, English is probably there's quite a bit. In French, because someone from my family who is currently teaching French in Ontario, and the stats was, if you want to become a French teacher in Ontario, and you go through the teaching college, you have over 80% of chance landing a job right after you graduate.
Yeah, it's very in demand.
Yes.
This is a question, I don't know the answer to this one, so I'll ask it to you. Can I find a job in Canada with a different NOC code than mine, but in the same domain?
What code? What NOC code? Which code?
I'm not sure. So I'm guessing, let's say they are eligible for a NOC code for a web developer, but they get like a technical IT role. Is that possible if it's not there?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Those NOC code, it's just a parameter. It's not set in stone. So yes, definitely. I've seen that before. So it's yes. The answer is yes.
Great. Here is a great question. Either one of us can take this one. It's when registering for this expo, we get to upload our resume. Do they serve any purpose other than the profile registration? Do you get to look at them and keep a database as G-TAC?
You wanna answer that? Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, we keep them. We have a database, and the database is actually not just us that gets access to it. It's all the employers that are part of the event. So if you have, that's why resumes are so important. You want to have keywords. You want to tailor them for the jobs that you want, because the employers are going to search for people with certain set of skills. And if your resume pops up, they might actually reach out to you and try to get you to come to their booth. So yes, we do keep them, and there's a database.
And not only that, we also do the search ourselves for the employer that has contracted us to help them find the talent.
And not just during the event, like we'll do that all year. We'll go through that
all year round. Yes. Yeah. But one thing I do want to keep remind everyone is, when we talk about resume writing, we always say when you apply for a job, you give a customized resume. But when you do upload a resume as a general, so keep it as general as possible. Now, if you know Java, if you know Python, if you know C#, you know C++, you know C, put all of them in there so that people knows that you know all that. And then whenever there's a job that requires you to have a more specific, then you can write a more customized resume. But in this case, just put everything. Now, I hope no employer are listening here, but my advice to all the job seekers is, Even if you did study that Java in university, put it in your resume. Because you did study, even though you never used it professionally, but you did study. And I know that if someone that knows Java, they can quickly bring it up to speed.
Shaw, I have a question here from someone who's watching. They want to know, how do they apply for a job in Canada? So this is a beginner, it seems like. They haven't done much yet.
Yeah. Folks, don't worry about it. Okay, listen. When you apply for a job from your own country, to the recruiter that reads them, it's like anyone that submit these resumes. They will look at the resume first. Now, I mentioned this many times already. Some countries, when they submit resume, those countries' employer demand photo, identification of gender, age, date of birth, marital status, etc., etc., etc. If you do put those when you apply to jobs to Canadian employers, then you kind of let people know that, oh, no, you're not really Canadians, because so you kind of raise the red flag already. So if you do apply to jobs in Canada, you can do a Google search. What are the employers, or a Bing search, or any internet search? They'll tell you there's no need for photos. There's no need for gender, identification of gender. There's no need to put your date of birth, your marital status, your national ID number, any of these very private, confidential information. You do not need to put in. In fact, I would suggest you only put your name. Don't even need to put your phone number, because the minute you put your phone number, you kind of, it's up to you. But your name and your email address, and if you want to put your LinkedIn connection there, that's great. Okay, so those are the basic information that for employers to find you.
Yeah. They're in Canada, we're very concerned about bias. So we try to make our resumes to eliminate all forms of bias. So by doing that, you eliminate your age, your gender, and that helps people not make judgments about you before they take a look at your
not only that, Caitlin, there are companies right now, they don't even want your name.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even want your name. They just want your resume.
Yeah, the government's doing that now. Okay, I have a question for you here. I have a degree in information technology and a master's degree in IT, currently in Canada, but I want to specialize in cybersecurity. Should I take your training?
Our training is called Cybersecurity Fundamentals. So we will talk about the fundamentals. Now, there's no way you can learn in-depth knowledge about cybersecurity in 10 hours of training. Sorry, 10 sessions. That's 20 hours of training. There's no way. So we provide you with the fundamentals. And if you do attend this training, you'll learn all the fundamentals, and then you can talk to the instructor, and the instructor will tell you, okay, if that's the case, then what you need to do is to do this. So you will definitely get a very solid foundation about cybersecurity fundamentals in our course. But you can also talk to the instructor, and the instructor will, based on your background, give you a more pinpoint guideline in terms of what courses, what certification you need if you want to continue in that field.
I have a few good questions here in the chat, but I'm going to go to a question that just came in from YouTube. So this person's asking, we hear that resumes not carrying a Canada address when we are applying from another country doesn't get considered. Should we put an address? How do they manage this?
Well, you see, this is another thing that I have to tell you is a lot of people, newcomers, says, oh, well, you know what? I have a friend who got a job, and he did this. He told me, you have to do this, you have to add this, you have to add this, you have to do this. Then this is must to get a job. And I can tell you right now, your friend or your relative that's sharing this story with you, is they only sharing these successful story with you. They probably didn't tell you they have 200 applications that got rejected, right? So they're only sharing what worked. Oh, you know what? I did this and I got a job. That was luck. That was luck.
So,
Okay.
and they're basically asking, should they leave out their address from the resume? And
So-
actually, we kind of leave out the address from the resume here as well. We'll put the city, maybe we'll put the suburb, but we won't put the specific address. That being said, if you're international and you purposefully omit your address, it isn't a great first impression to start, because it looks like you're trying to get in sneaky without letting people know you're from outside of Canada. So maybe put your country. You don't have to put your specific address, but I would recommend putting it, because it could be that the job you're applying for is not open to LMIA. And if you pretend to be from Canada, they're still not going to be open to LMIA, even if they talk to you. And it's not up to them, it's up to the company. So I would put your country on it.
Caitlin, you hit the nail right on the head, because I had some clients who were trying to fool the employer, thinking that they're in Canada. And then when the employer schedule an interview, for example, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's actually 2 a.m. in your local time, and you cannot do it. And or if you do come online and you tell people that people will stop the interview right there, if they find that they've been fooled by you. And not only that's not the worst part. The worst part is your name probably going to be blacklisted.
Yeah, and it doesn't change whether the company would be willing to sponsor you or not. Because if the company is open to sponsorship, it won't be a red flag that you're from outside of Canada. But again, they're only open to sponsorship for positions that cannot be filled within Canada. So make sure that you're doing your research on what is in demand, whether the company fits the criteria for LMIA, because some companies don't fit that criteria. So if you're applying to all these jobs and you don't know whether they're eligible, it's just wasting your time, because you will not get callbacks.
Yeah, well said, well said.
Here's a question from someone on the chat saying the ICT industry is highly in demand. So why is it so difficult to reach out for a valid job overseas with a master's degree in information systems?
It's not hard. As I said before, if you do it properly, it's not hard. I do that with my clients on a daily basis.
That's true. I mean, that's what Shaw's specialty in. So if you're really not having luck, you think you have everything you need, and maybe it's time to try with a career counselor, because what might take you 3 years to figure out on your own will take you a couple of hours with a Canadian career counselor. So it's just a time saver for sure. Let's see. I'm looking at all these new questions. There's so many good questions. Is it true that when you have high express entry score, provinces like New Brunswick do not pick your profile up as it fits a bigger province?
No, that's not true. Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a high express entry score, everyone's going to pick you. I think the only thing is, do you fit what they're looking for at that time?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's up to you. Caitlin, you're right. It's up to you. Okay, let's be honest. Employers in Toronto probably can pay you better than employers in New Brunswick. So it's up to you. It's you that have to make a decision. Do you want to go to a bigger city or bigger province, or do you want to prefer to work in a smaller province with less population? This is your choice.
Yeah. And I think maybe before we run promotions, did you want to go over the trainings that we have coming up again, just so people can get one final look at the...
Sure. So I just want everyone to see, in case you guys haven't, just want to remind everyone, thank you, Caitlin, is we do have the...
I also want to give one more kind of tidbit to people who are looking to come to Canada. There isn't just the Canadian immigration, like getting a sponsorship. There's also the opportunity to work at a company that is international and get transferred to Canada. So if you're not having any luck and you've been trying, maybe try to get a job at a company that, like a company like IBM, or a recruiting company that's international, or a sales company that's international, and then put in a request for a transfer to Canada. And it takes longer that way, but it is also something that's on the table if you are not in an in-demand profession.
True. Thank you, Caitlin. You just mentioned the keyword. It takes longer. Yeah. You have to work for a certain period of time with that company before you're eligible for internal transfer. Unless, of course, you have this highly specialized talent. But then if you do have highly specialized talent, then you probably want to directly work for a company here in Canada rather than go through this lengthy process. So just to recap is we do have the accounting class training. Please contact Song Guo at song.g.g@g-tac.ca. Song is actually in the Global Talent Alliance pool or booth right now. So it's great that you can go talk to him right now. He's there. So if you're interested, talk to him on when is the next cohort starts. We also have the business analysis class coming up. This is a much shorter class. Now notice the time. It's every Monday and Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So this might not be, if you're in India or Africa, this might not be an ideal time for you, okay? And then, of course, there's the cybersecurity fundamentals, and this is 10 sessions. And this one is a little bit more flexible in terms of time because the instructor is very flexible and it's interactive. All training are done via Zoom. Okay, much like if you can watch today's webinar, then you should have no problem attending our training class.
We just got a question on YouTube asking if we have any employers attending today who are looking for hiring logistics or transportation professionals through LMIA. And we actually do. I would recommend looking at the CN, the Canadian National Railway booth.
Yeah,
so check them out.
That's a good one. Or talk to Cancel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a great question. So it's quarter to the hour. Do we have any other questions before we sign off? Because I know that some of you have already trying to send me messages on the chat room because while I was talking to you guys, I can see the little sign popping up there. So there's about 60 questions.
I think that we should, we have plenty of time for more questions with different presenters. I think that a lot of these questions will be relevant to the next few presentations as well. So we should probably run some videos and then we'll be back here in less than 15 minutes for the next presentation.
Okay then, thank you all for joining us today and have fun. Good luck with your job search. And then we have 2 more webinars going. So see you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Shah.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor, that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
Hi, Megan. How's it going?
Hey, Caitlin. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Megan's actually my sister's name, so.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Caitlin is my first cousin's name.
I feel like there's taste
It's like
there.
a sister.
I like the name. So you've done this presentation before, I imagine, yes?
Yes, I've probably had a few tweaks since the last time, but it's quite similar to the one I've done before. Mhm.
Great. So you're familiar with how we run things, but I'll let you know again. So I'll be keeping an eye on the chat throughout the entire presentation, so you don't have to worry about that. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll moderate a question and answer period with the questions that were relevant to the presentation that you did.
That sounds great.
Great. So I'll start with a little bit of an introduction on you, and then I'll give you the
thank you.
So today we are joined by Megan, who in her current role provides individual online case management to Canada-bound nurses to expedite their nursing assessment process and access to employment. She collaborates deeply with national stakeholders to assist IENS through the Canadian licensure process and to regulated employment. Megan also facilitates and monitors mentorship opportunities through the Canadian Nurses Association, linking participants to senior expert nurses in designated provinces for pre-arrival insight. Today, she's going to be talking about the introduction of nursing registration process and transferable skills for employment. So Megan, thank you so much. We're pretty eager to see your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Oh, it's such a pleasure. Thanks so much for having me. So I think if I remember, I can control my own. Oh, I can control my own slide. Perfect. So thanks so much for joining everybody today. And Caitlin, thank you for hosting. It's always such a pleasure to do webinars for G-TAC. So I am going to be talking about nursing in Canada today. I have a lot to cover, but do let me know if I'm speaking too quickly, as I have been accused of before, and I can try to slow it down a bit. And of course, everybody can have access to the slide deck, and I'm very happy to share my contact information so people can read the presentation. So the topics covered today will be, first of all, the environmental scan. You've likely heard already about the nursing shortages in Canada that was happening even prior to the pandemic. We'll talk about nursing roles, regulation, and scope of practice. We'll talk about careers outside of traditional hospital settings and nursing specializations. And as folks know, the licensure process in Canada is long, it's complex. So often people need to look for non-licensed alternative healthcare careers that they can pursue while meeting their licensure requirements, or some folks with who are regulated nurses coming to Canada. Although I don't like it when this happens, they understandably sometimes do decide to pursue alternative careers in the healthcare sector. And there's lots of great non-regulated jobs as well. So we'll talk about that. And then I'll end with some challenges and opportunities faced by IENs in Canada. I'll give you some information on our free federally funded pre-arrival supports and services program for nurses that people can join if they've already been chosen for permanent residency to Canada. For any folks listening in who may be destined for Ontario, Care Centre also does a post-arrival program called STARS, so I'll talk a bit about that. And I'll end with some keys to success. And Caitlin, I think you knew this. I'm not bilingual, unfortunately. I do only speak English, but I know.
Don't worry about that. If there are questions in French, I can translate them.
Wonderful.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay, that's great. I was very excited when I found out you were bilingual. So I'm going to focus on regulated nursing first before we talk about the other types of health-related jobs. And I'd like to cover the designations and roles that can be new to some newcomers, because we do have different designations in Canada that some people aren't familiar with. We have registered nurses. That is the same title, designation, class of practice across the country. We also have advanced practice registered nurses called nurse practitioners who have a wider scope of practice and can take on some additional duties. In Western Canada, there is a designation of practice called registered psychiatric nurses, RPNs. They are licensed to practice only in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the Northern Territories, and governed by their own distinct legislation. We also have a category called licensed practical nurses, LPNs, which are referred to as registered practical nurses, RPNs, in Ontario and Quebec. So that's why it can be a little bit confusing for some newcomers. If you hear I am an RPN and you are in Western Canada, that refers to a registered psychiatric nurse. But if you are in Ontario or Quebec and somebody says I'm an RPN, they are actually a licensed practical nurse. LPNs are called registered practical nurses again in Ontario and Quebec. And Canada has incredible nurses. I'm very grateful when nurses from outside of Canada decide to join the Canadian family. We need you here. Nurses work across the country in different clinical settings, direct client care, but also part of the scope of practice of nursing you will see is education, administration, research, policy development, so many interesting regulated nursing roles. And because of our demographics, patients, our elderly population, healthcare needs are changing. Patients are living longer. Patient care shifting to outpatient settings, follow-up care being handled in ambulatory care settings. The need for more and better prepared nurses has never been greater. There are a wide variety of nursing roles people can consider. And in fact, long-term care is one of the fastest growing healthcare sectors in Canada, and something we're doing work around in my pre-arrival program to get people familiarized with those with long-term care settings. Of course, nurses in Canada, Canadian and internationally educated, go through a very complex licensure process. We have very heavy regulatory policies governing nursing. Regulation is, of course, the way the Canadian government tries to serve and protect the public. And with federal oversight, each province and territory has in place regulated health profession legislation that provides a common structure for the way nursing is governed in the provinces and territories. So we do not have one national nursing licensure currently in Canada. if you want to be registered to practice in Canada, you do need to seek licensure specifically in the province where you want to live and work. And it's really familiar it's really important while you're going through the licensure process and entering into practice. And you'll need to know this for gaining licensure, to be very familiar with the legislation and the regulation governing nursing in your destination province, because that will define the scope of practice for the nursing profession, the classes of registration, entry to practice requirements, quality assurance measures, how professional misconduct is dealt with, all of the nuts and bolts and the details governing nursing in the province, you will need to know. The scope of practice refers to the activities that nurses are educated in and authorized to perform. And the activities are established and defined through the definition of nursing practice and within the provincial and territorial regulatory body policies. And of course, everybody knows what a scope of practice statement is, but the reason I bring it up and why it's so important to be familiar with the scope of practice statement in the province or territory that you're going to is because often internationally educated nurses in Canada do find that they have to adapt to practices that could be different from what they've been accustomed to working in. For example, patient-centered care is a core concept in the Canadian healthcare setting. Patients are very involved in their care planning. They have to be given options. The treatments have to work for them. It has to be culturally and linguistically relevant to them. Another example often given to me by participants in our pre-arrival program is the strong leadership role that nurses take on, working within interdisciplinary healthcare teams. So all of this is covered in the professional standards when you review them. And you'll also see that the professional standards make it clear that clinical practice, education, administration, and research are all considered part of the practice of regulated nursing. And this is a fun slide I like to show people. We do a Nursing in Canada webinar and pass in my pre-arrival program once a month, just to highlight just the wide diversity of interesting positions that nurses can access in Canada. And even beyond, you know, the traditional bedside settings. And we've had 1,200 nurses go through our pre-arrival program who've accessed jobs in all different types of settings. We offer guest webinars often on exposing people to these settings if they want it to be a consideration. But it's always fun to show this slide to participants because they'll say, oh, you know, this is something I'd never even considered pursuing, that, you know, a regulated nursing position in the military or, you know, working for a school or a correctional facility or a large religious institution, working in research, travel nursing. So I like to remind people in PASS, well, obviously the ultimate goal is getting through the assessment process and getting that nursing licensure. But once they do, there's opportunities to specialize. There's so many different settings. You can really find a job that you love that is in the nursing sector. And really, the world will be your oyster once you can get your registration. Just to touch upon some opportunities that nurses have to specialize in Canada for their own professional development, to make them more competitive, if they're really interested in excelling in one sector. The Canadian Nurses Association currently offers certification in 22 nursing specialties. And I will give people a moment to read through this slide. And as you can see, if you read the slide, there is one specialty. So these are specialties for registered nurses. But in 2019, the CNA started expanding some of their certifications to licensed and registered practical nurses as well. And that is the one you can see in gerontological. And again, long-term care is a really rapidly growing sector in Canada, something we encourage people to consider in our work with nurses pre-arrival in Ontario. But as you can see, lots of great opportunities to specialize. All of the information on specializations is available on the Canadian Nurses Association website. So to get this certification, there are 2 exam windows annually, and one does have to pass a pretty rigorous computer-based exam. And the specialty is good for 5 years and can be renewed after that by rewriting the exam or by submitting a record of continuous learning hours. So really wonderful opportunities for licensed and registered practical nurses as well, for people pursuing that type of licensure. Equally amazing opportunities to specialize. And I'll give people a minute to read over some examples of the types of education available to support practical nursing practice. Now, this is a snapshot from Ontario, from WeRPN, the Registered Practical Nurses Association of Ontario, but there are similar opportunities for practical nurses in every province in Canada with continuing education departments. And I'd like to switch the focus now to leveraging transferable skills for pre-registration employment. Or I imagine there could be some people listening in today who are not nurses, maybe pharmacists, doctors, mental health professionals, or people listening in who are nurses, but maybe have not had recent nursing practice, or perhaps want to think about pursuing an alternative career. And of course, for people listening in who are planning on pursuing nursing licensure in Canada, but knowing that the average time frame to get licensure could take 2 to 3 years or 4 years, realistically, people do need to work. And not just a survival job. You know, if people are looking for non-licensed work while they're proceeding through the assessment process, it absolutely should be in the healthcare sector. Where you can still, use your health background in a non-regulated role, expanding your networks, learning about the healthcare sector. So we do a lot of work in PASS and pre-arrival, preparing folks for other types of jobs, temporary jobs, and leveraging all of their incredible transferable skills. So essentially, transferable skills are just skills that you've developed in one situation that can be transferred to another. And we tend to categorize them in 3 ways: professional, practical, and personal. And professional skills are the specific talents you need to pursue a particular occupation. For example, in nursing, and other medical professions, you all have specific clinical skills, you're good at science, you've got that skill set. Practical skills are the natural or acquired talents you have nurtured throughout your life, at work, in your professional life, in your personal life as well. For example, communicating, listening, negotiating, conceptualizing, planning, problem solving, building strong relationships. And then personal skills, and I always love to remind people, really let your personality and your personal skills shine in interviews. These are your natural abilities to get along with others, adapt to new situations, your creativity, self-confidence, empathy, self-awareness. And Caitlin, I heard you and Shaw giving some fantastic advice earlier, and I've heard Shaw say this at other times as well, giving fantastic advice to job seekers about really highlighting your soft skills and your personality to employers. And I've talked to a lot of employers over the years who we work with at Care Center, and they've even confirmed to me, a lot of nurses come into these positions with the same clinical background, the amazing clinical skills. So they already know people can do those duties, but they're really looking to see how, if it's a fit with the team and the strong relationship building skills, communication skills for, conducting health teaching with patients. So, really let your personality shine out. And it's always advice when we do a lot of work in PASS around preparing people, mock interviews and resumes and cover letters, and really let that shine. And especially as IENs, any employer you work for is going to be so lucky to have you, especially because of the incredible experience you bring from other healthcare systems. That is only going to make our healthcare system here in Canada stronger, because countries have so much to learn from each other. So remember that all of your previous experience, even if you're going into a non-regulated health role, is so incredibly valuable. Especially, I've talked to a lot of nurses in past that say, but I'm a nurse, like I don't know what else I do. I've been a nurse for 20 years. And then I go over some examples we've included on this slide of everything they have done in their nursing careers, along with having these scientific skills. I'm like, nurses as an occupation, I'm really hard pressed to think of a more highly skilled occupation for nurses and other healthcare professionals. So again, a non-comprehensive list of examples of transferable skills, but I think it's a great idea to do some thinking about your own experience in education and make a list before you get to Canada of the knowledge and skills that you've acquired over the years, and think about how they can be applied to different employment opportunities that you may want to seek. And for the sake of time, I don't need to go through all of these too in-depth in detail, but this is a list of common alternative jobs that nurses or doctors or other regulated healthcare professionals can think about while they're pursuing their licensure or as a potential alternative. Although I like to strongly discourage people from giving up on their nursing career. I want the ultimate goal to be gaining nursing licensure in Canada. But there are some alternatives temporarily, whether that be healthcare administration, medical office assistant. I know over the pandemic, there have been a lot of nurses I know in Ontario and Alberta who are pre-licensure, but were administering COVID vaccines, doing contract tracing in the early days, health education for a nonprofit agency, research. We had a nurse come through PASS a couple of years ago as the pandemic was starting, and until she got her nursing licensure, she was working in a research lab, doing some things around COVID too. Construction site, a first aid and safety officer, file administration on a construction site, personal support worker, healthcare aide, critical care aide. That's probably the most common temporary non-licensed job that a lot of our participants consider. And as you can see on this slide, some of these jobs, and it will say clearly in the job description, whether or not certification or, any additional requirements need to be met. So as you can see, some of them may require completion of additional certification. I discourage people from doing that. There are so many interesting healthcare jobs available without nurses having to, take a PSW certification, for example, which is quite expensive. And I don't want people spending time or money or energy on anything that detracts from their ultimate goal of becoming a nurse. So I would discourage you from applying for jobs where they ask for an additional certification if it's mandated, and just focus on the ones that you can immediately go into using all of your transferable skills. And again, it'll say clearly in the job description. And for the PSW job, there are many employers who are willing to waive the certification requirement for internationally educated nurses. And if it's an employer that does still stipulate that certification is required for legal reasons, I would just move on to the next job. And but if you are seeking a permanent alternative career as a PSW or healthcare aide, that's where you may want to get the certification. And I'd encourage people considering that to reach out to me. I'll make sure you have my contact information, because there are some new initiatives for people interested in that role for free training. And of course, this is very obvious, but just the benefits of seeking a healthcare related job versus, you know, another survival job. I know people need to pay the bills, and it's really expensive to get set up in Canada and seek licensure. I'd like to remind people too, if you're coming on a permanent resident status, there are financial supports available to help get you through this. Fortunately, but otherwise I know it can be very costly. People need to work, but try to find a healthcare related job where you can use your health skills versus, you know, pouring coffee somewhere. So the benefits, of course, you're becoming employment ready within the Canadian healthcare system while earning money. You are familiarizing yourself with the you know, the culture and the communication norms within the Canadian healthcare system and the nursing standards, even in non-licensed roles like a PSW or you know, an aide in a long-term care facility. Jobs like this, you will be working with interdisciplinary health teams and other regulated health professionals and becoming familiar with the standards, and just gaining even more valuable workplace experience while preparing for nursing licensure. And it's really great as well, these non-nursing health jobs, because it expands your network. And in our experience at Care Center, we do a lot of work with employers. We have privileged hiring partnerships with employers before and after the nurses we work with are licensed. And we also run an observational job shadowing program where nurses pre-licensure can shadow a nurse in a specific clinical setting in a hospital or a long-term care facility and really get that insight into what that setting looks like. And it's had a really wonderful side effect. This wasn't the purpose of the program. It was more to familiarize people with the settings. But it's had a really wonderful side effect of expanding people's networks. And when they've done an observational job shadowing at a hospital or long-term care facility, they get to know the staff and the hiring managers. They get to put that observational job shadowing stint in the volunteer section of their resume. And what we found is that where they have done their observational job shadowing, the employers are often very eager to get them to come back. So just talking about some challenges. There are challenges currently. It's getting better now, especially with the very severe nursing shortages across the country, between 60 to 76,000 in the next couple of years. That's a projection from the Canadian Nurses Association. The pandemic has worsened that immensely. A lot of nurses have stated their intention to leave the profession once the pandemic's more under control. And it was quite interesting. I was at a federal immigration conference 2 weeks ago, and we did a presentation with the Canadian Nurses Association. And the now retired, but at the time, Chief Executive Officer had some statistics about nurses who have said that they intend on moving, maybe not leaving the healthcare profession, but leaving their employer, their current employer. That was 60%. 20% of nurses, when polling was done with them, said that they wanted to leave the profession entirely. And as he said in the presentation, not everybody's going to do that. Even if people say, you know, they're going to leave the profession, they won't. But he said, what if 2% of those people who have said that 2% of that 20% actually follow through and they do leave the profession? We are in serious trouble. And yeah, we have the potential to be in even more serious trouble. So sorry, that was a long-winded way of saying that your skills are very much in demand now. I'm sorry that the licensure process is currently so long and complex for nurses. If people reach out to me afterwards, I will give my email at the end of the presentation. I'm happy to let you know some of the assessment steps and the timeframes. This process should be started as far in advance of your arrival to Canada as possible, because it can take a year to a year and a half to go through the assessment just to get your regulatory guidance on the steps to take. So when talking about the challenges and opportunities, you can see I put meeting regulatory requirements as the second one. It's a long assessment process. I think things will be changing in the next few years, especially as we try to attract more nurses. So that could be a whole other topic for another day. I could spend an hour on that. But the language and communication can be an issue. And I'm not talking about the academic proficiency. You know, if you meet the regulatory requirements or the IELTS or the CELBAN, that's great. You need a high level. But I'm speaking more about the cross-cultural piece, the communication norms, patient-centered care, therapeutic teaching, how all of these are done in the Canadian healthcare setting. That can pose a challenge for new nurses, and we do a lot of work around that at Care Centre. And there's a lot of great resources out there for nursing communication skills and how to hone those. We've talked about accessing employment. Again, there's an increased demand of nurses during the pandemic and for other healthcare workers as well. There are new initiatives. Actually, there's a pan-Canadian initiative across the country for attracting people to long-term care homes. And there's a Nova Scotia specific initiative I'd like to mention a bit later that I think people listening in could be interested in. But yeah, definitely, you know, accessing the employment, knowing the networks, the opportunities that are available, the job search interview techniques, these can pose challenges, but there's amazing supports to help people prepare for employment. And of course, differences in expectations in professional nursing practice. You heard me say at the beginning of the presentation, and I'll repeat it because it's important, know the nursing standards of the province that you're going to inside and out. And it's actually really important even before you start the licensure process, review the competencies for registered nurses and for licensed and registered practical nurses in the province that you'll be seeking an assessment in. Because then, first of all, then you'll know what type of assessment to apply for, which designation your education and experience best fits within. But also you're going to need to know the standards and be very deeply familiar with them to meet the regulatory requirements, including the jurisprudence exam. And yeah, definitely these are issues that have been told to me through Care Centre members and pre-arrival participants. When they start working in Canada, they'll say, wow, we did not realize, you know, just one example, how very active patients and families were in their own care planning. They take a very, very involved role. We've had nurses who've worked in more hierarchical workplace settings where maybe they weren't encouraged to voice their opinions or to speak out. But nurses in Canada play a really, really strong leadership role within the interprofessional healthcare team. And I've mentioned this before to pass, but you know those, Caitlin, you probably know about the polling that's done with Canadians that ask them what their most trusted and respected profession is in Canada. And many years in my recent memory, it's usually nurses that come out on top as the most respected and trusted job in Canada. And you know, they're usually the frontliners with the patients. Patients have much more interaction with nurses than doctors. And I know I trust nurses most. That might be a personal bias. Knowing the cross-cultural awareness, communication strategies and norms, and especially during COVID, but even prior to that, there's so much systemic racism that across Canada that we're trying to eradicate. The Canadian Nurses Association is doing some incredible work now on eradicating anti-Black racism amongst in the nursing healthcare sector, providing cross-culturally appropriate care within Indigenous communities. But sometimes patients or IENs can encounter racist attitudes from patients. And again, we support this, and we are an ally to help eradicate this and to make the workplace safer and more inclusive for everybody. Being cognizant of time and wanting to leave lots of time for questions, I will just quickly talk about our pre-arrival Pan-Canadian program. You can find more information at passfornurses.org. This is one of 16 federally funded pre-arrival programs for immigrants who are coming to Canada on permanent resident statuses. So unfortunately, and I wish this wasn't the case, we can only work with people in this particular program who have PR status. So if people are coming on work visas, student visas, or visitors visas, they do not have access, unfortunately. But I still, even if you don't have PR status, don't let that stop you from reaching out to me. I'm still happy to connect with people and give some advice. But the PASS program is designed to familiarize people with nursing in Canada, and really the most important part, help people get started on the credentialing assessment process, which can take a very long amount of time. If anybody is a permanent resident coming to Ontario, you have access to our post-arrival services. That is only in Ontario, provincially funded. And again, I won't dwell too much on that. You can find more information at carefornurses.org. I encourage you to visit the website and reach out to me. And last slide, I promise. Just keys to success. Pursue opportunities in nursing or non-regulated health positions that align with your passion and interest. There is nothing worse than going into jobs you don't like. And especially in nursing, there is such a diversity of regulated nursing roles beyond traditional hospital or clinical bedside settings, although lots of people love those settings, so you can stick with that. But there's lots of other things to consider as well. And again, after you gain that Canadian nursing licensure, the world is your oyster. There's lots to explore. Remember, nursing is caring, and the care receiver defines what caring is. That just speaks again to the patient-centered care that is at the heart of health services delivery in Canada. As I mentioned, patients and families in Canada are active participants and contributors, to their care planning. They retain control over their healthcare choices. They need to be given all the information to make informed decisions about their health. And nurses in Canada work with a very diverse patient population. So culturally and linguistically relevant care is important. Embrace the technological innovation, get out of your comfort zone. Lots of great changes in the nursing sector, from digital care, virtual care, especially throughout the pandemic, new software, new surgical devices. So you'll probably be picking up lots of great information and new innovative approaches at your orientation period, wherever you're hired. Be prepared, adaptable, courageous, and not afraid to take on new challenges. I'm preaching to the choir. Nurses are the most adaptable, courageous occupation I've come across. But healthcare employers do want nurses who can show, again, I'm going to talk about the soft skills again. Communication skills, they're adaptable, they're flexible. You can adjust to rapidly changing work environments. You've got great communication skills. Focus on that. And take each situation as a chance to learn. In crisis, there can be great opportunity. And the pandemic's a perfect example of this. It's been horrendous, but there are more opportunities in the healthcare sector and in regulated nursing than ever before. And one unprecedented, opportunity for our pre-arrival participants in our programming. A lot of frustration at immigration processes being stalled, and they weren't coming to Canada at the intended times that they thought they would be. But it was, good in a way because it gave people more time to prepare to get through the licensure process. And the more time in advance people had to prepare, get their documents submitted for the assessment, learn more about nursing in Canada, they were better prepared once they landed, and they could hit the ground running and start meeting the regulatory requirements. So I know that was a whirlwind. I'm sure people have lots of questions, and if they don't get answered today, I will give everybody my email and my phone number. So you can reach me at all of the contact information on the slide. And thank you so much for this opportunity, Caitlin.
Oh, no problem. And we did actually have quite a few good questions come through while you were presenting.
Oh,
so
great.
I love when that happens because it means that people are really engaged.
Yay.
So here's one question, and we did have some questions in French, so I kind of just compiled them into one question.
Great. Okay.
Is there more of a need for French, English, or bilingual nurses in Canada?
Oh my God, that is such a good question. Yes, if you are a bilingual nurse in Canada, especially if you, well, first of all, if you're going to Quebec, you do need to prove a very high level of French fluency if you're not a native French speaker. And the Quebec licensure process is very different from any other province. So yeah, if you're going to Quebec, if you're going to New Brunswick as well, it's very helpful to be bilingual. But if you're a Francophone nurse seeking licensure in any other province, that is amazing. And you are very much needed. Even in Ontario, there are not enough bilingual nurses. And even if you don't have an opportunity to use both languages that you're fluent in, just by virtue of being able to speak both of our national languages, it's going to open up a lot of doors. And we need more bilingual nurses for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, for everyone viewing, you'll see that a poll just popped up on your screen. Please fill that in. It helps us give feedback to our presenters as well as plan what's best for you for our future career corners. So let's move on to some more questions. I have one here from someone who's viewing that they're a pharmacist. So they say, I'm a pharmacist. How can I work as a nurse?
Yeah, so if you are a pharmacist and you want to become a nurse in Canada, you have to start in the Canadian nursing program. So you cannot go through a nursing assessment process unless you have specifically graduated from a recognized international program as a nurse. However, I think it's incredible that you want to become a nurse. So I would recommend looking into Canadian programs. Registered and licensed practical nursing programs take 2 years. It's a narrower scope of practice, but you can become a regulated nurse within 2 years, approximately. RN programs take around 4 years. However, with your pharmaceutical and medical background, you could be a really good candidate for an enhanced program. So I would actually apply for an RN program where you could maybe get some of the prerequisites waived and try to do an abridged version. So whatever route you decide, there's different ways to get your nursing licensure in Canada. You can apply to a few different programs. Great question.
How many years of experience is required to have a job as a nurse?
Oh, so none. You just need your nursing licensure in Canada. If you don't have any experience and you're a new grad, then you'll just start applying for jobs, you'll get one. There's no minimum requirement. Like you'll see in the posting, you know, if there's certain nursing roles that you're applying for where it says, you know, ideally this number of years required. But no, if you're a new grad, just going into nursing practice to start applying for jobs, you're needed, you will get one. And I know in Ontario, where I'm based, the province actually does have a new graduate initiative for matching for new graduates. And I'm not sure, I'm sure other provinces outside of Ontario have similar initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Here's a question. Well, I have a few that are kind of similar. I'll group them together. So this person is a birthing nurse. And they're wondering, a birthing, maybe some kind of
a birthing, yeah, maternity nurse.
Do they need to get re-specialized on arrival in Canada?
Yeah, so the first key thing is getting your nursing licensure. If you want to work in a regulated nursing role. So that's the focus, get your nursing licensure. Once you get that, all of your past experience is valuable. Employers will recognize all of your experience. So the licensure is key, but there are also specializations, which I strongly, nurses are always developing specializations. It's ongoing professional development when you're a nurse. So I believe there's a CNA specialization around maternity nursing. Yeah, so that's absolutely a field you can get back into and specialize.
Are there any specializations that are in extra high demand?
Oh, that's a really good question. All nursing jobs are in demand now, but long-term care and geriatrics, that's the fastest growing health sector in Canada. I
have a question here from our YouTube.
Sure.
They're asking, hi, how long does NNAS take to respond?
Yeah, that's a great question. They have very good customer service. So usually it's within 5 business days, but I know they are dealing with a bit of a backlog now. So I would give them a bit more leeway in terms of response times. And when your complete documentation has been submitted to the National Nursing Assessment Service and they're ready to start their advisory report assessment, the time frame for that is within 12 weeks, but they are dealing with some backlogs now that they're trying to work their way through, so it could be about 18 weeks.
Okay. Okay. No problem. And I'm going to combine 2 questions. I have someone saying, hi, can internationally educated personal support workers find employment in Canada? And I had a similar question about people with midwife degrees. So
yeah, so I'm not overly familiar. I'll deal with the midwifery first. That's a different regulatory body and assessment process. But if that person wants to send me an email, the webinar, I'll send them some information. And there's a company actually they might want to look into in Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario called New Mummy Company.
Okay.
And they've been very supportive of hiring internationally educated nurses even before they've gotten their licensure in non-regulated nanny roles. So anybody with a maternity background, look into New Mummy Company. The other question was about PSW.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are PSW, healthcare aid, critical care aid, beneficiary aid, whatever they're called in each province, it's the same designation. And yes, there are jobs across the country. And I'm really glad this person asked that question because there's 2 initiatives I was going to bring up that I would have forgotten. So there's a new supportive care assistant program initiative, federally funded, being administered through College and Institutes Canada. They have a presence in every province. I think for this particular initiative, you need to be a permanent resident. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to have PR status, but they might accept people on work visas. But they offer a free 6-week training in the healthcare sector, followed by a work placement, a paid work placement. And that is to get people into positions in long-term care facilities. And they give people a $5,000 stipend if they want to pursue personal support work certification in Canada. So I'd encourage people to check that out. And then there's a new initiative, actually the second initiative may be of even more interest to people if they are not yet in the immigration pipeline. But there's a new initiative in Nova Scotia through the Health Authority of Nova Scotia. And Caitlin, I can introduce you to them if you remind me after the webinar. But they're actually engaging in recruitment. It's called, it's a building capacity and long-term care initiative. And it is for people who are migrating to Canada.
Oh.
And people can actually contact them whether or not they've been approved for immigration or not. And if they get matched with an employer, the HONS, the Health Authority of Nova Scotia, will help the employers with the immigration paperwork that's needed to get people here. So I'd encourage people to if you're interested in that, email Caitlin. I can email Caitlin you this information after this.
That would be great. I know we have a lot of viewers who are looking to immigrate, and
yeah. And I was so happy about it because I get contacts from people all of the time saying, you know, I want to work as a nurse in Canada. And when I say to them, and this advice still stands, I say, sort out your PR first. It is very hard to come to Canada on any other status than a permanent resident. Then I say, once you know with certainty you're coming to Canada as a PR, start the assessment right away. But this could be an opportunity for folks who have not been, chosen through any immigration stream yet. This could be another potential just to get to Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. We have time maybe for 2 more questions. Just a second. Sorry, I'm like post-viral symptom.
Oh no, we're even talking. Yeah, I lose my voice too after presentations.
So this candidate is saying they speak 4 languages. Do they have more opportunities?
That is amazing. Yeah, if you speak 4 languages, make sure that is noted prominently on your resume. That's incredibly impressive, but it's also really important. I think that will give you more of an advantage over other nurses because, like I mentioned, you're going to be serving a diverse patient population, and knowing more than 1 language is a real benefit to employers for patient care, and also just very impressive.
And then we have here, I think this will be the last question. Do you hire nurses that are older than 35 years old?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's no. Actually, it's funny. Nursing is an occupation. Nurses work later than most other occupations, and the nursing population on a whole is about 10 years older than any other occupation in Canada. But age discrimination is illegal in Canada. So, it may happen. It shouldn't, but. I've never met nurses who've been discriminated against because of their age.
That's great. That's fantastic. I have a lot of people still asking questions. I may as well just ask another one. And also, Megan has her email and her phone number up on the screen. So if I didn't get to your question, we don't have that much time. Please send her email. I'm sure she'll be happy to.
More than happy.
Questions.
Yeah.
So the last question I'll ask is, how can I get a job offer if we are a healthcare worker, but not nurses, for example? This person is a diagnostic imaging technologist.
Yeah, that's tough. I'm not sure I can answer that since I've only been accustomed to working with people who already have PR status. So I've never encountered anybody who's had to get it by any other means. I might actually defer that question back to you, Caitlin, except I will say one thing. If you're interested in that personal support worker opportunity, since you already have a healthcare background, that's the one I mentioned about Nova Scotia. That could be a way to get a job offer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
But otherwise, I'm so sorry. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good questions, but we're going to have to cut it there because we are going to take a quick pause before our next presentation. Megan, thank you so much for presenting. That was really insightful and people really enjoyed it.
Such a pleasure. Thank you for translating.
No problem. There weren't actually, I think there was only a couple of questions that were in French.
Oh, only a couple of French ones.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch soon.
That sounds great. Enjoy the rest of your session, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be back here in about 10 minutes to start our last presentation of the day. It's definitely one you don't want to miss if you're looking to come to Canada. And we're just going to run a few promotional videos in the time being before that presentation. So we'll see you all back here in 10 minutes for our final presentation of the day. Thank you.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi, Linda.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Long time no see.
I know, it's lovely to see you back.
You too. Yeah, I know. It was a bit of a long winter for me, but we don't need to get into that here.
Well, it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
I just want to say hi to you, Linda.
Hey, Shaw, how are you? I'm so sorry. I'm a bit, not a bit late. I am 10 minutes late joining you. I do apologize.
No, this is perfect. We were just running promotional videos anyways. So you're not unfamiliar to our webinars. We'll do it in the same way. So I will manage the Q&A. I'll keep an eye on the questions throughout the presentation. And then that's pretty much it. I'll introduce you now officially to our viewers. We still have quite a presence online at this point, even though it's the afternoon. So I think a lot of people have been waiting for this presentation.
Yay!
I guess we have 1 minute. I may as well begin the introduction and then I'll hand you the microphone. So today we are joined by BCCA for our very last webinar of our 2-day webinar series. Linda's background is in international consulting and operations management, HR, safety, and corporate communications. She is a very experienced relationship builder and a practical implementer. Linda is also a certified career and performance coach. At BCCA, she manages one of the country's only Canada-wide pre-arrival career coaching services for incoming Canadian permanent residents who are continuing or transitioning into the construction sector. Their team of employment liaison specialists support clients heading to provinces all across Canada. She also supports immigrants directly by career coaching to serve program clients heading directly to Canada's Atlantic provinces. In today's presentation, Linda will be discussing how the BCCA Integrating Newcomers program is a free pre-arrival Canada-wide service focused on helping high-skilled newcomers explore and build successful construction careers. Their virtual services include one-on-one career guidance, tailored resume, cover letter, LinkedIn advice, and an in-depth skill and education assessment to help you focus on the best career credentials and connection activities. The Integrating Newcomers team not only has multi-industry experience, they are also immigrants who have built successful careers in Canada. If you're an engineer, architect, product manager, estimator, technician, or tradesperson looking to build a strong career in Canada, or if you're a business, IT, HR, marketing, procurement, or finance professional looking to explore how you can move into an exciting industry, BCCA can help. Linda, you are a great presenter. I'm always thrilled to have you here. The floor is yours, and I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. Well, I kind of feel like you've given the presentation, so I can just go now.
Absolutely not. It's just a peek so people stay interested.
Well, thank you so much for having me. As Caitlin mentioned, I'm Linda Ryan. I'm the National Program Manager with BCCA's Integrating Newcomers Program. I'm coming to you today from, excuse me, from Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, which is on the west coast of Canada. And I'd like to acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Snuneymuxw people. So let's get started. Hopefully I can just click and move on with the slides, but I may need help. Yes. So yes, the clicking is working so well. I'm super fast. Okay. So the format I'm actually going to take today, instead of running you through the normal process of this is who we are, this is what we do, and some questions at the end, I've reworked it, and I'm actually integrating some of the most frequently asked questions that we get when we provide webinars. So bear with me as I go through this Q&A style presentation. And of course, I'd be happy to take any questions you have at the end. So the first question we're obviously asked is, why should I register for BCCA Integrating Newcomers? Well, first off, we're a free or no fee service. We are nationwide, so we serve you no matter what city, province, or territory in Canada you're going to. And what we focus on is pre-arrival employment supports and advice. We are funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. So we know the industry and we understand your career potential. And hopefully in the next few slides, you will start to believe that claim. But really, we are immigrants. We're also HR professionals and career coaches, and we're construction professionals. So we have that lived experience of not only what it's like to transition our lives to Canada as an immigrant, but also our careers to Canada. And we also have that lived experience of the construction industry in Canada and even in our home country. We provide you with in-depth skills, education, and credential assessments. We will assist you with one-on-one advice and career coaching, and that will include assisting you with your actual job hunting, presenting you with live job leads that match your goals and the destination that you're heading to, and helping you take those first steps towards the very important relationship building and connections that you should be building pre-arrival. We help you build connections with local employment services, with pre-arrival programs, other pre-arrival programs that might be able to support you in an additional way, and also with settlement programs. Plus, we will connect you with the right licensing or credential authority if your profession happens to be licensed in Canada, and the relevant local professional association or sector or industry association that we believe you're going to get value from. Second question we get asked is, what if I don't have construction experience? Well, I always say to folks, don't worry. We have a construction focus, obviously, because we are Canada's only pre-arrival employment support service for the construction industry. But I like to say we're industry agnostic or industry impartial, and here's why. We support clients with a background in construction in their home country, or with an interest in transitioning into the construction industry in Canada. So say you don't have a background in the construction industry in your home country, but you're moving to Canada and you want to understand if there's employment and career transition prospects for you in the construction industry, even though you don't have that home country experience. We help you clarify that very, very quickly. And then we help show you where those job opportunities and career transition possibilities might be. If we can't find relevant career paths in your landing location, we will also broaden our supports and our advice by region and by industry. So that's another way of me explaining, yes, of course, we are dedicated to the construction industry, but our definition of construction industry is really construction related industries. So we can help broaden your job search by other sectors. So whether that's utilities, whether that's energy, whether that's land management, whether that's mineral extraction, mining, manufacturing, etc., logistics, transportation. All of those are construction related industries, and they're all sectors that support the growth of the construction industry. So we can help you look at lots of job opportunities available to you. We also believe that to support your transition to Canada, it's vital to support your spouse and partner too. So no matter what their profession is, as long as you're a core client and you meet our eligibility criteria, we can also provide that additional advice and career coaching and job hunting supports to your spouse or partner. And we have done that with a number of clients in the past. And we have found that when we support the family unit, we help you find success and stability in Canada a lot faster. So it's important to do it. Another question or statement we often get is, but you're with the BC Construction Association, right? And that's correct. The BC in our name stands for British Columbia, which is a province on the west coast of Canada. But don't let that confuse you. Our employment liaisons support clients no matter what city, province, or territory they're heading to in Canada. And how we can support clients no matter what city, province, or territory they're heading to is because we're a member of the Canadian Construction Association, which means we have connections with construction associations all across the country. Because we have those connections, we therefore have connections with the employers and the construction related industries across Canada. And therefore we can support you, as I said, no matter what city, province, or territory you're heading to. In fact, before I became the program manager in BCCA Integrating Newcomers, I was an employment coach or an employment liaison specialist. And the regions that I supported clients in transitioning their careers to were Ontario, the Atlantic provinces, and Vancouver Island in British Columbia. So all of our team is set up to support you no matter where you're actually heading in Canada. More questions and answers. So let's get into it. Construction is a multidiscipline employer. So one of the questions we often get asked is, but what kind of roles are available in the construction industry? And most people think, when they think construction, they think of a person on a construction site with a tool belt or power tools. Yes, that is a very, very important part of construction, but that is one of the buckets, as I like to call it, of occupation types available in the construction industry. So we support you if you're interested or have experience in the skilled trades. And there are over 400 skilled trades in Canada, and they're trades that range from manufacturing to construction to personal service type trades. We also support licensed technical professions moving into the construction industry in Canada. So that's your engineer, your architect, technician, technologist, quantity surveyor, project manager, health and safety specialist. They're licensed professions within the industry, and we can support you if you fall into one of those occupation categories. And we also support you if you fall into the category of what I call the business strategic occupations. So if you have a background in business administration or consulting or analysis, IT, HR, sales and marketing, procurement, logistics, etc., and whether that experience from your home country is in the construction related industries or not, we can still help you understand what job opportunities are available to you in the construction related industries with those role titles. And I'm a perfect example of someone that sits in that category. So my background has always been operations and management. So I have never been paid to use tools on a construction site, but I have spent over half my career on 2 continents in the construction related industries with that management and operations background. So there are many disciplines available for you to transition your career to Canada, and we therefore can support a variety of very different profession types, and I think we can support you. This is a live example of job leads that I actually downloaded from just one career portal today. So people often ask me, you know, well, what are the quantities of jobs available, to get an idea of maybe how easy it might be to search for work. So if you were to do a keyword search for the word construction on one of the job portals that I've mentioned, you would come back this week with 41,000 hits for available and publicly advertised jobs. Engineer, there's over 13,000 jobs. Technician keyword, 22,000. Technologist, 4,500. Project manager, 3,000 jobs. If you were to get more specific and do a search for the keyword administration plus construction, you've got 500 jobs. Project coordination, 4,000 jobs. Sales, 300 in construction specifically. HR, there's approximately 100, accounting similar. And they're only the tip of the iceberg. So in Canada, we have a huge hidden job market. So the publicly advertised jobs are jobs that have not been filled through any other means. So they have not been filled through perhaps professional networks, through conversations between employers, through conversations within teams about, do you know somebody who would be a good fit for the job? That's the hidden job market. And the statistic or the estimate is that up to 80% of jobs in Canada are actually in the hidden job market. So what you're seeing here really is the tip of the iceberg of what eventually makes it to be publicly advertised. The majority of the jobs don't even make it to being publicly advertised. They're filled through connections and networks. And that's one top tip I'll give you right now. The construction industry is highly networked. So if you're still outside of Canada and you want to understand how you can tap into the network for the region that you're heading to and your occupation type, please register with our services and we can help develop your own plan around taking actions pre-arrival. Another question we get asked is, what's unique about the construction industry in Canada? So what are employers really looking for? And I've done my best really based on my work as a program manager, working with employers to understand their hiring needs across the country, but also I'm taking this from my one-on-one work with clients directly who are transitioning their careers. And the biggest challenges they face are also the big ticket items that employers are looking for. So construction employers in Canada expect that you understand your career path and what it looks like in Canada. And what I mean by that is your career path and your role title in your home country is often quite different to the career path and role title for you in Canada. So accessing a pre-arrival service that's sector specific, like BCCA integrating newcomers, helps you quite quickly understand the career path that's most relevant to you, and also the role titles you should be hunting for as your first jobs in Canada. Employers, construction employers in Canada are also looking for Canadian experience. Now, you will rarely see a job advertised listing those two words, Canadian experience, but consider it a criteria or a selection bias that construction or Canadian construction employers have. And they have that selection bias and may not include you in a shortlist for a role because they don't understand, for example, that an engineering degree in Nigeria and India is equivalent to an engineering degree in Canada, or they don't understand and don't have access to information about licensing in Pakistan, for example, for an architect or an accountant versus licensing in Canada. So construction employers will default to a comfort zone or a selection bias built around Canadian experience. We can show you how to build your Canadian experience pre-arrival. So we can show you what actions to take, those top 5 simple things you can do to build your Canadian experience pre-arrival, no matter what your occupation is. And that will help you when you apply for jobs to be included in a shortlist rather than excluded. Credentials is a third element that's quite unique to the construction industry in Canada. And in other words, for credentials is licensing. And I'll talk about licensing in just 1 or 2 minutes. But Canadian employers expect you to have the relevant license for your profession if you're looking for a job title that requires that license. So we can quickly identify for you what credentials or licenses you may have to challenge, or you may have to acquire over time in Canada in order to get back to that level or that status type or title type that you held in your home country. And we will also show you the alternatives, so the non-licensed role titles that are still relevant to you and your career path in Canada. Technical skills, that's another thing that's quite specific to construction employers in Canada. When you apply for a job and you submit your resume or your application form, employers really want to see you demonstrating on that application form or in that resume the technical skills and the quantifiable skills that you have for that specific role. So they want, for example, if you're a civil engineer, they want to know the square footage of the structure, they want to know the capacity, etc., etc. So the more quantifiable you can make the projects that you have experience in when you list it on your resume, the more interested a construction employer is in you in Canada. And connections is the final nuance, I think, with Canadian construction employers. The industry is highly networked and highly, highly connected. So if you're not taking steps pre-arrival to begin to make those connections, even for example, on LinkedIn, which is a social media professional networking platform, you will find it difficult to be shortlisted for roles. And really it comes down to the premise that those who know you know what you know technically. And again, it's one of those selection biases or reassurances that construction employers look for. They will look at your LinkedIn profile and they will see, have you made any efforts to connect with peers, so other like-minded professionals in the sector that you're targeting, in the location where you're job hunting. They're going to look for those connections as some level of validation that you understand even the basics about the industry and you're networked in some way, and you can bring that value of your network to the company that's going to potentially hire you. Here's how we support you with key connections. So before and after landing, there are many free, or what I call no fee supports available to you. We get you connected with the most relevant local pre-arrival and post-arrival or settlement services that you can and should be accessing free supports from. We help you access the most relevant employment services with strong local employer connections. So again, we will help you make employer connections, but it doesn't end there. We're going to help connect you with either a recruitment agency or a provincial employment agency that can provide free supports to you to continue your job hunting and career building within the next 5 years. And we also show you how to take those first steps or those top 5 actions that you can practically take pre-arrival that will help you begin to build your professional network and your peer-to-peer connections in the industry you're targeting, for the role type or profession you're targeting, and more importantly, for the city or community or province that you're heading to. Other questions and answers. So we often get asked, well, what is the construction industry like in Canada? Can you share some insights, share some statistics? Absolutely. So I'm getting these statistics from a source called Buildforce Canada, and they do a very interesting Canada-wide survey on the construction industry, and it's an annual survey. So these statistics have actually just been launched in the last few weeks. And Buildforce Canada looks, I think, specifically at 37 of the top trades and technical professions in the construction industry. So it is a view of the construction industry in Canada. I'd like to point out that obviously I'm going to point you to the BC Construction Association and our own stat pack if you're interested in the British Columbia statistics for the construction industry in Canada. But let's get into some of the insights from a Canada-wide perspective. 1 in 13 people are employed directly in the construction industry. It's one of Canada's largest industrial sectors, the construction industry. It accounts for nearly 8% of Canada's gross domestic product, and 62% of businesses in the construction industry in Canada are what we call micro employers or micro enterprises, so less than 10 and sometimes less than 5 employees. So even having that information can inform you as to the kind of job hunting activity you're going to have to do and why connections in the construction industry in Canada are so important. You don't have the luxury of looking for work in very large organizations. They tend to be smaller organizations. So a lot of those jobs may not even make it to the online job portals because construction employers tend to be smaller and they will tend to fill within their network. So building your network is very important, and we can show you how to do that. Other statistics that I can share with you on the construction outlook in Canada for the next 6 years. So we're predicting the labour force will grow to 1.2 million in the next 6 years, which means we will have to recruit, or there will be a labour shortage of nearly 16,000 workers. So over the next 6 years, you've got potentially a labour shortage of 16,000 over the next 6 years. And there's 16,000 of those job types, those trades and licensed professions that Build Force look at, because these are Build Force statistics. But you add that to the fact that there is expected to be 155,000 people retiring out of the industry because they're reaching that age. And you take away from that the number of people they're predicting that are going to come up through the university education, construction related, or the trades or vocational training in construction. We still have a shortfall of nearly 30,000 people expected over the next 6 years in the construction industry. So therefore, not only is construction a growing industry in Canada, it's an industry that has a current labour shortage. So now is the time to look for work in the industry and get into the industry and start building your career. And over the next 6 years, the industry is still expected to have that labour shortage. So that means for you, your career progression, if you're entering the industry in the next few years, is actually going to be more significant because there's more growth potential within the organization that you will be in. Construction has many regulated professions as an industry in Canada. So I don't know if you're aware of this statistic, but approximately 20% of the occupations in Canada are considered regulated. And they're regulated from a health and safety perspective. And the construction industry as a sector also has a high percentage of occupation types regulated. So again, it's back to the engineer, the architect, the health and safety specialist, the quantity surveyor, the skilled trades person. Those occupations are considered regulated to protect the health and safety of Canadians. So understanding if you're entering a regulated profession or unregulated profession as you transition your career to Canada is vital for you to know what actions to focus on and for you to understand what role types you should target as your first role in Canada, and for you to begin to take action towards acquiring or challenging your license in Canada or the equivalent license in Canada. We will also work with you in identifying those role types that are relevant to your career goals that don't require a license. So you will always be able to make that informed choice as to whether you want to pursue licensing or not, or whether you want to start work in the industry and pursue licensing as you settle. There's always options available to you, and we can help you clarify what options and what actions you can take. Construction employment in Canada from a gender perspective is growing, and it's becoming more equitable. So we are seeing more people identifying as female coming onto construction sites and remaining within the skilled trades on those construction sites. And we're also seeing more women come into the non-site related occupations, or I call the back office or office related occupations from a construction perspective in Canada. And as I said earlier, I'm an example of one of those people. I've always worked on the operations or the management or the back end or the back office side of construction. And I've had a very successful career in the construction industry, both in Ireland and in Canada. Other questions and answers. So what is the outlook for the construction, and how was the construction industry impacted with COVID, and has it come back from that? Well, the answer is the outlook is solid. The industry is a growth industry in Canada, and that's predicted at least over the next 6 years, if not longer. The construction industry in Canada, while it did close down, around March, is it 2020? We're in 2022 now, March 2020, when COVID hit. The industry across Canada did obviously close down, but very, very quickly across many of the provinces, it was deemed an essential service. So it's one of those industries that not only has come right back to pre-pandemic levels, but it came back very, very quickly because it was an essential industry. And because of that, the statistics from 2021 show that, yes, the industry rebounded, and it rebounded on the strength of not just normal operations, but also higher investment, both in new home construction and in public sector institutional build projects. And we also have some major energy initiatives, plus new transit systems or upgrades to transit systems. So there is infrastructural investment in a number of different areas of Canada, and that's why we're seeing this extension of growth prediction for the next several years. The provinces grappling most with labour shortages in Canada currently are Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, and Nova Scotia. And again, it's because there are pockets of heavy investment in infrastructure in those regions. Suffice to say, we know the industry, we know the different regions that you're heading to, and therefore we'll be able to show you where you should look and how you should look for work, no matter what part of the country you're heading to. This graph here, again, is from Buildforce for that national outlook, but I'd point you to the BC construction stat pack if you're interested in British Columbia specifically. This just shows you the distribution of labour, trades and skilled technical professions related labour in construction. And the interesting thing here is it's really a reflection of where the population is. So you're going to see more people employed in construction in Ontario than compared to Alberta, for example, which is 15%, slightly higher in BC and slightly higher again in Quebec. And that's because that's where those population centres are. And wherever there's population, there's infrastructure. And wherever there's infrastructure, there's typically construction related activities. So tell me about the credentials with the top 3 professions in the construction industry in Canada. So again, I can't follow the conversation that's happening in the chat at the moment, but I'm sure Shaw will pop in with some questions towards the end of the presentation. But we're usually asked about 3 different types of technical occupations. So I'll just get into them straight away. So we provide advice no matter what kind of engineer you are, whether you're an IT engineer or civil, structural engineer, mechanical, electrical, electronics, industrial, environmental, etc., etc. So the typical engineering designations in Canada, the first one is PEng or professional engineer, and then we've got engineering technician or engineering technologist. So we can help you identify if any of those designations are going to be important for you for your career transition in Canada. We will connect you with the relevant regulatory authority, and it's a different regulatory authority depending on the province or territory you're heading to. And we will also provide you with advice on role titles you should target as your first role in Canada, and role titles you should target if you don't want to pursue licensing for that type of engineering profession. Similarly, we provide the same level of advice for architects, and typical licenses for architects in Canada is the registered architect license. And then after that, we've got architectural technician technologist license. And we do have other non-licensed architect related professions, for example, planner or designer or drafter, etc., etc. So we can help you look at all of the options available, whether it's licensed or unlicensed. Skilled trades, obviously, this is what we call our bread and butter in terms of the construction industry in Canada. So there are over 400 skilled trades in Canada, and there are different trades that are more popular depending on the province or territory you're heading to. And that's because of the nature of the industry requiring those trades in those different regions. We also have what we call red seal trades, and red seal trades are those top 50 to 55 most in-demand skilled trades in Canada, and they are nationally or federally recognized. So there is a national license or a federal license for those top 50 trades, and the remainder of the trades, you would tend to go through a different licensing process for them. And as I said, there are different licensing requirements for each trade depending on what's most popular or most in demand in that particular region that you're heading to. But we can help you with all of that, whether you're interested in skilled trades or those other occupations, engineers or architects. And of course, I go back to that slide where I talk about construction being a multidiscipline employer and how we can help you, whether you're interested in the skilled trades or whether you're interested in any of the licensed technical professions, or whether you're interested in what I call the business strategic professions. But these are just the top 3 construction related licensing occupations that we usually get questions on. So I thought I'd cover off something there. A next question I get asked, obviously at the end of this process is, okay, how do I register for BCCA integrating newcomers for the program so that I can access the employment services pre-arrival? So the first and most important eligibility criteria is that you must still be living outside of Canada. We are funded by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, and we are funded as a pre-arrival service provider organization, which means you must still be outside of Canada. The second eligibility criteria that we have is you must be able to demonstrate proof of immigration application status. And this is an IRCC eligibility criteria. So what that is if you, for example, have received a letter or an email from the government saying you've been approved for permanent residency, or you've got that confirmation of permanent residency letter, COPR letter, that's perfect. We can use that as one of the eligibility criteria that we require. Or if you've received an email that says you have been selected to become a permanent resident pending completion or submission of your medical information or security or criminal verification requirements, that's also what we call a proof of immigration application status. We can take any of those items. We can also take a screenshot or proof or scan of a single entry visa if you've been given a single entry visa so that you can come to Canada to activate your permanent residency status. The link below, bccassn.com/apply-to-in, that link recaps the eligibility criteria and also lists our application form. And it only takes 2 minutes to complete. So even if you're not sure and you may not know which document to submit, that's okay. Take the 2 minutes, fill out the application form, and we will come back to you and explain or point you to samples of those immigration application status documents. In fact, on the application form page, there is one section underneath where we ask for your UCI or your unique client identifier number, which is a number you're given when you're in the process of applying for immigration to Canada. It's hyperlinked, and we actually have samples of each of those documents, and we only require one of those documents. So if you want to see right now what any of those documents look like, go to that link below. It is our application form, and partway down you'll see a hyperlink that says see samples. You're supported by professionals with lived experience. So I've said at the beginning of the presentation, and you could probably hear from my accent that I'm not originally from Canada. And it's similar for the majority of our team. We actually have lived experience of what it's like to be an immigrant, of what it's like to transition your life to Canada, and of what it's like to transition your career to Canada. Our team comes from all over the world. So we've got a person from the United Kingdom, Taiwan. 2 of our team are from India. We've someone from the States. We have 1 Canadian person on our team, and that is Louise, who is our skills assessor, and she is fantastic. And she also has a background and a Red Seal skill trade, and she's worked over the years in many technical industries, providing very strategic employer and employment sector related advice within the construction industry. And we also have folks on our team from France and from Russia. So we are an international team with that lived experience. And I think that's why we're, number one, passionate about what we do. But number two, we're also really committed to helping you find your success faster, perhaps, than we did in Canada. And there are a number of us in the team who also have the hands-on construction-related industry experience. So that we've worked either on the management operations side or even on the construction site side of the business. So we have that lived experience in those existing connections. What does the process look like if you register for a program? So step one is to go to the URL that's listed on every slide here, and we can pop it into the chat box as well. It takes 2 minutes to register. So 2 minutes right now is no time at all. Step two is we'll review your application, confirm your eligibility. We might reach back out to you and ask for your resume if you didn't submit it when you were filling out your application form. And we will ask for that proof of immigration application status document if you didn't submit it when you were filling out the application form. The third step is we will pass your application form content, your resume, any of the additional information you've provided onto our skills assessor, and Louise will begin that in-depth skills, education, and credential assessment. It's a 4 or 5 page tailored report for you that very, very quickly tells you those top 3 professions or role titles you should be job hunting for as your first role in Canada. It quickly confirms whether you're entering a regulated or unregulated profession. It also links you directly to the relevant industry association we believe you should be connected with, the relevant licensing or regulatory body we believe you should be connected with and beginning an application process with. And of course, we will connect you, and it will list those live job leads and other recommendations around employability and further education. And that really is the beginning of the process, because step 4 is where we connect you directly with an employment liaison specialist, or as I call them, career coaches, but basically someone who's going to be there for you one-on-one to answer any questions that you have. And we can answer those questions by email, using some form of social media application like WhatsApp, if that's what you want to use, or via video chat. And that person is with you one-on-one until 1 month after you land in Canada. And at that step is, as we call step 5, or the transition phase, we will make sure you're also connected with that relevant employment or settlement agency that can continue to provide you with settlement or post-arrival employment advice, connections, and supports. Other top tips. Well, hopefully you've got a few tips so far from the webinar today. But other top tips, number 1, plan. If you're coming to Canada and you haven't yet moved here, now is the time to begin taking action around building your life and career in Canada. You can, of course, do it when you land in Canada, but it's a totally different state of mind when you've landed. You've no income coming in, you're trying to find accommodation, you're trying to register with services. You don't actually have that same mindset that you would have, or the same confidence that you would have pre-arrival when you're still in your home country. So number 1 is plan, and plan now to invest at least 10-15 minutes every day, 5 days a week, between now and the time you'll physically arrive in Canada. It will pay dividends, and it will pay multiples in your return on investment if you do that now. The second tip I'd give you is to register for the no fee support. So actually, it was a former colleague used to say, and I totally agree with him, that we don't provide free supports because they are paid for. They're paid for by the taxpayer in Canada, and they're paid for by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. But from your perspective, they are a no fee service. So we are one of those pre-arrival employment support service, and we are Canada-wide, and we're focused on the construction-related industries. There are other services out there, and they're all equally as good, and they have different specializations. Register for us, register for another pre-arrival service. You can access more than one service provider. There's no limitation on it. The only limitation is your time and your energy and focus. So register for pre-arrival supports. And the third thing is, when you do register, don't be afraid to ask specifically for certain types of supports, or don't be afraid to ask those questions that are really sitting in the back of your mind and are very important to you. Don't wait to be fed, hopefully, the right answer. Do digest what you're given and do take action based on how you're guided, but don't be afraid to ask those specific questions or air those concerns that you might have, because the sooner you articulate those things, the sooner you will actually start to take action on them. So they're the 3 top tips I'd have. And my final top tip is kind of encapsulated in these 8 questions below. And that tip to you is read these questions below, and I'll go through them very, very quickly. But if you, upon reading these questions, can't with 100% confidence say to yourself that you know the answer and the full answer to these questions, that is your hint to yourself that you will get some significant value by registering for a pre-arrival support service, like BCCA integrating newcomers. So ask yourself the question, how do I learn about the industry I'm targeting? Ask yourself the question, is it important to decide now on the city I plan to live in and why? The answer is yes, and we can tell you why. Ask yourself the question, what are the wages for my occupation and level of experience? Ask yourself the question, what kind of role titles should I be hunting for as my first job in Canada? Ask yourself the question, what and where are the roles for my skills and experience? And does it look different in different regions or different communities in the province or territory I might be heading to? Ask yourself the question, are my qualifications valid for work in my field? Ask yourself, do I need a license? And how do I get my credentials recognized if I do need a license? And ask yourself the question, how do I build Canadian experience pre-arrival? What's that look like and how do I start? If you've asked yourself those questions as I've read them out, and if you with 100% confidence didn't know the complete answer, that is your sign to yourself that you will get value and significant return on investment if you register for a pre-arrival service. Needless to say, we can help you answer all of those questions and so many more questions that frequently come up. And that is it. I am happy to answer every question that we have time for. I would like to acknowledge that we are funded by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. Without their financial support, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing and help the people that we're helping.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was great. I have actually quite a few good questions. So let's see how much time we have. Yeah, I think we can get through these. So firstly, I had a question early on in your presentation, and they were asking, do you support people on open work visas?
No, not an open work permit. It would go back to the eligibility criteria that are set out by IRCC. So number one, they must still be outside of Canada. And number two, they must show us one of those proof of immigration application status documents. So without seeing the information or the document that that person has, I would guide that person to please go to our application form listed here on this slide and click on the See Samples link. And then they can check if what they have as an open work permit is any of the documents that we can accept. If it's not there, then unfortunately we can't support them. As much as we would love to do it, we can't.
Perfect. I had a civil site supervisor / foreman message. Yep. So that's what they are in their home country. What roles would they be eligible for in Canada?
Yeah, so very similar. So it depends. So civil site / foreman or foreperson. To me, it makes me ask, well, the civil end of it is, do you have formal education in civil engineering of some kind? And if so, then there are civil engineering related or structural engineering related licenses and role titles you could go for. So that potentially is one option. The other option is the foreman, the site super or site supervisor professions that we have in Canada too. And they potentially would be less onerous on you in terms of licensing, because once you have that kind of demonstrable, practical, hands-on experience of managing crews and managing trades on site, that's going to be valued without a specific license. So you have those options available to you. but it also depends on where you're heading and the kind of projects you've worked on from a civil perspective or from a construction perspective. So that's why it's very important that you share your resume and you share in as much detail as possible where your specializations are, where your project experience is, and then we can provide you with a much clearer picture around role titles you should target.
So this is another, it's a very similar question, but a completely different industry. So I thought I would bring it up. They're asking, can I transfer my career from laboratory analyst to administration in construction?
So the answer is yes. You can do anything that you want to do. What we would work with you on is, number one, we'd want to understand your education. I'm assuming you've probably got some kind of lab technician type, maybe a diploma or undergraduate degree. Then we would look at what industries specifically have you applied those skills, or if you've even worked as a lab technician, or whether you've trained versus worked as a lab technician, what are those industries? And based on that, then we can provide the advice on, okay, well, maybe there's a subsector that requires laboratory testing within construction related industries. For example, mineral extraction will be one of them. Or maybe there's even, there are opportunities from with larger construction related organizations around aggregates, concrete, et cetera, where there's testing and technician lab requirements and jobs available. And we can look at what are the administrative related opportunities based on your subsector experience, the projects you've worked on, et cetera. So the answer is yes, we can help you unpack that. And then it'll be over to you to determine whether you want to make that transition, whether it makes sense for you. And we'll help you make those steps as well.
Thank you. You probably saw some French questions coming up. So here's a question. Do you have construction roles for French speakers, and do you offer services in French?
So I'll take the latter question first. So we don't offer French related one-on-one employment liaison coaching in French. So the English that we operate in, the language that we operate in as a service provider is in English. However, we do have French speaking clients or Francophone clients who speak English and French. And we do have clients heading to, for example, New Brunswick and Quebec. So we provide the same supports. If you need that additional French language translation type support, then what we can offer is we will do the core skills education and credential assessment, and we will do the core suggestions around organizations or referrals that are going to be important for your career and live job leads. We can also then connect you with a pre-arrival Francophone service provider who can come in and take the output that we've provided and work with you on that. So we can do that kind of service, but we don't provide our supports in French, unfortunately.
Thank you. I know the answer to this. I think some maybe just wanted some clarity. Do you help job seekers from overseas connect with employers in Canada, or just newcomers?
Oh, so you must still be outside of Canada. Yes. Yeah.
This one was asked in French, I'll just translate it. What are the in-demand professions in New Brunswick?
Okay, that is like unraveling a ball of string. So there are many in-demand professions in New Brunswick, but New Brunswick is, in terms of the size and availability of jobs, is a reflection of the size of the population and the nature of the industries there. So the best way for me to answer that question is to actually have you apply, see what your skills are, where your interests lie, and then we will shape our advice based on that, rather than just generically saying, oh, New Brunswick requires residential housing contractors versus something else. There are different pockets of industry in New Brunswick. And so I wouldn't get more specific on it until I see someone's application.
Great. What construction related industries are in the highest demand?
Yeah, so similar to the last question, it depends on, perhaps the subsector you're coming from and where your experience lies and whether you're going to be a fit. But in general, the skilled trades in construction are definitely in demand. We don't have enough skilled tradespeople, and it's a highly reputable career in Canada, and it's extremely well paid. Honestly, if I was 20 years younger, I would be working in some skilled trade. The most in-demand trades differ across different provinces and territory because it's based on the project focus or the core industries in those regions. So for example, if you go to Alberta, you'll see more trades around heavy equipment, mineral extraction, et cetera, BC and Ontario, you're going to see higher demand for those residential infrastructural builds of the trades on site. But in general, we need electricians, we need carpenters, we need concrete finishers, we need plumbers, we need HVAC technicians. They're the kind of highest in demand trades. But a really good site to go to is Red Seal Canada. And Red Seal Canada, as I mentioned during the presentation, really is the licensing, the nationally recognized license for those top trades in Canada. And there's around 50 to 55 of them. But that's a good site to actually get a look at what are those top designated skilled trades in Canada and to see if you fit in there. And that site is actually excellent because it also gives you some sample challenge questions. So say if you're an electrician in Nigeria and you wanted to challenge the trade or to go for the license, you can actually look at the skill and technical requirements and look at some of those sample questions that you would be asked to determine where you're at within that trade.
Great. I'm going to only ask 2 more questions. So if you didn't have a chance to have your question answered, feel free to register, apply at the link that's on the screen. But this is one that I've seen a few times. And you did go into this, but I think there's just a little bit more elaboration that people are looking for.
Okay.
Can we find jobs if we are outside of Canada if the jobs are regulated?
Yeah, great question. So the first answer is nothing is impossible. However, from what I've seen since I'm in Canada since 2010, and from my work with employers and my work as part of this program, it is very, very difficult to secure a role in Canada when you have not physically landed and settled in the country. And I go back to employers having a selection bias. They want to make sure that if they're going to invest the time and energy to shortlist you for an interview and potentially hire you, that you're at least settled in the community where that job is advertised. So it is not impossible to find and secure work outside of Canada. It is very, very, very difficult to do that. You really need to be in, and you need to be in the country, especially if it's a regulated profession. We can show you the jobs you can hunt for relating to your profession that don't require the license, and they're the best entry points for you if your profession happens to be regulated. And you can begin the licensing application process depending on your occupation pre-arrival as well. And sometimes, once you begin that application process for your license, if you put it on your application form for a job, your resume, your LinkedIn profile, your cover letter, sometimes that's just enough for an employer to feel comfortable and shortlist you for a job. So that's how it can be possible, but it is a challenge, definitely.
Okay, great. And then the last question I'm going to ask is it okay and is it allowed to register for pre-arrival services with more than one organization?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And in fact, I do what we call share and refer. So if we have a client and we've provided all of our services to them and we feel there's another service provider out there, one of our partner service providers in another region that they're heading to, we'll actually do an internal referral as well. So we can accommodate the referrals. But I would say, yeah, I mean, definitely register for more than one pre-arrival service provider. And it really is just going to come down to your time and energy in terms of don't spread yourself too thin with too many service providers.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, what a great way to end the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Well, we'll be in touch soon. We'll have the results from that poll for you following this event.
Fantastic.
And we'll talk soon. Be in touch.
Excellent. And I wish everybody the best of luck in their career and their transition.
Thank you.
Bye, Linda.
Bye, Shaw. Bye, Caitlin.
Bye. So, Shaw, are you excited to do the closing statement?
I know it's oh my goodness, it's been I don't know how many hours have we spent to prepare for this 2 days, and especially this webinar. So you know, I want to thank every one of you that's actually tuning in, and some of you are still, I mean, the number is still very, very strong. So, and I know it's probably late in the evening, if not like early wee hour in the morning for you. So thank you for staying up with us for the past 2 days. And so this will be the last presentation for the 11th National Virtual Career Expo. Please mark down the 12th National Virtual Career Expo is scheduled for September 27th and 28th. And we look forward to see you there. So, and Caitlin,
okay, well, I'll let you know.
You are the star of the show, so I'm gonna give you the honor to close the floor.
Okay, well, thank you so much for all of our viewers for spending these past 2 days with me and with all of our presenters. We had a really, really great time hosting them, and such great questions and strong engagement. For everyone who's still watching, we have our next webinar is going to be on April 14th, and it's with Cancel. Cancel is Canada's largest supplier of geospatial and engineering field equipment, integrated sensors, field supplies, and office processing software. They help their clients capture, transform, and manage data, leading to increased field to finish efficiency and profitability. They've been providing tailored solutions to their clients for over 50 years in Canada. So they'll be here on April 14th at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm sorry, that was a big mistake. And they'll be talking about some job opportunities. They'll be talking about why you'd want to work at them. You can see all that and all of our future webinars on our LinkedIn, which I did share in the chat. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, our LinkedIn is Global Talent Alliance Canada. And you can also do it on our website at www.g-tac.ca. We were so happy to have you. Thank you again, and I wish everyone a great rest of the week.
Thank you, and au revoir, à la prochaine. See you next time.